Welcome to the Ada K Show.
Ada K Show.
I'm your host, Ada K. And I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. We are waiting for court to begin with the Demorris. Oh God, June, think of the name. With the Demorris trial, it'll come to me.
Hunter.
Hunter. Thank you. And while we're waiting, there's an article that came up. It's a trial that's getting ready to start in Utah, and there's a lot of similarities with this trial. So here's the question. I'm going to read this and tell me, other than Angela, tell me. Good morning, honey. The kitten is down for a morning nap. Yeah, it's fun raising kittens that were bottle raised. I have done it. Um. Anyway, I want to read this article. Tell me in chat what trial this article reminds you of. Okay, and I don't know how to make this full screen. Do you? Okay, here we go. Provo, Utah. A Utah woman is standing trial on charges. Let me move this down here so I can see it. Here we go. All right. On charges that she masterminded a plot to kill her son-in-law, who was shot to death in her home. Tracy Guy, 60, is charged with the murder, criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice. I'm sorry, I just got sidetracked in a moment. Um, what's that? Obstruction of justice and domestic violence in the presence of the child in the death of Matthew Rastelli, 42. Matthew was shot to death in Geis's home at the hands of Geis's son, Kevin Ellis. Geis has pleaded not guilty to charges. Matthew's wife, Catherine, who is Geis's daughter and Ellis's sister, pleaded guilty shortly after her arrest to the murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and discharge of a firearm. She was sentenced to 1 to 15 years in prison and testified at Ellis's murder trial. She is expected to make another appearance to testify at her mother's trial. Prosecutors have said that Matthew was lured to his death, believing he was arriving at Geis's home to pick up his wife and 2 children and return with them to their home in California. But Catherine Ristetti has testified that she had no intentions of leaving and instead worked with her mother and brother to red rum the victim. Ellis told police that he shot his brother-in-law in self-defense and pointed the police officers on the scene to a knife in Matthew Ristelli's hand. But investigators determined that the knife was in his non-dominant hand, and the knife in question has been purchased online allegedly by the defendant. At Ellis's sentencing, prosecutors said that they consider Geis to be the ringleader of the plot and has pointed to digital evidence that says ties to the matriarch to Matthew Vasili's killing. Among the evidence in Geis's search history was including searches for Catherine McBenoit and key player in the murder of the FSU with Red Rum of the FSU professor Dan Markle. Yep, it Adelson's case. You got it, honey. Marco was killed in a murder for hire. Five people have been sentenced for his death, including his former mother-in-law, Donald Adelson, a former brother-in-law, Charlie Adelson. Where was Donald Adelson arrested, as well as for as a search for a Dateline episode focusing on the Adelson's family also appeared in Geis's devices. Geis also allegedly searched for how to get my U.S. passport back and for the "It's Happening" meme. Jury selection is to begin on Monday. Now, jury selection is underway. This was April 13th, which was yesterday. Um, and so, Court TV and um, Law and Crime has showed that this trial is going to be aired today. So, right now, we're waiting on the Florida versus Demorris Hunter. We still do have the Texas trial. Um, so what Angela and I was thinking is using this family trial in place of, or not in place, but as a filler to these two other trials. If you would like to, yeah, I've had that, honey, where you can see the face, you can't remember the name. Boy, that's frustrating. Um, I would like to have your opinions on if you want to use his case from Utah as a filler for right now while we're waiting. Well, right now it's not being aired yet, but while we're, in between the breaks and lunches of the other two trials, as if we have downtime. Uh, Angela, go ahead and take over for a minute. Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to ask you folks, does anybody, are you guys having an echo? Because I don't have an echo. Somebody asked me about an echo. Okay. And Wendy skips free in Florida. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't heard any more about Wendy. There's a lot of speculation going on her about they're still doing investigations into her, but I'm not sure if they felt like I'm not sure if it can happen because of all the type of different immunities that she had when she testified. So I don't know um, if she'll ever be brought to trial. Um, I think she should. I think she does know more than what she said. Um, what she testified to. Right now, I have a little more respect for Geis's daughter because she stood up and took responsibility for her part in the red rumming of her husband. I really wished I really wished Wendy would have done that. What do you think? Okay. Uh, all right. Is that better, Sarah? I forgot to mute something. I apologize. Um, what do you think? Do you think that Geis's daughter should have be an example for Wendy and Wendy step up and take responsibility for her part? Okay. I have no idea what is going on with excuse me. I have no idea what's going on with Court TV and why they have not turned on their cameras. Um, they are right now. They are 33 minutes, unless something's going on in court that they're not airing. Um, with aha, hang on. They popped. What the heck? This is live. What the heck? It's like they just popped in. Okay, give me just a minute. Oh, we're going to play games.
Changing? Was it becoming more difficult? Did you have any fear about going around town in different places? And
no, I mean, no matter where I go, it's gonna be the same. You know, when I come out here, it's the same. You know. No.
what about the neighborhood where you lived? Did you all feel safe there?
Oh, yeah, it's our neighborhood. Yeah,
Oh, I mean, you can live in a good one, or you live in a bad one.
I'm a man, so wherever I go, I'm gonna be a man. So when you say feeling safer or whatever, I'm gonna be safe wherever I go because I'm gonna take care of myself. I mean, that's where I'm going.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure I have the same level of confidence about going just anywhere.
Yeah.
Did you, when you were growing up there, did you feel like you were responsible for taking care of yourself, and you needed to know how to defend yourself?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
How about Mr. Hunter? Was he the same way?
Yeah, everybody's the same. You know, I mean, we grew up where it's tough everywhere. So, I mean, that was life. Just
Well, that's what I'm trying
I can't explain it, but
that's what I'm trying to find out, right?
Yeah,
I mean, what was life like in your neighborhood? Was it
to me it was normal.
Yeah.
So
Well,
when you say what was life like, it was everything in life is normal. I mean,
Sure.
if you there in it or wherever you're at, it's the time you in.
Were you aware of like violence in your neighborhood, people getting shot, or
I mean, that's everywhere. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't.
It's not, as it turns out, but
Yeah. To me, I mean,
yeah.
life is like, yeah, people got shot. I mean, if I come out here, somebody got shot. So, yeah. I mean,
Were you yourself ever the victim of violence?
Yes, I was.
What was that about?
They was trying to shoot somebody I knew, and I was there. You know, yeah, I was a victim of violence.
You got shot?
I got shot. I've been shot. 89.
Let me ask you a question while we're at this. Have you yourself ever been convicted of a felony?
No.
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 Your mom, I noticed that when she was sworn, she did not swear. She affirmed.
No.
Is that because of your parents' religious beliefs?
Yeah.
Were they particularly conservative Christian?
There's Christians. Yeah.
And so were you raised in a household where alcohol was forbidden, let's say?
Yeah. Smoking, all that.
Smoke, none of that.
None of it.
So you never picked up any of those vices?
No, I didn't see no reason to.
And I can understand that. It doesn't stop us from doing it
Yeah,
sometimes.
yeah,
So you never drank alcohol, you never drank
I can say I never drink alcohol now, I'm grown. But
Sure.
growing up, definitely no. I was raised no smoking, no drinking. So I'm grown. Yeah, I had a drink now.
No drugs?
But I'm grown. No drugs. Definitely
Right.
no drugs.
How
I
about-
didn't see need for drugs.
Yeah. How about Demorris? What do you know about his household, the household that he grew up in?
I mean, from what I've seen.
Well, yeah, of course, from what you've seen.
Yeah, whatever I've seen. Yeah. His mom was like my mom. You know, we was kids, so and we was raised to respect elders. So it's different times. I mean, that like we was kids, we didn't have the right to be like grown folks now. Kids today,
Sure.
we had to abide by rules. You know what I mean? And respect each other's house. So his mom was beautiful, his dad was cool with me. His mom sent me to the store. I'm like, out of all the kids, she said, you go to the store for me, Sean. You know, I have to go get the cornbread or whatever, you know. It's normal stuff, so.
Well, I guess what I was asking was, did he grow up in a household where, you know, alcohol and tobacco and that sort of thing was forbidden, as far as you know?
I mean, I can't really say what was in his house, but I never seen his mom smoke. I never seen his dad really just drink or anything. In my memory, I can't really say his dad was drink or smoke. So
Okay. So while the two of you were growing up, would you say that you were good friends?
yeah, I'm sorry.
And did you at that time know Demorris to be, you know, violent or dangerous or a person who sought out conflict?
No, never. Demorris never go looking for trouble. I can tell you that personally. Never. You know. Now, if you bother me, yeah, I mean, we're gonna defend ourselves. That's how we do it.
That's how you both were raised.
Yeah, I mean, in our neighborhood, we don't look for trouble, but you know, people in the neighborhood, if they bother you, you're gonna protect yourself. I'll say that.
Right. Now, both of your parents talked about Demorris coming over
Yeah.
their house.
Right.
Was that a pretty regular thing?
Yeah, I mean, he's from the neighborhood, he came to the house, he's like family, so yeah.
Well, both your parents said that at some point he started referring to your parents as mom
You
and
know,
pop.
my mom just like I love my mom. My mom loved him just like my mom and dad loved him like a brother. He's like a brother. You know what I mean? So respectful, because if he wasn't respectful, he wouldn't come to my mom's house, period.
Yeah, that
I'm
came
gonna tell you
across
that.
from your
Yeah,
dad.
and my dad didn't play.
Your dad?
And my dad liked straight shooting, and he was a straight shooter. So that's, as far as I'm concerned, you know, that's what it is.
Your dad comes across as somebody who doesn't take any mess from
You
anybody.
know,
Right.
he raised us, and you know, I respect that.
Now, at some point, you know that Mr. Hunter ended up getting in trouble with the law and going to prison,
Right.
right?
Right.
And you would have been, what, maybe 17 years old when that happened?
Yeah,
Do you remember this happening?
I don't remember it happening, but I did hear about it. I never really got to the bottom of what he went to prison for because he's a teenager now. He doing his thing or whatever, and I was going to school, whatever. You know, you get older, you start.
Sure.
But we was friends. I mean, we was always friends, though. Yeah. I don't know exactly what happened, but I knew something happened.
Is it fair to say that by this time, and where I guess we're talking about the early 80s or so,
Right.
that drugs were in your neighborhood and it was becoming more violent?
Yeah.
And you had to be vigilant to take care of yourself and defend yourself?
I mean, that's from ground up, from kindergarten, you know, to right now. So, yeah,
Sure.
I would say that.
So he was out of your life for a number of years.
When you went to jail,
Do you remember how long it was?
right, 15, something like that. 15 years.
Did
But we
you,
always stay in contact, like, you know.
you stayed in contact with him when he was locked up?
Yeah, to this day. Oh,
And did you see him when he got out?
yeah, what's that?
What was the first time you saw him after he was released?
I picked him up when he got released.
You picked him up from
I picked
prison?
him up from prison, yeah, and took him to his grandmother. And his dad was there. His dad didn't even know he was released. He was shocked. His dad answered the door. And that, you know, yeah, so, yeah.
You would have been in his 30s by then?
Yeah, I said we was 30s. I had a family by then, you know. So, yeah.
You had already got married, started having children?
Kids, yeah.
Tell me a little bit about that. Like, how long have you been married?
36 years.
You got a long ways to go to beat your folks.
Yeah.
And how many kids?
I got 2 kids, 3 foster kids.
Really? you'd have to tell me.
Yeah.
3, okay. When Mr. Hunter got out of prison and you went and picked him up, took him to his folks' house, did he go to visit your folks at any time?
Yeah, we visit his folks, we visit my parents, you know what I mean? Yeah.
And did your parents change anything about the way that they treated him?
No, he family to us, so he came in, everybody greeted him like, you know.
Was anybody, anybody hesitant about bringing someone who had gone to prison for violent crimes
No, they don't even see
in their midst?
Yeah, I mean, no, even my kids to this day, they don't see me. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
You saw a different side of him?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, from what they say of him and what we know of, what I know of him, it's like 2 different people.
Now, at some away from Oakland, California. Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth in terms of what years that would have happened, but I'm saying at some point after he got back from prison, and now obviously he moved away from Oakland, California. Did you still keep in contact with him then?
Yeah, pretty much.
Were you living in Oakland still, or did you at some point move away from Oakland?
I moved away from Oakland.
Where'd you move to?
First I moved to Concord, then I moved to Indiana.
First you moved to?
Yeah, first, when I left Oakland, I moved to Concord.
Could you spell that for the court reporter?
Concord, C-O-N-D-E-R.
Condor. Condor, okay, I'm sorry. I've never heard that one before.
Yeah.
You moved to Condor, and then you moved to?
Then I moved to Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, California?
Pittsburgh, California.
Never heard of that either.
All right.
Okay.
Then from there, I bought a house in Pittsburgh. Then I bought a house in India.
In Antioch?
Yeah, India.
Like from the Old Testament?
Yeah,
Okay, and that's where you live now?
that's what I live in.
And that's in California too?
That's all in California.
Obviously, you know about why we're here and the charges that have been leveled against Mr. Hunter and the conviction that he stands under right now, which is why we asked you to come today and did you ever change your mind about the kind of man that you perceive Mr. Hunter to be?
I mean, it's hard to say because I never seen what y'all saying about him. You know what I mean?
Right.
And what I read is, it's kind of hard because he's my friend, you know what I mean? So I'm a real friend, you know what I mean? I can't judge him off what he did. I wasn't there for one, so I don't even know if he did or not, so he's still my friend regardless, you know? So, yeah, it's hard.
Do you continue to love him as a brother?
Yeah.
And that's why you made this trip out here,
Right.
to let the jury know?
I mean, how can that'd be like being a fake friend, you know what I mean? Like everybody, I mean, life, we all go through something, you know what I mean? So, to me, he's my friend, so, bad or good or bad, I mean, I can't judge him, I'm not God or nothing, so. That's why I'm at with it. I mean, I feel, from what's going on, whatever, I feel sad for everybody. I think it's all a loss on both sides, you know what I mean? So that's really how I feel, you know what I mean?
Well, sometimes we hear about things that people have done and we personally feel betrayed or we feel like they've not been honest with us or did you ever?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sorry, you all. We don't have much Zoom room.
Like I was saying, sometimes, things happen and we end up changing our mind about what we thought about a person. Has that happened to you about Mr. Hunter?
No.
You still think he's the same person you've always known?
I mean, he always been straight with me, you know what I mean? Like,
Was he always reliable with you?
always.
Was always somebody
So that's, yeah,
that
it counts a
you-
lot, yeah,
that you could count on?
yeah.
Like if you had ever, been threatened or felt that you needed help, was he somebody that you could rely on to do that for you?
I mean, I never rely on anybody if I'm in threat. I'm always, you know what I mean? I mean, me and him always been straight up for, you know what I mean? We got a connection there. He's a real dude, I'm a real dude, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
I mean, situation is bad now, but he's been good to me, and I've been good to him, so. I mean, there's nothing I can say that, I mean, the situation is bad, so you got to, balance that, but, I mean, that's as far as I can express myself now.
That's fine.
You know.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. I have no further questions on this witness.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
We have no questions for this witness. Mr. Alexander, thank you for coming, sir.
Thank you, sir. You are free to go. Defense, you may call your next witness.
You are called Demorris Hunter.
May you please raise your right hand and be sworn? Please solemnly swear affirmative testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, ma'am. You can be seated. Ma'am, could you tell me your name and spell your first name for the court reporter, please?
Demorris Hunter, D-O-A-U-R-R-I-S.
Thank you. Mr. Self, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, court. Ms. Hunter, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how old you are
25,
and where do you currently live?
Oakland, California.
And how are you related to Demorris Hunter?
That's my father.
And you don't have any memories of your father outside of the times that he's been in jail, correct? And you have a daughter?
Yes.
And how old is she?
She's 6.
And what's her name?
Elaine Marie.
Jail in California.
I was like 4 or 5 the last time I saw my father.
Do you continue to have a relationship with him while he's in jail via correspondence or calls or cards?
Yes, letters, phone calls, no visits, but letters and phone calls.
And does your daughter have a relationship with him also that way?
Yes, they told me.
What does your daughter call Mr. Hunter?
Her grandma.
And that's how you've had to build your relationship through those correspondence and phone calls and birthday cards.
Yes.
Do you love him?
Yes, I do.
Do you have a relationship with him?
Yeah.
Would you like to continue to have a relationship with him?
Yes.
Let me have just a moment.
Okay.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May this witness be excused? You are free to go, ma'am. Thank you. Defense, do you have any additional witnesses?
No, we do not, Your Honor. That's right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need to take up some matters outside your presence. I'm going to give you a 15-minute recess at this time. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. And I will see you back in about 15 minutes.
Very designated.
You may be seated. Ms. Ferrero, your client does not intend to testify during the penalty phase.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hunter, I just need to make sure that you understand that you have the right to testify. I know we've had this conversation before. Can I have you raise your right hand to be sworn, please, sir?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Sir, could you tell me your name? And Mr. Hunter, your attorney has indicated that you do not intend to testify during this penalty phase. Do you understand that you have the absolute right to testify if you wish to do so?
Yes.
And you have the absolute right not to testify if that is what you want? Right. And is it your desire not to testify in this matter?
Can I have a second?
You may.
All right, you guys, we have no room. We are literally caught up to live court. So we are just watching them discuss. Both the state and the defense have rested. And now we see where this goes next.
Mr. Hunter, have you had an opportunity to talk to your attorneys about your decision?
Yes.
All right, what is your decision?
I'm gonna pass this up,
So you're not going to testify?
no.
All right, thank you, sir. Let's give the jury their lunch order forms and let them start ordering lunch. Any changes to the jury instructions before I print them?
No, Your Honor.
All
Not
right.
from the defense.
No, Your Honor.
And it would be my intention to just read these straight through after closing argument rather than before. All right. Then it's going to take them at least 10 minutes to order lunch. So why don't you gather your thoughts for about 10 minutes and we'll come back and begin closing argument.
Your Honor, before we break, would the court mind inquiring of the defendant? There were several witnesses that have been listed that obviously for strategic reasons the defense has chosen not to call. Would the court mind inquiring of the defendant if he's spoken with his defense counsel about those decisions of not calling those witnesses?
All right. Mr. Romero, were there witnesses that were listed that were not ultimately called?
Yes, Your Honor. Most specifically, witnesses in regard to Mr. Hunter's mental health, and we evaluated the testimony of those witnesses and their the potential downsides, what sort of rebuttal could be expected, seeing as some of them were deposed, as well as reviewing the, we, as the court is aware, we had a previous competency hearing for Mr. Hunter about a year and a half ago, at which I was present. And ultimately, it was our joint decision as a team that would not be productive, it would not be valuable for Mr. Hunter to proceed with that defense, given several liabilities, which I would rather not put on the record.
Gotcha. All right. Mr. Hunter, did you have those discussions with your defense team with regard to calling those witnesses?
I'm discussing it now.
All right, I'll give you a few minutes while I go copy jury instructions and we'll come back and address it. So we'll be back in 10 minutes.
All right. While they are taking a break, the Texas versus Tanner Horner is in session. So we will shoot over there. And here we are.
Person who can verify and authenticate the truck videos, but what they're trying to show through this witness is not relevant to anything. Basically, all it shows is that Tanner made a delivery, and that's it.
So do you anticipate playing the video through this witness or through the witness that you anticipate would sponsor the video of the?
Not through this witness.
Okay.
Now, I will say this, as it applies to relevance, I think it's highly relevant that within a 24-hour period in relation to kidnapping and murder of a child that he is at another residence 24 hours before on exactly the same road at almost exactly the same time with the same age children within yards of where he.
That is not me. Just want to let you guys know they have turned off the sound for the courtroom right this second. I see that they have not brought the defendant out yet. The judge is off the stand. They did do a little sidebar beforehand. All right, here comes the defendant walking in. All right, it looks like they are standing. Probably the jury is coming in. Here we go. They should be turning on the sound any minute for us.
All right, everyone may be seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Berry?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Morris.
Good morning.
Before we start, I just want to ask you to make sure court reporter reminded me that you talk fast and she's taking you before. So just if we can go slowly, go through this, so everybody can understand all the things you have to say. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living?
My name is Scott Morris. I'm a digital forensic examiner employed by the FBI.
And can you give us just a little bit about your background, that as far as your training, your education, experience, qualifies you to do the job you now hold?
So I was retired in 2020 from the Grand Prairie Police Department. I have a Bachelor's of Applied Science. As part of my duties at the Grand Prairie Police Department, I was assigned to the Computer Forensic Laboratory at the FBI, the North Texas Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory. I since retired, became employed by the FBI. As part of my training to become a digital forensic examiner, you go through about a 1.5 year process of training, hands-on classes. Once you become certified, you continue to go through training. And since that time in 2016, where I was certified as an examiner, I've had approximately 1,200 hours plus of continued training.
And you work for some, you said you work for the North Texas Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory?
Correct.
And is that associated with any other agencies that the jury may know about?
So the NTRCFL, as you referred to it, is made up of FBI as well as task force officers. As I said, I was a Grand Prairie task force officer originally, but it still has Richardson, Dallas, Plano, Frisco, as well as the FBI that make that up. And we serve essentially the top half of Texas, taking in requests from the FBI and other law enforcement agencies.
And are you, even though you are, I guess, what you classify as ITSDFD, is that right?
That's what the FBI classifies me as, yes, sir.
And what do those letters stand for?
Information technology specialist, digital forensic examiner.
All right. And so do you actually work under the purview of the FBI in that capacity?
Yes, sir.
So back in November of 2022, did you receive a phone? Did you have to go somewhere to get a phone on behalf of that had been seized by the FBI related to the disappearance of a young girl by the name of Athena Strand?
It was actually December 2nd,
Okay.
and it was a Friday night, and I was called by the lab director at that time and responded to the Wise County Sheriff's Office, where he turned over the phone to me.
And once you got the phone, what did you do?
At that point, I returned and went to the laboratory and attempted the extraction.
Where is your laboratory located?
It's in downtown Dallas.
Is it right there? Or describe where it is.
It's right near Dealey Plaza, 207 South Houston.
And may I approach you, Ryan?
Yes, sir.
Prior to court today, did I show you what has been marked in State's Exhibit number 153?
Yes.
And at the time that I showed it to you, did I ask you to check to make sure it was sealed and hadn't been tampered with?
Correct.
And then in your presence, did I open it so that we could examine the inside of it?
Yes.
And once we took it out of the initial packaging and get down to this pink packaging, do you recognize this item? Actually, it's the one that's inside. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is the way that the phone was turned over to me on December 2nd.
And then once that you had dealt with it, did you then place it inside of this pink packaging?
Correct.
And it has your initials and where it was sealed at that time?
Correct. My initials and the date that I sealed it across the top, as well as our lab number for our examination, and our barcode number is the DL120330.
And for purposes of the record, for previous testimony, I'll state that State's Exhibit number 153 is the phone that was entered as the phone that was with the defendant at the time that he was arrested.
Correct.
Now, were there some other items besides the phone that you were asked to examine as well?
Yes, a few days later, They also brought 2 gaming systems and a laptop.
And we're just gonna talk about the phone this time. Get it back in the package. So you said that on December the 2nd, you drove out to the Wise County Sheriff's Office and you picked up, took it back to Dallas to your lab, is that correct?
Correct.
Were you able to do a full download of it at that time?
Not on December 2nd, no, sir.
Okay. When was it you were able to complete the download process?
That would have been the following Monday, I believe, December 5th.
All right. And tell us the process that you went through to what we call digital extraction of that phone.
So the reason I was unable to do it on that Friday night is that the USB port by default, or maybe set up that way by the owner, had been set to charging only. So it didn't allow data transfer without unlocking the device. At the time that I received the phone, I wasn't provided the passcode. On Monday, I obtained the passcode and then was able to obtain my extraction. And we do that by connecting it to a tool software that then obtains the extraction for us, following a set of steps that are prompted. Once we obtain the extraction, it also provides a hash value, a mathematical hash value for that specific extraction that you can then, if you copy it to the network or move it around, process it. I should always be able to go back to that hash value, whether it be 1 month, 10 months, 5 years, and rehash it and show that the extraction has not been altered in any way.
And in fact, during the discovery process, did you actually have to go back to your original download to create an additional copy of that original download at the request of the defense, so that they had the, I don't know exactly what you say, but all of the raw data that you had?
Correct. I requested and responded by making a discovery copy for the court.
And so there's a whole lot of different reports that you can generate with regard to this. But the one, I think that generally what is the one that's generally used to sort of, for a layperson like myself, to go through the phone and just see what they might be able to find out?
So when we are requested to perform an examination, it kind of falls one of 2 ways. Either we're giving a lot of data, kind of guidance on what they're looking for, and we conduct a full-blown forensic examination, or they can request a portable case, depending on which tool we use. It goes by different name. But that portable case puts all that raw data, process it in a way that, yes, the investigator can go through, look at emails, look at text messages, etc. They can look at it themselves. In this case, I created a portable case using Cellrite, and then commonly referred to as a reader report.
And based upon the reader report, were you then requested to go back on the days following November 30th? I guess the specific dates of December 1st and December 2nd, were you asked to look at some cell searches or internet searches that might have been done on that phone, and then also some images that may have been accessed on that phone?
Correct.
And were you able to go back and verify certain times and dates that certain things were accessed?
Correct. I was asked to provide a list of artifacts and asked to confirm that they did in fact come from my extraction and extract the data from the provided phone.
And prior to court today, did you, were you shown a document, I think probably maybe 30 pages, yes, 29-page document that, of those artifacts, as you called them, and there's some dates and times that go with the artifacts to verify that those dates and times are
Correct.
okay. Over. I haven't done that yet. I figured you were getting ready to do that. So, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Should I call you Agent Morris or Mr. Morris?
Mr. Morris is fine, I'm not an agent.
Mr. Morris, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 287 and ask you if you just briefly look through that and see if that's the document that you examined prior to court today, and I think previous to that as well.
Yes, sir, it is.
And prior to that document being created, were there numerous other artifacts that have been honed down to this as far as what we're going to bring before the jury?
Correct, over several.
Okay. And so with regard to State's Exhibit number 287, you have 2 pages that are just delineate the date that the thing occurred on, right?
Correct.
Thursday, December 1st, and Friday, December 2nd.
Yes.
And with regard to the other pages on there, then there would be a screenshot off of your reader report, and then the dates and times that go with that screenshot.
Correct.
And do you, is your testimony that you have, where there's little red boxes that have been added to the screenshots that point out the things that are referenced as to the date and time to the left, on the left side of the page?
Correct, the red boxes were added afterwards, they're not part of the initial processing.
And other than that, with regard to the photographs or the screenshots, are those true and correct copies of what would have come directly off of the reader?
Correct.
All right. Now, on the dates and times, the dates and the times that are on the left side of the page, have they been gone through the conversion process? Is it, the original times that you read on the reader report are usually in what time zone?
Usually the forensic software is going to list everything in universal coordinated time, otherwise known as UTC, or Greenwich Mean Time. And then from there, you can convert the time based on which time zone you're in. For this one, we are Central Standard Time, so it's -6 hours.
So if it says over here on the left side, the date and the time, and it says CST, what does CST stand for?
Central Standard Time.
Do you believe it would aid the jury to understand some of the things that were being accessed by the defendant on this phone after the time, the alleged time, or the admitted time now, that he murdered Athena Strand on November 30th, 2022?
I do.
I will offer State's Exhibit number 287 into evidence. Sure.
All right, we have a little sidebar.
About State's Exhibit number 287. We talked about the red marks. Those were added afterwards, correct?
Correct. I didn't make that presentation, so whoever did added those red marks afterwards, just to highlight certain aspects.
But you would agree that the red marks that were added were to show what the time frame is related to over here, because there's multiple time frames on some of these.
Correct.
Shots, correct? Yes. And then there's also specifically as to the search where it shows web history, there's a URL or a file path that was used to get there. Is that correct?
Correct. File path shows where that artifact is located within the overall file system.
Now, understanding that, are the red marks helpful, in your opinion, to show that the date and the time that they're related?
Correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to the date and the time, those date and times were put there before you saw this document, correct?
Correct.
But did you go back and verify those dates and times to make sure that those were true and correct?
Correct. Each artifact I was able to locate matched up to the time displayed.
And with regard to that, would you adopt that as far as part of your testimony was to be for the individual artifact and the time that's on the same page, that that's the time that that artifact is released?
Correct, along with the minus 6 hours from whatever's displayed in UPC.
That's it. All right, thank you. Without understanding, one thing further, prior to court today, was there a hearing outside the presence of the jury where you gave your qualifications, talked about what you were going to testify to?
Yes.
And at that point, the defense had an opportunity to make objections to your testimony.
I did.
Sustained.
Yeah, I don't have any objections to it as a demonstrative evidence, we would object to come back.
All right, so states 287 is admitted. You may have a running objection.
May I publish it?
Yes, sir.
Now publishing, page 1 of State's Exhibit number 287. Mr. Morris, as far as how these pages are related to each other, are they in chronological order? Starting earlier in the day on December 1st and moving through that day, and then going earlier in the day on December 2nd and moving.
I believe so, Mr.
Thank you. So, the second page, page 2 of State Exhibit 287, I want to focus in on, it shows an event that occurred on December 2nd, 2022, with early Thursday morning at 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that related to an internet search that had refreshed, I guess, at that time from one that had previously. Explain, you're right. Explain to me what we're seeing here in this red box that I have focused in on with regard to page 2 of State's Exhibit 287.
So the search was for my family makes me out to be a demon. I was asked to locate that within the extraction and verify that it came from my extracted data. In doing so, I located that specific search, but also located what appears to be the original search, which, if my memory serves, was actually performed on November 22nd, sometime after 10 p.m. And so that this search is either a research or it's just still in his history. It was yet again a page refreshed back if he didn't close that tab. So this is not the initial original search.
But it does show that that search was refreshed or accessed at what time of day on December 1st of 2022?
According to that, it's December 1st, 2022 at 3:30 a.m. Central Standard Time.
And the total text of, because over here, if we're looking at the middle, it doesn't give the entire text of the search, correct?
Correct, and you can see there as well that it's been refreshed a couple times on that date.
Understood. And so, but the total text is over in this box in the lower right-hand corner. My fiance's family makes me out to be a demon. Is that right?
Correct, and if you were to widen the column in the software, which you can't do with the screenshot, obviously, you could also see the entire search string.
You're talking about this column here?
Yes, sir, if you widen that within the software, you'd be able to see the entire column.
All right, moving on to page number 3. Now we have an image that shows to have been accessed on December 1st, 2022 at what time?
6:19 a.m. Central Standard Time.
And just for purposes of the record, can you describe what you're looking at?
It's a graph, 3 circles intersecting, different subject titles in each one.
And so the top circle, are they in a triangular formation?
No, there's circles.
Well, they're circles, but they are like one circle on top of 2 other circles.
Correct, intersecting in the center.
Understood. So the 3 main circles titles are what?
Catholicism, autism, and nerdship.
Okay. And what does it say is the intersection of all 3 of those things?
It has the acronym BDSM.
And that was at 6:19 a.m. on December 1st, right?
Correct.
So if, well, let me go on to the next one. Okay, let's go on to the next one, December 1st, 6:19:48 in the morning. What's the next image that we're looking at?
It appears to be a book titled Hot and Bottom.
What's the subtitle, please?
How to think about, talk about, and have the sex you really want.
Going on. 7:37, now we're jumping all the way to 7:37 PM, and we have,
We're asking this question.
Don't leave your witness.
no, I believe this is admitted into evidence. I think I could read off the document, submitted into evidence if that's allowed.
Just saying, don't leave your witness.
Yes, sir. Okay. Is that, tell us, is this the same or different search that was earlier accessed that you referred to on the first day?
That's the same search. The refresh brought to the present.
Okay, thank you. Now, December 1st, what time is this next page, specifically for purposes of the record, page 6, what time is this image accessed?
It's displayed as 1:06:05 p.m. Central Standard Time.
And that's, in PM means what?
Post means in the afternoon.
All right. And with regard to that, do you recognize that image as being a certain person?
I do.
And who is that?
Athena Strand.
Going on, same time frame. What are we looking at here? Page 7,
It's another picture of Athena Strand.
page 8,
Another image of Athena Strand.
page 9.
Another image of Athena Strand.
Now, the next time frame that we're looking at on December 1st, 2022 is what? Here on page 10.
2:20:54 p.m. Central Standard Time.
2:20 in the afternoon.
Correct.
All right. Is there a different search that is being done at this time?
Yes, but I can't read.
I'm going to focus in on it.
Thank
Over here in the box, can you see the text of that search?
I do.
What is it?
Do FedEx truck cameras constantly record?
You said that was at what time?
2:20 p.m. 54 seconds Central Standard Time.
And over here, can you see that in the ETC time?
Correct. So again, 6 hours forward, 8:20 p.m.
Going on, page 11. What time frame are we looking at here on the searches that we're focused in on at this point?
Shows December 1st, 2022, 7:33:29 p.m. Central Standard Time.
And what is the text of the searches that are being done?
Paradise Missing Girl.
And how many different refreshes or new screens were accessed as part of this?
What's displayed there is 5.
Going on, page 12. What time frame are we looking at here?
December 1st, 2022, 8:16:07 p.m. Central Standard Time.
And I'm going to show you, that is page 12, page 13. Are you familiar with what these photographs show?
I am.
Can you say that for the record, please?
Certain areas of crime scene.
Going on to page 14.
Additional photos of the crime scene, and all those, that string of images is part of, I believe, a WhatsApp chat group.
And I want to ask you about, when you refer to it as the crime scene, it's hard to narrow that down because there's multiple things going on at the same time. So can you say where are these search areas, or where the body was recovered? You know.
I do not know each specific one.
Okay, that's fine. Going on to December 2nd, at what time frame are we looking at here?
That one shows December 2nd, 2022, 1:49:43 p.m. Central Standard Time.
And do you recognize the person in that photograph?
I believe that is Tanner Warner.
And was this a photograph that was embedded within his phone?
It is several times.
And with regard to that, was it accessed though at this time of day?
It pops up within that Facebook workup, which is Android's name for Facebook Messenger. So I don't know, and I wasn't asked to determine if it's profile picture or how it's accessed. Yes, the image did present itself at that time.
Okay. Now going on to page number 17. What time of day are we looking at here?
December 2nd, 2022, 2:57:09 p.m. Central Standard Time.
And is there a photograph of a young girl on there?
There is.
And do you know who that young girl is?
Athena Strand.
Going on to page number 18. Do you see another photograph?
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
Athena Strand.
Page 19, is this a different time that was accessed than the previous time this photograph was accessed?
Correct.
Page 20. What are we looking at here for purposes of the record?
It's a missing poster for Athena Strand.
Page 21.
Another missing banner for Athena Strand.
Page 22.
Another missing poster for Athena Strand.
Page 23.
Another missing poster for Athena Strand.
Page 24.
An image of Athena Strand.
Page 25.
Would appear to be in a photo of a search crime scene location.
Page 26.
Another message photo alert, if you will, of Athena Strand.
Page 27.
Another image of Athena Strand.
Page 28.
Another image of Athena Strand.
Page 29.
Still another image of Athena Strand.
These are all images that you recovered from where?
These came from the extracted data of the phone submitted to the laboratory.
And who did that phone come from?
I believe it came from Tanner Horn.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Morrison.
Good morning.
Follow-up questions for you. As to this PowerPoint, you did not create that.
That's correct.
And your work in the digital forensics, the recovery from the artifact, it's the images over here between on the right, not the work.
Correct. The images on the right are what came from the extraction. The images on the left are just taken from that. Summarizing, if you will.
Sure. And you're only testifying to those artifacts on the phone. You're not giving any testimony regarding who the end user was at the time or anything like that.
Correct.
Now, this wording in blue there,
Yes, sir.
that is our file.
Correct.
So that's kind of where it ended up on your phone, on the phone.
Yes, sir.
And there's ways things get onto your phone other than you search for.
Correct.
Can you just tell me what a cache is?
So a cache is, best way to describe it is a temporary storage. You have different caches within your web browsers, different caches within your social media applications. And the purpose of the cache is really to try to make your user experience better. So if you think of a news site, it may cache data. So the next time you go to that news site, if it's one you go to frequently, you're not waiting on it to pull up all the original data. It can pull up more quickly and present itself quicker. In the same way, social media apps have a similar fashion. They're trying to present the user quickly what you want to see. You're not waiting. So it can cache data of stuff you looked at for social media. Some of it may be preloaded, as you may be familiar with social media. When you pull it up, there's already a video waiting for you.
And you kind of mentioned there, so different programs will have their own cache storage place, right?
Correct. And then the phone itself can have a cache. They're all over Exchange.
Okay, so there's multiple different little pockets where things will get put in.
Correct.
And that's what we're calling an artifact, is any sort of image or message or anything that gets saved.
Correct.
And those images will remain in that cache until they're either written over or if the program has some sort of conflict.
Correct. Each platform can set up its own parameters. The phone can to try to manage that cache so that it doesn't become too large on your device and then start rendering your user experience in the negative because it's taking up too much space.
Now, going through each of these photos in the state presentation, they all have this file path showing where they ended up, right?
Correct.
And this one, for example, is from Facebook.
Correct.
So Facebook caches, what goes in there isn't necessarily something you click on.
Correct. It's made up of a multitude of data.
Okay. And it's like when you're scrolling and viewing things, that can be.
Correct. Yeah. Simplest of terms, it can be stuff that's preloaded. It can be things you've looked at. It can be things that your social media by kind of tracking your interest, your likes, or things that have been occurring in and around your phone, or maybe your area, your location. It can preload that data, be available for you, or shared by your content users.
Exactly. So if I look at a particular topic, search on YouTube for gardening or something, and I pull that Facebook, and suddenly I've got 60 things on garden, and I'm scrolling through those can end up back in my cache.
Correct.
And I believe Instagram's owned by Meta, so it too as is Facebook.
Yes.
So would it work similarly? I think we may have an Instagram photo or two.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on each cache, but yes, they'll work in a similar fashion. I couldn't testify that they have the exact same configuration and rules of how long they can store data and whatnot.
Well, for example, the dates we're talking about, Ms. Strand would have been in the news a lot.
Correct.
Would have been on the news feed on Facebook a lot.
Correct.
And if I'm scrolling in Wise County, I'm likely to run into something.
Correct.
And that would go into my cache.
Yes.
Specifically, the one you testified to as being crime scene, that was actually from WhatsApp, correct?
Yes, and again, it's shared data held on the phone.
Okay. But that one is a little different because that was from a message group, right?
Yes.
So if, and I believe it was maybe a fed, maybe something from his work.
I believe it's a FedEx group chat, yes, sir.
So when that goes out in the group chat, and I'm in that group chat, and I click on the message from coworkers, or mechanic click on this message from coworkers, that went into the WhatsApp cache.
Yes, sir.
So that wasn't like him looking for crime scene, that was a message group he was part of. He clicks on it and it goes on the web.
Yes, but that specific artifact is part of that group chat.
Yeah, I'm referring to that specifically. There's also some of these that may have been from messages from his Mimi, from his grandmother.
Okay.
And so if you get a message from someone else, the same thing, you click on it, whatever attachment they sent you goes into the cache.
Yes, it could be cached depending on what messaging platform you're using, WhatsApp, the native messaging for the phone, Facebook messaging.
So because you've got the file path on these, and it's different from the search terms you showed, these are from caches from either Facebook or Instagram or WhatsApp or a message that was sent.
Yes.
Let me ask a question to you about the browser history. You talked about a first time searching and reloading, that sort of thing. What are different ways that something gets into that history for a program that has a history rather than a cache?
So if you're familiar with, for instance, Google on your phone, if you type in a specific search, if you don't clear your history and you go back, then it can be, as soon as you start typing, it may present itself and you can click and follow that same search. Also, if you have multiple tabs open, you may have that tab open the entire time, and it's not until you click on that tab, then it refreshes, brings it back to the forefront, and you can continue that search again, if you desire.
So while they operate a little differently, either with the cache or with the history, you don't necessarily have to intentionally click on something for it to end up there.
Correct.
Now, I don't know if you mentioned this, but I believe it's in your report that one of the first things you did to gain access to the phone to do a search for child sexual abuse materials.
I'm sorry?
Child sexual abuse material on the phone. I think it's in your report, maybe prior testimony, that was like one of the first things you did.
I think I remember noting that I didn't locate it.
That was going to be my next question. So you didn't locate any sort of child sexual abuse material. I think that was the acronym of it.
Correct, I did not.
Just to clarify, we're referring to any sort of pornography involving kids or children, anything like that. You did not do it.
I did not.
One last question, and you may or may not know the answer to this. On the, as far as Facebook and Instagram, those sorts of programs, when you change your user handle, do you know that changes the user, how that appears on old posts?
I don't know the changes on old posts.
Okay. That's what I'm saying.
Redirect.
We've already shown this photograph. In order for somebody to have this documentation on their screen, or what would have to happen?
Those listed there are typing searches. You're typing in a search. If you wanted to know what the weather is, you type, what is the weather today? That is what that artifact is cataloged.
So would the person, whoever it was that was using the phone at that time, be the one that advertised it?
Correct.
Is that the same with regard to state exhibit 2 exhibit page 10, this red box?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
further questions.
Mr. Gavel?
Yes, sir. As the first image he showed you, there was 4 or 5 searches. Those occurred between 1:33 and 1:36.
I don't know.
4-minute period.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, 4-minute period of 4 times.
Well, it would be that you load the first search. You didn't type it that many times.
Okay.
So it's repeating, kind of like the FedEx trucks report constantly, or the other one about the family thinks I'm a demon. It's not being retyped each time. So you type the first time, and then as you go into your history, remember it shows your history. You can either follow it again, or it's just pulling up and refreshing that window.
Okay, so I thought Mr. Berry had actually retyped. That's not necessarily what happened. It means that search was reloaded 4 times within that area.
Yeah, I didn't look to verify, but I don't believe it. I don't believe that he typed it 5 times.
Okay, and that second one he showed you, those had the same exact time as the second, 8:20, 54, or something like that. So that's not even typing 2 things at the same time.
Correct. I'd have to see the slide again to follow exactly, but I don't believe it's being retyped. He could, but it doesn't necessarily indicate and mean that he typed it 2 times.
I'm sure you can type something.
Correct, if they were at the exact same time.
Right.
That's what I would say without seeing the image again. Just taking your word that they were at the exact same time.
I was trying to write it down while they were right there. So,
Sure.
thank you.
Mr. Berry,
Nothing further.
may this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Hand me that microphone, just pull it out. Pull that microphone, pull it out. Thanks, sir. Who do you have next? I'm sorry? Kevin Huffman? Trying to do something with this air conditioner. Oh, have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Staten?
Kevin Huffman.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm the elected constable for Wise County Precinct 4.
And without giving your entire address, where do you live?
I live on County Road 3573 in Paradise.
Now, let me ask you a little bit about this road outside of Paradise. Just describe this road that you're looking at.
It's going to be a paved county road. It's a little less than a mile long. It dead ends into a cul-de-sac.
And as it applies to this case, are you aware of where Athena Strand's residence is in relation to yours?
Yes, sir.
And where is it in relation to yours?
So when you turn on to County Road 3573 off of FM 2123, which is the Farm Market Highway, Athena's house would have been the first house on the right up towards the highway side. And then my house is down at the very end of the cul-de-sac.
When you say cul-de-sac, is that like a turnaround?
Yes, sir.
And so on this particular road, is this area that is in, if you consider it to be urban or rural?
It's rural.
Now, how far away is this from, say, the town of Paradise?
From Paradise, as the crow flies, is probably about 10 or 11 miles.
And this particular road, how long have you been
moved out there in 2017.
Now, this particular road, is this a highly traveled or a lightly traveled?
It's pretty lightly traveled. There's about 20 homes on this road.
Now, let me fast forward you here. At some point in November 2022, did you happen to come in contact with the defendant, Tanner Warren?
Yes, sir.
And how did that contact occur?
He had delivered a package to our house.
And let me ask you specifically, what date was that on?
That would have been on November 29th.
And what time?
It's evening time, approximately 5:45.
Now, in relationship to that day being the 29th, are you familiar with what day Athena Strand was missing?
Yes, sir.
What day is that?
That'd been the following day on the 3rd.
And do you remember, you said you're a constable. Let me ask you a couple of questions about that. Is a constable a licensed police officer?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to being a constable, do you have access to the sheriff, the dispatch? How do you communicate in Wise County?
Well, I have a police radio in my vehicle. I don't personally use it that much. Old school guy, but I communicate primarily by phone with them, but I do have the ability to use the county radio system.
And in that communication, do you remember when you became aware that Athena Strand had gone missing?
I'm sorry.
Your Honor, relevance to the incident that we're talking about today?
Sustained.
When Athena Strand went missing, did you participate in search?
Yes.
And how so?
That evening, I participated by going out and checking my property. I'm on 10 acres. So I went and checked around my fence lines, and I checked my stock tank and in that immediate area that evening.
So backing up, you said that Tanner Warren had delivered a package at 5:45 the day before. Is that right? Okay. And let me ask you, at your home, back in 22, who all lived at your home back in 2022?
It would have been myself, my wife, and my 2 daughters.
Now, let me ask you, we don't have to give their names here, but how old were your 2 daughters in November of 2022, if you remember?
My youngest would have been 7, and my oldest would have been, well, she had just had a birthday, so she had just turned 10.
So I'm gonna make sure this is you, your wife, 2 girls, 7 and 10.
Yes, sir.
And were they all present when Tanner Warren arrived at your location on the 29th?
Yes, we were all on the property.
All right. And with regard to that, how did you become aware that he was there on the property?
My oldest daughter had come in to let me and my wife know that we had a delivery there. They were both out in the yard.
And so that's the setup I was gonna ask you about. Now, who was where when Tanner Warren drove up?
Yes, sir. My 2 daughters were out playing out in the front yard. We have a swing in the circle drive, so they were out playing out front, and me and my wife were in the house in the living room.
And other than delivering a package, anything else out of the ordinary go on that particular day?
Not necessarily out of the ordinary. It was just, little idle chit chat, small talk while he unloaded a keyboard that was being used.
Let me show you previously. Exhibits 289 and 290. Let me just ask you a couple of questions. You didn't take these pictures, did you?
No, sir.
Are these screenshots?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me just ask you, do you recognize any portions on these particular screenshots?
Yes, sir.
And just to give us an idea, what do you recognize on the screenshot?
So I recognize it shows a partial picture of the front of my house. in the front door. It shows my wife's car parked on the carport attached to the house. And this picture shows an image of my youngest daughter.
And then what about, that's page 289, what about 290?
Thank you, I apologize, I left my cheaters in the truck. This one, in addition to the car, the front door, this one is gonna show, looks like my youngest daughter at the back of the FedEx van, as well as me coming out of the front door.
Okay. And then on 288, is that generally the same as you see here in 289 and 90?
Yes, sir. Minus this one, I do not see me coming out the front door, and it appears that the van door is closed.
All right. And do these actively represent your home and those things around your home on or about that date of November 29, 2022?
Yes.
Definitely.
Thank you, sir.
We'd offer states 288, 289, and 290.
Any objections other than those previously brought to my attention?
No objections.
Right, states, exhibits 288, 289, and 290 are admitted. Cross-examination.
Can we break around?
Yes.
All right, we have a little bit of room, but not much. We will see what they are going to do. They are having a sidebar right now. Looks like the jury is stepping out. Okay, we have gotten the only sprinkler. So let's take a pause with this one and we will get back over into the courtroom with Demorris Hunter. Here we go.
Yes.
And are you satisfied with the decisions that have been made with regard to not calling those witnesses?
No, I'm not satisfied, but I understand.
All right, tell me why you're not satisfied.
I'm not satisfied by a whole lot of stuff. We need to move forward.
All right.
We need to move forward.
Do you understand the reasons that the attorneys have strategically decided not to call the witnesses?
Some points.
All right, and do you disagree with other points?
We're gonna move forward, so I'm not gonna hold your court process up on what's going on in court right now. I know things is not as I'm perceiving, as I see it. It's realities in front of me right now, but yeah, okay, we're gonna move forward.
All right, good enough. They're still filling out the lunch order form, so as soon as they're done with that, we will begin with closing arguments, and I believe the state gets one shot, the defense gets one shot, and then I read the instructions.
Yes, Your Honor. That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I just have a question. Let me use the phone number.
Jury's entering.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the state and the defense have now rested their penalty phase cases. The attorneys will now present their closing arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They're intended to aid you in understanding the case. Mr. Buxton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't start my closing argument by telling you good morning, because it's never a good morning when the state of Florida has to stand in front of a jury and ask that jury to recommend a sentence of death on a fellow citizen for a crime he committed. But that's exactly what I'm going to be asking you to do. Sometimes people are required to make hard choices, and though the choice is hard, it is the correct one. And that decision and that choice should be made based on the facts and law of the case, circumstances surrounding the case. The facts and law are what dictate justice. It is those things that make our justice system work, and that's what makes the justice system uniform and not the product of one person's whim or emotion. But rather, justice is the product of a careful analysis of facts and circumstances and how those facts and circumstances fit into the laws that we have all agreed to live by. You heard some people in jury selection say, look, I don't care what the evidence says. Me personally, I cannot vote for the death penalty. And that's okay. I respect those people's honesty and their integrity, because if they hid that information from the parties, this system would not have been fair. This trial would not have been fair. Each of you swore that if you felt the aggravating factors outweighed the mitigating circumstances, and you felt that that penalty was appropriate, that you could in fact vote for the death penalty. We are asking you as the state of Florida to do just that, because the facts and the circumstances and the law support the death penalty as the appropriate sentence in this case. The easiest decision might be to go back in the deliberation room after we're all done and say, look, let's just give this guy life and go home. But ask yourself, is that justice based on the facts and circumstances of this case? Is that justice based on what the defendant did to Theresa Green? Is that justice considering the defendant has already been convicted of another first-degree premeditated murder? As I said, sometimes the right decision is not the easy one. The instructions that the judge is going to read to you in a few minutes, and you've heard very similar instructions when we were doing jury selection, but they're going to give you a detailed process that allows you to go step by step using the evidence, reason, and logic to reach your conclusion. I expect the defense will tell you this several times, and while it is true that your decision as to the proper sentence in this case is an individual determination by each of you, I don't want anybody to think that that means you're not supposed to go back to the deliberation room and actually deliberate. The law requires you to talk and deliberate and discuss the evidence with each other. Our jury system is so wonderful because we bring people from different backgrounds, different upbringings, different lives, different things that you experience throughout your life, and we put you together to talk about and resolve important matters. And it is that discussion and that exchange of ideas and opinions and interpretations of the evidence that makes the ultimate decision well-reasoned and well-informed. It's the willingness to listen with an open mind to other people's opinions and interpretations of things that you may not have thought of that makes the decision well-reasoned and well-informed. So I ask that when you go back to the deliberation room, that you discuss the facts and circumstances of the case. Discuss the aggravating factors that you've heard and the mitigating circumstances. Talk about it amongst yourselves. And after each person has had a chance to discuss their opinions and tell each other what you think, only then take a vote and start marking up the verdict forms. That process is what makes the ultimate decision in this case well-reasoned and fully informed. I want to talk to you a little bit about the mitigation that's been presented to you over the past couple of days. And much of that testimony is about the defendant's background, his upbringing when he was a young man. Anytime somebody commits a crime or multiple crimes, it not only affects the defendant and the defendant's family, the victim's family, but also those people who knew the defendant. And these witnesses presented by the defense have come in not because of their choice, because of that man's choices. Listening to their testimony over the past several days, it sometimes may become easy to put in the back burner or forget about what really brings us here, and that is the murder, the heinous, atrocious, cruel murder that this man committed on Theresa Green. That's why we're here. I ask each of you in jury selection to promise me that you would and could meaningfully consider any and all mitigating evidence presented to you. And you all said you would. And I asked you to do that. I asked you again to go back, discuss the mitigation, talk about it, reflect on it, meaningfully consider it. But I submit to you that when you do that, the mitigating evidence that has been presented to you deserves no weight. The defense's mitigation consists primarily of friends and family members of the defendant, some who have had really no contact or limited contact with the defendant for over 40 years, coming in and telling you when they knew him, the person they knew years ago, he was a good guy. Those people seem like very nice people. There's no question about that. I mean, you heard from Sherman Alexander this morning, 3 foster kids, 2 of his own children. He's doing well in life. And some of those witnesses, especially the Longs yesterday, it was difficult to listen because they became teary-eyed. They became upset because their loved one, no one wants to see their loved one in this position. But again, they are not here because of your choice or their choice. They're here because of Mr. Hunter's choices. Not only his decision to murder Theresa Green, but his decisions that he's made throughout his life to hurt other people as well. Some people that you heard, some of the mitigation witnesses you heard, knew him 40 years ago and had limited conversations with him, limited interactions, if any interaction. When he was over at the Alexander's house as a kid, you heard that he was respectful. He acted right. He followed the rules. So we know he can follow the rules. He can be respectful. He can do what people do if he chooses to do so. Sherman Alexander was raised in the same neighborhood as the defendant. Sherman Alexander has no felony convictions. Sherman Alexander hasn't killed 3 people. Sherman Alexander was raised in a similar household. He said, look, his parents, the defendant's parents, were similar to my parents. Sherman Alexander still supports his friend. He is a true friend, and regardless of what the defendant has done in his past and done in this case, Sherman Alexander still supports him like a friend probably should. Some people said the defendant, when he was young, was nice, was funny, was respectful. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, being nice does not mean that a life sentence is appropriate. Being nice when he was a teenager to an elder does not mean that a life sentence is appropriate in this case. I believe one of the Longs said yesterday that he took care of his daughter, that she watched the child when the defendant went and got Pampers. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, that's what a parent does. That's what every parent should do and is legally obligated to do. Because the defendant did what a parent should do for his own child does not mean a life sentence in this case is appropriate. It is interesting that I don't think any witness knew about the defendant's prior violent criminal history. They may have known he was in prison and he did something bad, but none of them knew any of the details. The person they may have known 40 years ago is clearly not the man that this man has become. They clearly did not know the true side of the defendant, the violent side, the side that time and time and time again chose to hurt people. They knew the person that the defendant chose to show them. They knew the person that the defendant was as a child. Alfred Costa testified yesterday that the defendant came and lived with him in Houston, lived with his house, and then he moved into Alfred Costa's grandmother's house. Mr. Costa didn't know that the reason he went to Houston was because he was fleeing because he murdered Aurora Huntley in California and then murdered Theresa Green here in Orlando. Mr. Costa did not know that the defendant was a fugitive of justice from 2 murders. The witness's knowledge and impressions of the defendant are at best incomplete. Ask yourself, how much weight do you give their testimony and their opinions and their impressions of the defendant, especially when they're based on their impressions really about 40 years ago, especially when their opinions and their impressions are based on half the story, not the story of the defendant's criminal acts. Simply because there are some people in the defendant's life who, again, based on decade-old impressions, say they love him, does not mean the death penalty is not warranted in this case. Everyone can find somebody in their past to come in and say, when I knew him, he was a great guy, I love him. That doesn't mean the death penalty is not the appropriate punishment here. The witnesses that have testified didn't know the details of his prior crimes. They didn't know the details about how he killed 2 people before killing Theresa Green and how he hurt 3 others by shooting them. They didn't know about the pain that he has caused other families because of his choices and his decisions. If they did, you think they would have said the same thing about the defendant. I think their impressions may be different. There's no doubt the defendant has people who love him, but it is also clear that the defendant's history of choices that he has made not only hurt his own family members, but also the friends and family members of the people that he has hurt, like the others, like Octavius Hayes, the son of Theresa Green. I stress in jury selection, please go back and consider this mitigation. Please do. After you do it, I submit to you that the mitigation presented by the defense and the opinions of these friends and family members, many of whom are really uninformed about the defendant's true character, should be given no weight at all. I want to shift gears and talk about the aggravating factors that the state has presented. Like we talked about in jury selection, and like the judge will read you, aggravating factors are factors that increase the gravity of the crime or the harm to the victim. They are factors that make this first-degree murder of Theresa Green more egregious than other first-degree murders. The state only has to prove one aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt to for the death penalty to be an appropriate sentence. Here the state is presented two. Your first decision is going to be to determine if the state has proven those aggravating factors to you beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that the state has proven an aggravating factor, that factor then goes on your weighing scales to determine what the proper punishment should be. First aggravating factor the state has presented to you is that the murder of Theresa Green was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. And this addresses from the victim's perspective, from Theresa Green's perspective. And notice the word or. Mr. Hernley told you in an opening statement that it is not and. The state doesn't have to prove that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. It's or. So if the state has proven any of those three modifiers, then that has been proven. I submit to you the evidence in this case has proven all three. This aggravating factor, again, focuses on the victim's perspective, how she was feeling, the pain and suffering that she endured before she eventually died. The judge will tell you that heinous means extremely wicked or shockingly. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. Kind of crime intended to be included as especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel is one accompanied by additional acts that show that the crime was conscienceless, pitiless, and was unnecessarily torturous to Theresa Green. For this aggravating factor to apply, the state has to prove that the victim at the time that she was being killed was conscious. Because if she was unconscious, she would not be aware of what was happening to her. She wouldn't be experiencing any kind of pain and suffering because she's unconscious. So what evidence do we have to show that Ms. Green was in fact conscious at the time the defendant was murdering her, was strangling her? Obviously, and I expect the defense may point this out, there was no witness who came in here and said, look, I was there, I saw the defendant strangling her, and the victim was aware he was conscious. Why? Because people don't strangle other people in front of witnesses. That's why you have to look at the facts and look at the circumstances about, as far as the case, and the circumstances surrounding how this murder occurred. So how do we know she was conscious at the time she was being strangled? Well, we know from both medical examiners, both Dr. Arden and Dr. Utz. Remember, Dr. Arden was the defense, the medical examiner of the defense called. Dr. Utz was the medical examiner of the state called. Both of them said that in their review of the autopsy documents and records, they saw no evidence whatsoever of any kind of a skull fracture, no evidence of brain trauma, a brain bleed, anything like that. Nothing to indicate or to suggest or that would cause her to fall into unconsciousness like you would if you fractured your skull. The autopsy would have showed that, and there was no evidence of that. So there's no indication or no reason to think that she was not conscious. The blood alcohol level was about a 0.28. Again, we know from the testimony of the medical examiners that that number is likely artificially inflated. Why? Because she was undergoing decomposition. And during the decomposition process, we know that the bacteria in the body cause fermentation and cause alcohol to be produced. How much? We don't know. That is undetermined. But witnesses said she was impaired. But keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, when her and the defendant tumbled down those stairs that night in that hallway, testimony of three witnesses, Joseph Butler, Joyce Butler, Lisa Moore, all told you when she got to the bottom of the stairs, she stood up and she walked up that flight of stairs, step by step. No one had said that they had to carry her or she was so impaired or so out of it they had to pick her up and drag her up the stairs. She walked up there on her own. So ask yourself, how truly impaired was she? And I submit to you that even if she was impaired, when the defendant has his hands wrapped around her neck, that fear, that adrenaline is going to take over. That basic animal instinct of flight or fight is going to take over. She's going to be fully aware of what happened. We also presented to you some physical evidence to show that she was conscious when she walked into that apartment with Demorris Hunter. You heard about the watch that was found. The watch with the defendant's DNA was found on the ground. Octavius Hayes picked it up and put it in the bathroom counter. You heard that watch was broken. If she would have walked into that apartment, fallen onto the bed, into unconsciousness, why would that watch be broken? We know that the band wasn't broken when she fell down the stairs because it was still on her wrist and ended up being in her apartment. No one said they saw her pick up this broken watch, broken inside the house. That is indicative of a struggle. That is indicative of Ms. Green being conscious and being aware during a struggle. We also have evidence of that hole in the wall that Octavia said wasn't there earlier. Again, that is evidence of a confrontation or an altercation inside that apartment after they entered that apartment. If she would have walked into that apartment, fell onto the mattress, fell into unconsciousness, why would we have a hole in the wall? The hole in the wall is because there was an altercation, which showed she was aware and conscious. There could be an argument, maybe she walked in there and she was so drunk she fell into the wall and caused that hole to happen. Well, if that were the case, and that's all that we have, don't you think the defendant would have maybe called 911 or called for help if she was that off and fell into the wall? We know that didn't happen. And to believe that happened, you have to ignore all of the evidence of the strangulation, the hemorrhage, and the highway road that we've all heard so much about. The evidence on her neck. Which brings me to the physical evidence on her body. The injuries to her neck show that she was conscious during the strangulation process. She was conscious when the defendant had his hands wrapped around her neck and was squeezing the life out of her. Dr. Utz, the defense I'm sure will point this out to you as well. Dr. Utz said, look, I can't tell you with any possible doubt whatsoever that those are fingernail marks, but they sure look like fingernail marks to me. And you have to, again, look at the facts and the circumstances surrounding this case to determine what causes those marks. When you do that, the only reasonable interpretation is these marks were caused by fingernails. Look where they are. They're in the exact place where they would be on her neck if he has his hands around her neck, squeezing. Can we tell you, can Dr. Utz tell you, are those fingernail marks from the defendant or from the victim? We don't know. But in either scenario, the presence of those marks and how they appear show that she was conscious and she was aware of what was happening when she was being strangled by that man. They're not just 4 marks in a row, 4 simple marks. If she was unconscious and the defendant decided to then strangle her to death, if she's conscious, she's not resisting. If she's unconscious, you squeeze, you hold, you squeeze until she's dead. Here, we see chaotic pattern of marks. We see multiple marks in different locations. What does that indicate? It indicates that he is squeezing and releasing and squeezing and releasing and moving his grip around to cause these additional marks. Why? Because she's conscious, because she's aware, and because she's fighting and struggling and thrashing. If they're from the defendant's fingernails, that is why there are so many different marks in different locations, because he's repositioning as she's struggling and squeezing. If these marks were from the victim's fingernails, well, we clearly then, it's obvious that she would be aware and conscious, because what she would be doing is reaching around her neck, trying to fit her fingers between his hands and his fingers around her neck, to try to pull his hands off of her neck, to try to stop the strangulation from happening. And in that process, she is causing those marks on her own neck. You saw they're on both sides. She's trying her best to pull his hands away from her neck over and over again until she's no longer able. That's why there are multiple sets of marks like that. So regardless of whether these marks are caused by the defendant's nails or the victim's nails, both scenarios show that the victim, Ms. Green, was aware, was conscious, and was fighting. Fighting to survive. Because we know she was fighting to survive and struggling, we know she was aware, we know she was conscious, we know she was understanding what was happening to her. She was aware that the defendant, her boyfriend, is somebody she supposedly cared about, was wrapping his fingers around her neck, around her throat, and squeezing. That fear would have been unbearable. Second by second, minute by minute, she's looking straight at the face, straight in the eyes of that man, as he's putting that pressure and squeezing the life out of her. Eventually, she would start to drift in and out of consciousness, and she would still fight and thrash and struggle. And as she would loosen, the defendant would loosen his grip because she's struggling and fighting. That blood would go back into her brain to cause her to remain conscious and remain aware. Common sense tells you during that process, she would have panicked. As she struggles and manages to loosen his grip, that terror would be starting to set in. And eventually she is going to realize that she is going to die. She struggles until she can't struggle anymore. She can no longer thrash. She can no longer fight. Only then does she thankfully drift into unconsciousness. Only then does her awareness of this horror end. Only then does her pain and does her suffering and does her sheer terror stop. And as the defendant continues to strangle her, only then does she die. Miss Green wasn't shot in the head. Miss Green didn't have an immediate death or an instantaneous death. Her pain and her suffering, her mental anguish and her terror was prolonged and it was drawn out. There is no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, that this murder was conscienceless and pitiless. There is no doubt that this murder was unnecessarily torturous to Theresa Green. This murder was heinous, atrocious, and cruel under any set of definitions. Why does this aggravator deserve great weight? Because this aggravator goes to the sanctity of life itself. No human being should have to endure the suffering that Theresa Green did at the hands of that man. This aggravating factor alone outweighs any mitigation that is presented to you. But the state has presented more. The state has also presented a second aggravating factor. That the defendant was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Why is this aggravating factor so weak? First, it shows that the murder of Theresa Green was not an isolated incident. Sometimes people act harshly. Sometimes people use bad judgment, make bad decisions. Sometimes people do things as a result of an isolated incident. When a person has prior convictions for violent crimes, that's not the case. When a person has convictions for felonies that involve the use or threat of violence to another, for felonies that inflict both physical and mental harm upon other people, it becomes obvious that violence is in that person's nature. That's the case with the defendant. Violence is part of who he is. He's demonstrated that for a long time. He's demonstrated that since about 1985, at least, when he was 19 years old. That violence has progressed, as shown by the different convictions that he has acquired over the years, and how the severity of those crimes that he has committed has gotten worse and worse. You heard from Assistant District Attorney John Brillhart. You also saw some documents introduced by the state showing the records and the documents of his prior criminal convictions, all from the ones in 1985, as well as the one in 2002, for which John Brillhart was the actual trial lawyer that prosecuted the defendant, where he was found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. The violent crimes that the defendant has committed in his life were not committed all in one day against one person. This is not a situation where he had a one-time lapse of judgment and racked up a bunch of felony convictions in one fell swoop. His violent crimes were committed mostly on different days, in different ways, in different events, and on different victims. You heard from John Brillhart, who explained the documents proving the prior convictions, and they are in evidence. I know they were relatively small, they're probably difficult to see, but they are in evidence. And he explained to you the nature of his prior convictions, both from 1985 and regarding the first-degree murder of Laura Huntley that happened in 2002. He explained to you the unique PFN, or personal file number, to make sure that we know that these convictions all relate to that man. Mr. Grobhart, remember, also identified the defendant as the person that he prosecuted for the 2002 murder of Athena Strand. You also heard from a fingerprint analyst from Orlando Police Department who compared his known prints, the defendant's known prints, to the fingerprints taken of the person who was arrested in California when he was brought back in 2003. They're the same person. So there's no question, I don't expect there to be any dispute, that all these prior convictions that have been introduced are the result of his actions, this defendant's actions. The defendant's decision and choice to begin committing violent crimes began around 1985. And you heard that on January 6th of 1985, the defendant was convicted. This is when the offense happened, but he was later convicted of voluntary manslaughter with a firearm on victim Cesar Guzman. In that same event, on that same day, he was convicted of assault with a firearm with victim Jorge Hernandez because he pointed the gun at Jorge Hernandez with the apparent immediate ability to carry out that threat. Moving on to the next month, in February 4th of 1985, the defendant shot Adolphus Williams with a sawed-off shotgun, and he was eventually convicted of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm causing great bodily harm. 10 days later is when the defendant then shot Eric Wright. He was convicted of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm, again, causing great bodily harm to Eric Wright. And then, March 29th of 2002, the defendant shot and killed Aurora Huntley. He was convicted of first-degree premeditated murder, just like the murder of Theresa Green. After he commits the crime against Aurora Huntley and murders her, he then flees to Orlando, where he makes contact with Theresa Green and starts up a relationship with her. And now we know why the defendant was using a fake name when he was here. We know why he was going by Mike, because he was running from the police in California because he killed Aurora Huntley there. Less than 2 months after murdering Aurora Huntley, he comes to Orlando and murders Theresa Green. He then flees to Houston, where he is arrested, and then he is brought to California to answer for the charges regarding Aurora Huntley. He is convicted of first-degree premeditated murder there. Then he is brought here to Orlando, Florida, to face the charges that he had here. The defendant has been convicted of not 1, not 2, but 5 prior felonies. And ultimately, the defendant has killed 3 people and tried to kill 2 others by shooting. When you consider whether the defendant deserves life in prison, whether you consider if he deserves leniency or mercy, consider his lifetime of violent criminal behavior in the people that he has hurt and killed. This aggravating factor deserves great weight, and it alone also vastly outweighs any mitigating circumstances that have been presented to you. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, when you place the mitigating evidence that is presented to you on a scale, and then you place the aggravating factors on that scale, your scale's tilt far towards the death penalty, because the aggravating factors vastly outweigh any mitigating evidence presented to you. Once you make that determination that the aggravating factors, in fact, do outweigh the mitigating circumstances, the next step in your process, according to the instructions the judge is going to read to you, is to determine what is the proper punishment. I expect the defense will tell you several times that the law never compels or requires you to vote for the death penalty. I told you that. Jury selection, that's a given. But what you do know is there are about 9 pages of instructions that you either have been given or are going to be given, and the judge is going to read to you, that will walk you through and guide your decision-making process. After listening to the evidence and determining that there are very weighty and sufficient aggravating factors, and those aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances, that logical and reasoned moral judgment should be that a life sentence is not warranted in this case. This is an emotional decision, ladies and gentlemen, but I submit to you that the law is most fair, the process is most fair, the integrity of the judicial system is most fair when your decision is reached based on reason, logic, and a logical method applied in your decision-making process. This decision is a very difficult one, ladies and gentlemen, and it should be. But as I said earlier, sometimes the hard decision is the right one. Each of you in jury selection swore that if you felt the aggravating factors outweighed the mitigating circumstances and you felt the death penalty was appropriate, that you could vote for it. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate responsibility in this case sits right there with Mr. Hunter. He is responsible for the choices that he has made in his life. He is responsible for his decision to strangle Theresa Green to death. He is responsible for the decision to commit murder, and he is responsible for causing pain and suffering and death to people in his past. He's responsible for where he sits right now. How many families does the defendant have to destroy before the death penalty is appropriate? How much pain and suffering does the defendant have to cause before the death penalty is appropriate? How many people does he have to kill before we say, enough is enough? Thank you.
Mr. Song.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is the most solemn phase of any proceeding in our system of justice. You've already carried out your duty determining the guilt of our client in this case. And now the law asks you something even more difficult to do. Decide whether or not to recommend whether a human being should live or die. This is not a decision about what happened, it's a decision about what should happen next. In Florida, the law is clear. Before you can recommend death, the state must prove the aggravating factors are so weighty and so compelling that they outweigh all mitigation, and that death is the appropriate and just punishment. If even one of you, after careful consideration, believes that life is appropriate sentence, then your voice matters. Your oath matters. Let's talk for just a second about the aggravating factors that Mr. Buxman just talked to you about in closing argument. And we're going to rely on some of the evidence that was talked about in the guilt phase, obviously, in this case. But I'm going to address the second factor, the heinous, or the first one that he talked about, which I think was the second one that they put on evidence about. But with regard to heinous, atrocious, and cruel. We believe that you will be provided jury instructions. So between the two areas that I've marked on this page, that talk about first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Heinous means extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of or the suffering of others. Leave this here for just a second while. The state has argued that the killing was heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Those are powerful words. Words meant to evoke something beyond the already terrible reality of a homicide. But not every tragic death meets that legal standard. The law requires something more. The law requires that heinous be extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious be outrageously wicked or vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to, or even the enjoyment or suffering of others. Well, the state would have you believe the worst possible story. In the guilt phase of this case, you weren't asked to determine whether the factors that went into how this first degree murder happened. You were presented evidence, and the state has put together their version of the worst possible story. They would have you believe that there was this drunken party and that Mr. Hunter and Miss Green went back into the apartment and had a fight or had a struggle, which is that there's utterly zero evidence with regard to any of that. There's zero evidence with regard to how the hole got into the wall. You may have heard a lawyer argue at one point, I think Mr. Nunnerly may have argued that that may have been a shoulder in some sort of fight or dispute or disagreement with Mr. Hunter. If you look at the height of that hole, the height of that hole is specific to where the bathroom door catch is. There are photographs that are placed into evidence that suggest that it starts at about 24 inches off of the bottom of the ground and goes to about 36 inches off the ground, which is right about where the door handle catches into the bathroom, which is right about the same level as somebody's bottom or backside, right? It's not the height of the shoulder. Miss Green was 5'5" tall, which is over 60 inches. If you discount the height of her head, which is another foot, then you're talking about to be shoulder height to be pushed into the wall would have to have been somewhere between 45 inches and 55 inches high up onto the wall. There's no evidence that Theresa Green was ever pushed into that wall. There's no evidence that Mr. Hunter was pushed into that wall. There's no evidence that Mr. Hunter was in the apartment in the first place, with the exception of his DNA on the blood on the watch. Now, what's more likely, using your common sense, did the watch get broken when Theresa Green fell and tumbled down 14 steps from the top to the bottom? Or during some fictitious argument for which there is no evidence that a watch was broken during an argument? It makes no sense. It defies common sense. So this version of stringing together a hole in the wall and a broken watch, there's absolutely no evidence with regard to any of the state's theory about heinous, atrocious, or cruel. You heard or saw the medical examiners, both Dr. Utz and Dr. Arden, testify with regard to the photographs that were shown. Both agree that there is some sort of hematoma or bruise on the back of her neck. Again, what's more likely that hematoma or bruise occurred during a fall and a tumble down 14 steps? They both indicated that they did not believe that had anything to do with strangulation or evidence of strangulation. Once again, there's no evidence of Mr. Hunter's DNA or fingerprints on the body. There's no evidence of Mr. Hunter's DNA underneath Miss Green's fingernails. There's no evidence of her own DNA underneath her fingernails, meaning that whatever the state's version of the scratch marks, and there were numerous of them, far more than 4 fingers. Does someone have 10 fingers on a hand that would cause that? Or is it more likely that scratching that took place there was a result of a tumble or a fall down 14 stairs over carpet, over concrete, to the bottom landing? Or, as Dr. Arden testified, he believed that was evidence of slippage, the skin slippage, because of the way that the body was placed into the trunk and the pressure, as you see the photographs of her face having caught some of the slippage of the skin in that location, that also occurred on that side or that portion of the neck. And Dr. Arden testified that he did not believe that any of the other evidence in the surrounding areas would support evidence of strangulation. Dr. Utz agreed that it could have been from a fabric, could have been from some other abrasion, but that but it was his ultimate opinion that he believed that there was evidence of strangulation. We don't believe that there's any evidence of heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Going back to Ms. Green's blood alcohol level, it's very important to understand that at a 0.288, there was testimony by Dr. Arden, I believe Dr. Utz may have agreed with this, that the fermentation process that may have taken place doesn't always take place, and they actually have no evidence of it taking place in this case. But that could attribute an additional 0.08 to someone's blood alcohol level. So at the 0.288, we're talking about going to this is math, sorry, but into the tenths, right? The sort of second digit after the decimal place, that 0.08 could have been added. So if you subtracted that out, her blood alcohol still would have been a 0.20, which would have been more than double the legal limit to drive. She clearly was intoxicated. She was clearly intoxicated based on what Mr. Butler testified to. Her drinking, she was drinking Captain Morgan's, and she had been drinking, she drank a whole bottle. Her behavior would suggest that she had been drinking and that she was intoxicated. She slapped Mr. Butler on the way out. She got into an argument. She tumbled down the stairs. All of that is evidence of intoxication. The medical examiners cannot tell you how long it took Ms. Green to die by strangulation. Dr. Utz and Dr. Arden said it could take seconds, it could take minutes. They don't know. And there's no evidence in this case of how long it took her to pass away. We would suggest that there's no evidence that the state has not proved beyond a reasonable doubt the evidence of heinous, atrocious, and cruel. All death is sad, and all death is terrible. But all death is not heinous, atrocious, and cruel. In jury selection, we talked about a sort of special subset of all first-degree premeditated murders, right? Killing an innocent person by an individual, not because they were crazy or self-defense or any of those reasons. And there was a reason that we asked you those questions, right? And all of you swore that you could follow the law and follow your oath as jurors, and that you would agree that, as the state mentioned in their closing argument, that if you got the opportunity or you believe that the aggravating factors outweighed the mitigating factors, and after careful consideration, even knowing that you don't ever have to come back with a verdict in favor of death, that you could. So the possibility that you could do that. You also swore the same to us, or talked about being able to do that as well. So that if the aggravators, even if the aggravators outweighed the mitigators, you still could consider all of the mitigators and give it meaningful consideration, and you still could come back with a life firm. So we all stand before you on even footing, asking you to take a look at the actual evidence, not a narrative spun by the state to make Mr. Hunter look like a monster. This is not about trying to demonize an individual so it makes it easier to kill him. This is about looking at the actual evidence in this case and trying to reach a determination about whether or not Ms. Green died in a way that was heinous, atrocious, and cruel. We do not believe that the state has proved that based on all of the actual evidence in this case. Let's talk about the second factor. The second factor was Mr. Hunter's past. These judgments and sentences. And the state argued to you that he's been convicted of 5 prior violent felonies, and that 3 people have been But he showed you in that 4 of those 5 circumstances all took place in 1985. January, February, March of 1985. Mr. Hunter was 18 years old in Oakland, California at the time all of those incidents took place. By the way, all those incidents took place with a firearm. Even the later murder in 2002 took place with a firearm. And obviously, in this case, we're not talking about a firearm. So there's no similarities, there's no consistency of that. Mr. Hunter's not a monster who goes around shooting people randomly. We don't know what the facts, obviously, of the 1985 case are specifically. We did not hear any evidence from Assistant District Attorney Bruhard that Mr. Hunter was in a gang. He was a gang prosecutor in Alameda County for a long time. He would have provided that information if that were relevant or pertinent. So we don't know what those circumstances are when he was 18 years old and got himself in a series of trouble in those months in 1985. You can hear a little bit more about the circumstances in 2002 involving the friend of his wife that was shot under those circumstances. But I ask you, why are we judging an individual by the worst 4 or 5 days of his life, as opposed to what we tried to attempt to do in the penalty phase, which is to present individuals from Mr. Hunter's past who know him. They know him on the mundane days, the 7th grade days, the 9th grade days, the 10th grade days, the after high school days, when he has a child and a baby in this world. All of those days, if you look at the Alexanders who lived in New Mexico, if you look at his best friend Sherman Alexander, if you look at the Long sisters who he went to school with and how he knew them afterwards, they've known Mr. Hunter for years collectively. And we tried to present a side to him to show you that he's not a monster. The state's trying to say he is. And we're trying to say that the people that know him best for all of this time, that they're saying he's not. That's not how he is. He cared very much for the Longs and took care of them when he went to school with them. He made sure that they went to school, that they did their homework, that they got lunches when they couldn't afford it. He took care of their mother. He was respectful. He was respectful to the Alexanders. He came over to their house. He rode bikes and mini bikes and dirt bikes and things like that with his friend Sherman. And he was, for all intents and purposes, a normal kid growing up in Oakland, California. And then in the 80s, things get violent in Oakland. Things take a turn for the worse. The state would have you believe that just because Sherman came out of it without a felony conviction, that he's somehow a successful product of Oakland, California. We would argue to you that Sherman had been shot during his youth in Oakland, and maybe that had some impact on what happened in 1985 with Mr. Hunter in terms of the violence that was taking place in California. And maybe that had an impact on him. Remember, at the end of this case, your decision is going to be between a recommendation of life without the possibility of parole and a death sentence. And what we're trying to say is that, according to the law, life without the possibility of parole is a valid decision and a valid sentence that punishes Mr. Hunter for his actions in this case. He's not a monster. He's not a monster that needs to be put down. You don't need to light torches and create pitchforks, sharpen our pitchforks, because the penalty is going to be appropriate either way. But what we're trying to argue is that there is this other side to him, a human side to him, a friend, a person who cared about the people in his life. You also heard from the Butlers and Lisa Moore and even Octavius Hayes that up until this incident, they never witnessed Mr. Hunter ever be violent or aggressive or angry in any way, shape, or form towards Ms. Green. So Mr. Hunter isn't. And so when you have to make the decision as to how much weight to give to the aggravators versus the mitigation in this case, I would argue to you that judging a man by his 2 worst days, and I'm going to lump those 4 events from January to March as one series of events. But basically, we're talking about two days of his life. 4 days if you actually count them individually. But weighing that against a lifetime of being a good friend, a good son, a good father to his child who he's never seen outside the walls of a prison, still maintains a relationship with her, still corresponds with her, corresponds with his granddaughter. So he is here. One of the things you're going to be asked to do after you make your determination about the state's aggravating factors and whether they've been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, again, it's the defense's position that they have not proved heinous, atrocious, or cruel beyond a reasonable doubt. Is you're going to then be asked about the mitigators. And the mitigating circumstances in this case that we believe the defense has showed you is that Demorris Hunter grew up in a violent neighborhood in Oakland, California, where he had to learn to protect himself and others. That Demorris Hunter was generous and kind to his friends and family. And that Demorris Hunter was protective of his friends and family and tried to keep them safe and out of trouble. That Demorris Hunter was respectful and obedient to his elders. Demorris Hunter was a loving and attentive father to his daughter, the relationship that they have. Demorris Hunter earned the love and affection of his friends and family who love him still. And the existence of any other factors in the defendant's background not mentioned above that would mitigate the imposition of a death penalty. Remember, mitigating circumstances can be anything we've said or done or emphasized, or anything at all, anything that you've heard that you believe is important. And ultimately, again, the state's going to, as the state talked about in their closing, they're going to ask you to weigh the aggravating factors and the mitigating circumstances. And I would argue to you that the mitigating circumstances, the evidence of his life, right, every day, all of those days, even the mundane stuff, who Demorris Hunter really is, clearly outweighs his worst day, the prior convictions. And again, even after this weighing process, regardless of the results of each juror's individual weighing process, even if you conclude the sufficient aggravators outweigh the mitigators, the law neither compels nor requires you recommend that the defendant should be sentenced to death. As we talked about in jury selection, each one of you gets to put on your little robes and make decisions about this case. And all of your decisions individually are important. We talked about how no one would bully someone out of their position and that others would try to protect people who were being bullied out of that. If one of you believes that life is the appropriate sentence, then that is your decision. And your decision and that decision is perfectly lawful pursuant to these instructions. Respect that moral process, respect your moral decision, respect others' moral decisions, and record that vote. A sentence of life imprisonment is not mercy without consequence. It is accountability. It is punishment. It means he'll spend the rest of his life in a prison cell and will never be free again. It protects society. It ensures that he will never harm anyone outside those walls. But it also leaves room for something else. The recognition that human beings are more than their worst thing that they've ever done. I know sometimes in closing arguments, I sit here and I think to myself, and I think you'll hear a jury, part of the jury instruction will say that if the lawyers have done anything, that you shouldn't hold it against our client. I heard my voice on the Alexander's video demos from New Mexico, and it drives me crazy whenever I hear my own voice on video. And so if you think that we have said or done something, either Mr. Marrero or myself, please don't hold it against Mr. Hunter, our client. Hold it against me, okay? But as lawyers, obviously we have jobs to do, and we advocate on behalf of our clients. Sometimes I think I struggle for the right words to say in closing arguments, that I try to be super convincing, the best possible version of myself. But I want to read to you some quotes from others that talk about death penalty cases. And I think it's important to hear perspective of others. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "Returning hate for hate multiplies hate, adding deeper darkness to the night already devoid of stars."
Yeah. The objection. The objection sustained.
The state needs 8 votes for death, but the law also requires the power of one conscience, one voice, one juror who says, "I've heard everything, I've weighed everything, and I cannot say death is the appropriate sentence." If you are that juror, if there is any hesitation, any doubt about whether death is just and necessary outcome, then the law does not ask you to set that aside. It asks you to honor it. This is not a decision you can undo. No second chance to reconsider. So I ask you to look at the evidence carefully, to weigh not just the aggravation, but the mitigation, to consider not just the crime, but the person, to recognize that even in the darkest circumstances, the law allows for life. And if after doing that, even one of you believes that the sentence of life is the right sentence, you must stand by that belief. Because in this moment, your judgment is not just permitted, it is required. Thank you.
All right, you guys, we have Texas versus Tanner Horner back in session. They have finished their closing arguments in the Demorris Hunter Penalty Phase. We will go back to that, kind of give us a little mental break from the closing arguments. So here we go. I'm going to get you guys back into the Texas court.
Okay, while we're waiting for the judge to come in, I have posted a poll for what you think the sentencing should be in the Demorris Hunter trial.
Mr. Huffman, during the break, you had a chance to review a video, and it was the interior of the truck during the stop, which you had just previously testified about. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, we have pre-admitted defense exhibit number 44, and we would like to publish that to the jury now.
Any objection, Mr. Stegman? No. Yeah, okay, defense exhibit 44 is admitted and you may publish to the jury.
And I'm going to stop right here for a moment. Now, Mr. Huffman, when Mr. Horner pulled into the driveway, the lights are on at the house. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there are cars in the driveway.
Yes.
So just looking at the house, there's an indication that somebody's actually home.
That's correct.
And there are dogs out in the front yard?
Yes.
Okay, and I believe you testified that your kids were out there playing?
Yes.
Oh, where was your wife at the time?
She was in the house with me.
I'd like to see on this, the one with the adult please, there's a, Christmas time precaution.
All right, so you can see the kids are playing in the back, and Mr. Horner still has his seatbelt fastened, does he not?
Yes.
He rolls down his window and he asks to speak to one of the adults, correct?
Yes.
And tells you that, or says that it's a Christmas time precaution, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
All right, so he stayed in the van until it appears that he had received some indication that it was okay to get out of the van, right?
What it looks like, yes.
Okay, I was making sure,
Now, Mr. Huffman, I'm going to stop for a moment. May I approach the screen, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Huffman, I have one question. Who is this in the white right here in the background? I assume this is your daughter right here.
That's one of my, that's my youngest daughter in the Ford, closer
And
one.
in the background, is that your wife?
To be honest, I can't tell from here.
Do you need to walk around and look at it?
I may have to.
You know what, I'll play it now, get us to a better spot. And the person in the background goes into the house.
Okay, that is my wife there,
So
in front of the door.
Okay, so when Mr. Horner arrived, your wife was outside as well.
Yes. We both came out.
When he got out of the truck, he told your wife or told people that were outside that, you know, it was a Christmas time precaution because he had accidentally spoiled a kid's Christmas the other day. Is that what he had said?
I believe that's the gist of it, yeah.
And all the time that he's sitting in the truck, your wife is still outside with the kids, right?
Yes.
Okay. So your wife goes into the house. And is that you that immediately came out of the house?
That is me.
Mr. Huffman, during this time that Mr. Horner is getting the package out and delivering it to the front, you didn't have any concerns for your safety, did you?
No,
You didn't have any concerns for the safety of your wife?
not that.
Didn't have any concerns for the safety of your children?
No.
In fact, Mr. Horner was behaving like your typical delivery driver, correct?
Well, I would say a little better than the prior one.
A little better than the prior
Yes.
delivery driver? But he was polite.
Yes.
And he was courteous, and he engaged in small talk with you and your family,
Right.
but nothing that would give you pause.
No, ma'am.
Nothing that would make you get on your dispatcher and call the sheriff.
No.
And nothing that would make you call dispatch.
No.
All right, so. And Mr. Horner had just stated that 115 stops today. Did you hear that?
I didn't catch it, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Mr. Horner did say that there were 115 stops that day, not too bad. And during this time period, you can see yourself walking back out of the house,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're walking towards the back of the truck,
Correct.
and Mr. Horner's putting on a seatbelt.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Mr. Huffman, the only other question I had about the package was the package clearly marked what the contents were?
I want to say it was, but I don't recall. It's been too long.
Okay. If it had been clearly marked and somebody just delivered it, you would agree with me that there was the possibility that if it had been a surprise, that surprise could have been spoiled?
If it had been, I think so, but it wasn't.
Your Honor, call the witness.
Redirect.
Within 24 hours of that video, Athena's been kidnapped and murdered, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, Ms. Anderson asked you if you felt the need to call the police or dispatch, and he was there 24 hours before. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, knowing what you know now, that 24 hours later, he kidnapped and murdered a child the same age as yours, would you still have that feeling with him being on your property at this time?
Well, no.
And what would you do in response?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Nothing further.
Redirect. Ms. Anderson.
Yes, but at the time, you didn't fear for your safety.
At the time, I did not.
You did not fear for the safety of your girls.
No.
You did not fear for the safety of anybody in your household.
No.
Nothing further.
Mr. Stanton.
Nothing wrong, thank you.
May this witness be used subject to any potential recall?
No objections.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Judge. All right, I hate to do this, but we've been working, so we need 10 minutes. All right, we'll call you back in just a few minutes.
All right, we do have a little room. So we are going to get right back into it.
Ms. Dool?
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kaylin Hagerman, Kailyn HA.
How old are you today?
I'm 29.
What is your date of birth?
November 8th, 1996.
Oh, please, can we focus?
June through August of 2013, where were you living?
Hazel, Texas.
Who were you living with?
My grandmother.
What was your childhood like at that time?
I was placed to live with my grandmother because I had a pretty troubled childhood.
Never mind. It's on purpose, you guys. Just know.
No, I was born due to the sexual assault of my mother in college.
In June through August of 2013, how old were you at that time?
16.
Were you going to school then?
Yes.
Where were you going to school?
Hazel, high school.
Do you see the person in the courtroom that you know to be Cameron?
Yes, I do.
Can you point to where he is located and identify an item of clothing he is wearing?
He was wearing a blue tie.
All right. Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant Cameron.
Record will so reflect.
When did you first meet Cameron?
It would have been around the end of 2012 to beginning of 2013.
How did you meet him?
I met him through someone I was dating that he was in a band with.
Do you recall what band this was?
I believe it was Recover the Lost at the time.
Was Cameron involved in several bands?
Yes.
Do you recall any names of the other bands?
Yes, Buried Alive and Commit and Conquer, Soundings, and I believe Sacred Sound.
I believe you said you knew him end of 2012, beginning of 2013.
Yes.
What type of relationship did you have with him at that time?
We were friendly. We were friends due to our mutual friend group and the person I was seeing.
Did you have conversations with him?
Yes,
And did you ever see him out?
yes.
What type of conversations did you have with the defendant?
We would mostly talk about music, anime, things going on in our relationships at the time.
How did you, back in January of 2013, how did you mostly speak to the defendant?
We were talking about mutual breakups that we were going through, him with an ex and mine with his friend who was my then ex.
Was that through Facebook messaging, social media?
It was through Facebook messaging.
And are you familiar with the defendant's Facebook account?
Yes, I am.
And do you recall about how when you started talking to the defendant on Facebook?
I want to say it was January of 2013.
Yeah, I have heard.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 292. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
And what is it?
this is a comment thread between Tanner and myself on Facebook.
And how do you know that that message belonged to Tanner?
It has his photo in the profile as well as his name.
Did you ever make plans with Tanner Horner using Facebook?
Yes,
And who showed up after you made those plans?
Tanner Horner.
All right, this time the state, Lynette, this is a very accurate depiction of that conversation.
Yes,
This time the state offers the evidence, State's Exhibit 292. No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 292 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 293. You spoke about anime earlier. What was the character that you and Mr. Horner spoke about the most?
Misa Misa from the anime Death Note.
And part of this conversation that just was admitted as State's Exhibit 292, is that who you were speaking about?
Yes,
And do you feel like this would aid the jury in understanding who we are speaking about?
yes,
And is this a representation of that character?
yes.
Around this time, the state offers the evidence, State's Exhibit 293. I would object to relevant, Chairman.
That objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 293 is admitted.
Now I'm going to show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 291. Have you had the opportunity to review this item prior to coming in here today?
Yes,
And can you tell me what these are?
these are Facebook messages between myself and Tanner Horner.
And are these a fair and accurate showing of your entire conversation that you still had in your possession
Yes,
at this time? And is that y'all's conversation?
yes.
And how do you recognize that that is your and Tanner Horner's conversation?
It is, it has Tanner's profile picture as well as his name.
Your Honor, at this time, the state option evidence states exhibit 291. No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 291 is admitted.
Judge. All right, we were talking about, one of the things that you had in common with, Tanner was anime.
Yes.
Can you, tell us more about anime and specifically the conversation that you're having with, about Lisa and Lisa?
In this conversation, I was cosplaying as that character for a local anime convention that was going on, and Tanner was commenting on my post asking who I was cosplaying as.
And who were you cosplaying as?
Misa Misa.
Can you publish, what's been admitted as State Exhibit 293? Show on the screen now, State's Exhibit 293. And what are we looking at?
This is Misa Misa from the anime Death Note.
Is this, I guess what you're referring to in the conversation, that was just admitted? It's in front of you, that Facebook message.
Yes.
And I'm gonna have you read those messages and tell us who is reading, tell us your part, this part, okay?
Yes. The first comment that Tanner made asked who I was cosplaying as. I responded, Misa Misa. Tanner said, I just creamed my panties. Tanner then said, I had to go to Walmart and buy a pair just so I could cream them. I responded, Tanner, you're a male. That's weird that you're wearing panties. Tanner then said, well, banana hammock, but still, them be manties, not panties. LOLs, JK, JK.
Other than, Misa, what other things did you and Tanner talk about?
At that time, a lot of it was just music related. We were both involved in the local music scene, going to shows, supporting the local bands.
Did Tanner want to know how old you were?
Yes.
And how did you know that?
I openly told him when his friend and I were dating, as his friend was aware as well.
Were you ever at the defendant's home?
Yes,
Do you recall who you lived with?
his grandmother and grandfather.
What did he ask you to tell her?
I needed to use the restroom.
Your Honor, it's a vague question.
Rephrase your question.
What did he ask you to tell her about your age?
Objection, Your Honor, it's still vague, it has not been identified who the parent is.
Rephrase your question.
You mentioned that that he was living with his grandma, correct?
Yes.
When you were at his grandma's house, what did Tanner Corner tell you to tell his grandma about your age?
If I was asked about my age, I was told to tell her I was 18 years old.
Gonna bring you to around June and July of 2013, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, what was your relationship with Tanner?
At that time, we had entered a dating relationship for the period of about 1 week.
And you were how old at that time?
16 years old,
How old was Tanner Corner?
22.
In June or July of 2013, what happened?
Tanner sexually assaulted me.
Was there another time Tina Horner sexually assaulted you?
Yes, August 11th of 2013.
And are you the same person that is a victim in 2 sexual assault and child cases?
Let me-
Objection, Your Honor, to the characterization.
Let me hear the question.
Are you the same person that is a victim in 2 sexual assault cases that are indicted and pending in Tarrant County?
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor, I would object to the characterization of victim. Only a jury can determine whether or not an offense has occurred. Until then, she's a complaining witness for the accuser.
Rephrase your question regarding victim.
Are you the same person that is the accuser in 2 sexual assault and a child cases that are indicted and pending in Tarrant County currently?
Yes, I am.
Who is the defendant in those cases?
Tanner Horner.
Is that the same person as you previously identified in court today and as the defendant in this case?
Yes.
In June, July 2013, when Tanner Horner sexually assaulted you, where were you at?
In his shed with behind his grandmother's house.
Why were you there that day?
We were hanging out and drinking and smoking.
When you say drinking,
We were drinking alcohol.
when you said smoking,
We were smoking marijuana.
you're still 16.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you purchase this alcohol?
No, I did not.
Who did?
Tanner Horner.
How much had you drank that day?
I don't remember exactly, but I know it was enough that I was not coherent.
Was there anyone else at his house that day?
I believe his grandmother was inside her home up the home in the front.
So what were you and Tanner Horner doing while you were drinking alcohol?
We were in his shed listening to music and talking.
Do you recall what time of day or night this was?
I believe it started in early afternoon and went on late into the night.
Were you planning on staying the night with him that night?
Yes, so my grandmother did not find out that I was out drinking.
I want you to tell the jury what happened.
That night, when I decided it was time to go to sleep, I laid down and Tanner Horner started grabbing a hold of me, kissing me, and proceeded to have sex with me.
Was this the first time that you had had sex with the defendant?
Yes.
Understanding you cannot consent, did you tell the defendant anything during or after at this time?
Directly after, no. After I left that day, I went home and showered because I felt gross. I didn't fully understand why I felt gross, but I did have a conversation with Tanner either the next day or the day after that I was not interested in him. I did not want to be in a relationship with him, and I never wanted to have a sexual interaction with him again.
What was your relationship though with Tanner after this, before the August incident? What was your relationship like?
We were friendly. We had mutual friends. And again, we were both involved in the music scene, so we saw each other a few times. We hung around with the same group of people.
I'm going to direct you to August 11th, 2013, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to talk the jury through that day. So how do you recall when this happened?
That day, I was dropped off in Hazelwood to hang out with Tanner at an apartment that he was staying in with some friends of his. We were going to be drinking and smoking and playing drinking games in that apartment.
Were you invited by Tanner or someone else?
I was invited by Tanner.
you know the other people at this apartment?
I knew one of them. The people whose apartment that were on the lease, I had just met that day.
And you said you were gonna be doing these things. What did y'all actually do when you got there?
We exactly did those things. We drank alcohol, we smoked marijuana and cigarettes, as well as played drinking games.
Do you know about what time of day or night this was?
We started drinking later into the evening.
How intoxicated were you?
Very.
How old were you at this time?
16.
Did you purchase alcohol?
No.
You're drinking games, you're having a good time. What happens next?
I decided I was tired, and Tanner and I had agreed that I would sleep in his room instead of on the couch. So I said I was going to bed. I went into his room and went to sleep.
Was he in the room?
At that time, no.
At some point, did he come into the room?
Yes.
Tell me what you were doing and what happened.
I was asleep. I woke up to him grabbing me and touching me in my vaginal area, where he proceeded to again have sex with me.
And what did you do at that
I
time?
froze. I completely froze, shut down, did not know what to do, and just let it happen.
How did you feel at that time?
Violated, gross, not comfortable with myself. I hated myself a lot for allowing that to happen to myself.
Was there anything different this time versus the first time?
Our conversation after the previous sexual incident was that I did not want to have that kind of relationship with him. So he knew that I was not interested in him like that.
After this happened, what was your relationship with Lynn like after this?
I stayed very off-put towards him. I was very dismissive whenever we would speak. If I was around him, I would often talk to the others around him, but not him. I very much so tried to be as rude as I could be without possibly starting a anger fit.
Did you tell anyone at the time what happened to you?
Shaylee Moore.
Who is Shaylee Moore?
Shaylee Moore is a friend of mine. She is also another victim.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
We're talking about your friend, Shaylee Moore. Did you ever hang out with Shaylee Moore and Tanner Moore?
Yes.
Was that with just you and her and Tanner, or was that with a band or in some other fashion?
We went to a music festival together that Tanner was playing, South by So What. I cannot recall if we hung out with Tanner privately with just her and I.
Do you know how she was introduced to Tanner? Was that through you or someone else?
I believe it was through me.
States Exhibit 291. This is the first page in that document. Let me just explain what we're looking at here.
This is the start of the Facebook Messenger thread of my messages with Tanner Horner.
Can you just say for the record what the date is on this?
January 13th of 2013.
Show you the second page. In here, can you read the statement? Read this on 9/26, yeah.
Uh,
Gonna need the readers.
Do you want me to read from the beginning or just that statement?
You can read from the
Tanner had messaged me, "What's up?" So if you don't mind me asking what happened, I explained that the person I was dating broke up with me due to his family and he was tired of being made fun of. Tanner's response was, "Damn, I've never understood why people freak out over weird age gaps. I mean, yeah, that's a little different, but still, LOL. So I guess you're not gonna try to set me up with one of your friends now, huh?"
What was he referring to with the weird age gap?
His friend that I was dating was 21 at the time while I was 16.
And I guess at this time of this message, he did know your age then.
Yes.
Objection, false or speculation.
Overruled.
I'll show you, on the State's Exhibit 291, that's going to be on page 25. Probably gonna have to show you can you read the last date on this message?
The very last date,
Yes.
August 9th of 2013.
And when were you sexually assaulted by Tanner Horner?
August 11th.
I'm gonna show you, page, it's gonna be still State's Exhibit 291, but page 26. The next page. What is, that next date?
November 28th of 2013.
I'm not good at math, but there's a few months between that.
Yes.
Why was there a gap in those messages?
I did not want to speak to Tanner during that time due to what happened on August 11th. I was very uncomfortable with it and felt that he had no respect for me and that my conversation with him previously was disregarded.
Show you, what is going on during these messages at this time?
I had loaned Tanner a Kingdom Hearts game for the PSP and I was trying to get it back.
Had you asked previously for this game back?
Yes.
Is this essentially what we're reading about here?
Yes.
Can you read these?
From the beginning or starting December 1st.
You can start on December _. And yeah, can you read that whole date?
Yes.
Or December 1st, yeah, that's fine.
December 1st, 2013, I messaged him,
Is that 2014 or
2014, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And then on December 4th of 2014, he messaged me, "If you want your MFing game, just come and effing get it, Jesus effing Christ." I responded, "I have no effing time, Tanner. You told me you'd mail it. You didn't. You told me you'd try to bring it to me and you didn't. Mailing is not that effing hard."
For record purposes, you're saying effing, but the full word is there.
Yes, the full word is there.
Okay.
show you, next page, 41. Continue. With like, even.
Tanner then replied, I don't even have envelopes. I'm broke as F. Is it okay if I say the word?
Yes.
I don't even have the envelopes. I'm broke as fuck. How the fuck can I fucking mail something if I don't have anything to mail it in? God fucking damn. I said, ask your grandparents. I guarantee you they have stamps and envelopes. He said, they don't. I've tried and they won't buy shit for me anymore, which is understandable. I said, ask Cody then. He told you how to do it and he has some. It's effort, Tanner. He said, you're sitting here telling me to put forth effort. What effort have you made to even come get it? That's what I fucking, and then it goes to the next page.
Next page, page 42.
That's what I fucking thought. I said, I have asked Nakota 25 different times and he has said no. The only way I can go get it is if I walk and I can't walk that far because of my knee. So quit being a prick and just do what you told me you'd do when I loaned you the game. Give it the fuck back. He then said, I'm a prick. Fuck you, cunt. I said, yeah, you are a prick. Warning you now, if I have to give gas money to someone or walk to get my fucking game, it's not going to be fucking pretty. I'm going to be severely pissed. And he responded, K.
And what was that next message?
That next message is on December 5th of 2014. It starts with, hey, sorry about what I've said earlier. I've been stressed a lot lately, even though that's not, and then it continues to the next page. I've been stressed a lot lately, even though that's not an excuse. That's not how you're supposed to talk to your friends. That was childish and immature of me to do. I apologize.
So that whole little bit was all because you loaned him the video game?
And I asked for it back, yes. And I had no way to retrieve it from him, and he told me that he was going to get it to me.
And that previous date, show us that date at the top. What is that date?
December 5th of 2014, the next day after the anger explosion.
And what's the next date in these messages?
May 17th of 2016.
And can you just read that line?
Please tell me you guys aren't at Pizza Hut.
When we're talking about you guys are at Pizza Hut, what is this about?
This is about me and Shaylee Moore being at Pizza Hut.
What happened at Pizza Hut?
We were there to see her friend, and Tanner saw us and proceeded to message me, confirming that I was there with Shay.
Can you read this one?
It says, please tell me you guys aren't at Pizza Hut. I said, yeah, we are waiting on someone. Why? Tanner said I was going to come up and say hi till I saw Shay there, so I just kind of decided against it. I said, probably a good idea. He said, for real though.
So why didn't that one come say hi?
Because
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Show you, so at the top of this, can you read the date at the very top?
November 8th, 2016.
Okay. And then what's the date in the middle?
April 29th, 2017.
So another large gap in time happened. Can you tell us what's happening here in these messages?
Tanner had sent me the new trailer for the live action remake of the anime Death Note.
The anime Death Note. Who's the character in that?
Misa.
And that's what we talked about earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
So why did he reach out to you in July 2017 on that?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustain.
Have you and Tanner previously talked about this trailer or Death Note?
Death Note, yes.
Is that something y'all had in common?
Yes.
Are these messages talking about that Death Note?
Yes. Yes, Tanner sent me a new trailer. I said, I'm not excited about it. Tanner said, L is black and it bugs me, and I can't read the next message due to the arrow at the bottom.
We'll go to page 46.
I said, the whole setup bugs me. Gonna end up bringing my Misa cosplay to work though for the release of the movie. Tanner said, I forgot you did a Misa cosplay, LOL, but I'm probably gonna watch it just because I love Death Note, but I have a feeling it's going to bomb harder than the Twin Towers. I then responded, harder than an Ariana Grande concert, but probably gonna watch it too. Tanner then said, just saying though, William Dafoe is Ryuk. I said, I know, I don't know if I want to be excited, and then it goes to the next page.
Page 47.
I finished that sentence with, I don't know if I want to be excited or not. Tanner said, I'm not going to judge it too hard till I actually see it, but I'm definitely lowering my expectations. I said, I'm iffy. Who do they have playing Miss, but I autocorrected to Miss Misa. Tanner said, let me check. I said, if she's not in the movie, I'll be pissed. Tanner said, I feel so bad for Misa. I said, who is it? Am I going to cry? I was hoping it'd be Margot Robbie because she's perfect. And then it goes to the next page. Tanner then said, nah, just how Light treated her. And yeah, you're right, she is. Sent me a screenshot of the actress playing Misa, which is Margaret Qualley. I said, ew, no, I'm upset now. Tanner said, she ain't even blonde. I said, Margot would be much better. And it goes to the next page. He sent me a photo of William Dafoe sitting in the back of a car and said it's Ryuk. I said it works, but I have to see the makeup and everything first. Tanner said it's probably going to be CGI. I said, WTF, no. If they're going to do Ryuk, it needs to be stilts and the waist cincher and full makeup mask. Tanner said it's Netflix, so I'm guessing they'll have a good budget. I said if it's CGI, I'll cry, and then it goes to the next page. Tanner said, I just hope it's at least good. I said, they whitewashed it. He said, what do you mean? I said, no one is Asian. He said, especially L. I said, like it's fucked. The guy who plays Light is horrid. And then he sent me a photo of the character who was playing, the character L and the person who was playing him. And then it goes to the next page.
Page 51.
I said, WTF. He said, IK, which stands for I know. I said, that's so wrong. He said, it's blasphemy. I'm not racist, but good damn, he ain't no fucking N-word.
And for the record, can you spell that?
Nigger.
Okay.
I said, exactly. He said, he looks the exact opposite. He's supposed to look like an emo tweaker. And then it goes to the next page.
And this is back, let me use my eyes here. This would be July of 2017, right?
Yes.
Okay. After July of 2017, what was your relationship? I guess you can tell me, what was your relationship like now in this time period, 2017, and then after?
In 2017, I remained civil. And then after, I started as civil, but started to get more friendly.
In 2018, did you come across a defendant?
Yes.
At some point, did you take some pictures or do something for the defendant?
Yes, I took photos of the band he was in at a local venue while they were playing. The band hired me to shoot the photos.
What was your relationship with, like, at the defendant at that time?
Civil.
Did you have a sexual relationship with the defendant at all?
Absolutely not.
Did he ever try to have a sexual relationship or anything with you?
He tried to kiss me at the bar and I told him no, and he did stop at that time.
Did he tell you anything at that time?
He told me I was more fun when I was younger.
At some point, did you report this case?
Yes.
When was that?
Shortly after I received a call from my mother asking me how a mutual friend of ours knew Tanner because he was the one that is.
Sustained, don't testify as to what other people told you.
Yes, sir.
Video court case,
Yes.
How has this affected you?
Very badly. I have been struggling mentally since the news was announced online. It has been very hard on me. I have felt guilt due to the fact that if I had reported, things may not have happened to other people as they are accused.
Have you sought any counseling or therapy?
I did. I actually have a therapy appointment tomorrow morning.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Haberman, these two incidents that you spoke about occurred in the summer of 2013, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The first one happened either at the end of June or the very beginning of July?
I want to say it was beginning of June. I can't remember the exact date,
The
unfortunately.
beginning of June?
Roundabouts.
Okay. And then the second one happened, you said August the 13th?
August 11th of
I'm sorry,
2013.
August the 11th of 2013. Sorry about that. I want to talk a little bit about your dating history. When you first met Tanner, you said that you were about 15 years old.
16. I had just turned 16 in November.
At the time, you were dating a man that was in his band,
Yes,
and in fact, he's the one that introduced you to Tanner, is that correct?
yes,
That's because they were best friends in the same band?
yes,
The man that you were dating in the band, he was 21 years old.
yes.
How long had you all been together?
Before I was introduced to Tanner, maybe a few weeks.
And how long were y'all together total?
A few months, maybe a couple. I can't recall exactly.
Before you dated Jonathan, is that the name of the man you were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Before you were dating Jonathan, you were involved with another man named Cody, is that correct? I'm gonna object to relevance of her dating history.
Where are we heading with this?
Your Honor, it goes over credibility.
Oh, your objection sustained.
Yeah.
No, your objection sustained. You may make a bill if you need to at some point.
Okay. Right, so you were 16 years old, dating a 21-year-old, and then you two broke up.
Yes,
After you broke up with, or after Jonathan broke up with you, that's when you began dating.
yes.
How long after you and Jonathan broke up did you begin dating Tanner?
Very shortly, I did it because I thought it was going to hurt Jonathan's feelings. I was 16 and very childish.
And so you and Jonathan broke up, I want to say it was in May,
End of May.
and then by the beginning of June, you already moved on.
I wouldn't call it moved on, more so as, again, I was being childish and petty.
I want to talk a little bit about the band that Tanner was in at the time.
Yes,
You had testified earlier that you had gone to Tanner's house with Jonathan,
yes,
and that was to see band practice.
yes.
Was the gentleman that I referred to earlier by the name Cody, was he also in that band?
In recover the lost, I don't think so. I can't recall exactly.
What kind of music did this thing play?
Like post-hardcore screamy yelling music.
That kind that you hear on a top 40 station?
No, ma'am.
And you would go and watch the band practice, is that right?
Yes.
How often would you watch them practice?
I believe I only went a couple times.
Where did they practice?
In Tanner's shed.
So you lived in Tanner's house on several occasions?
Yes.
Was it just you that was there watching the band practice, or was anybody else there watching as well?
I believe there was another girlfriend of one of the members there watching as well. I don't remember her name.
You just didn't watch the band practice, you also went to some of their shows, correct?
Yes.
And there were lots of, about how many shows did you go watch?
In that specific time or in total?
That specific.
That specific time, I can remember maybe 2.
Well, I want to go back a little bit to practices. When you went to practices, there was drinking going on, wasn't there?
I cannot recall on that one.
And sometimes at practices, people would smoke weed.
Yes.
And you would smoke weed in practice.
Yes.
And no one forced you to smoke marijuana, did they?
No.
And if you were drinking, no one forced you to drink either, did they?
No.
Because by the time you had met Tanner, you had already been drinking and drugging. Is that correct?
I had already been drinking and smoking marijuana, yes.
But you'd also been smoking meth. Objection. I don't know what the relevance is.
Overruled. I'll let her answer it if she can.
Not that I can recall, no.
You don't recall telling Tanner that Jonathan had introduced you to meth?
I remember telling Jonathan that, not Jonathan, I'm so sorry. I remember telling Tanner that Jonathan and a friend of his were smoking meth and wanted me to, and I told them no, and Jonathan blew it in my face.
And you put that's what you messaged Tanner in the Facebook messages?
I can't recall the exact messages that I sent him. Are they in the messages I have in front of me?
If you look at page number 17.
You might refer to it by date.
I will.
Yes, I have it here.
Okay. And I was going to ask if the state could put that one up on the screen.
Mr. Ferry? Okay.
Project.
I do remember this.
Okay, so we're now looking at June 19th of 2013, where you said, I have the one I loved name permanently etched into my body. I cry all the time, and I can honestly say the happiest I've been is when I smoked meth. I can honestly thank Jonathan for that. He showed me happiness when he smoked it with me, and one goddamn day, I hope it kills me.
Yes, I do remember this. It was that same night. I do apologize for my misspeaking earlier.
So I'm sorry, I didn't. I want to talk to you a little bit about Tanner.
Yes.
Over the years that you have known Tanner, that you have had the opportunity to observe his personality.
Yes, ma'am.
And you notice that he is a little socially awkward,
Yes, ma'am.
and that, according to you, that Tanner seemed to try to pick up pieces of other people's personalities,
Yes.
and he would try to fit in using those bits and pieces of personality.
Yes.
And you felt that Tanner was basically just scared when he really wanted to be cool.
Yes.
All right. So let's talk a little bit more about these Facebook messenger posts. You said earlier that after you met Tanner, you messaged each other on occasion and would talk on Facebook Messenger.
Yes.
All right. So on May 20th, you reached out to Tanner via Facebook Messenger. I believe. That's on page 7. And you told him that you wanted, can you put a page 7?
Yes, I will.
All right, so you reached out to Tanner and you said that you wanted to apologize for annoying him while at Charlie's. You were being dumb to worry about him, and I hope you feel better soon and find yourself a good girl. See you around, Tanner. Who is Charlie?
Charlie is a mutual friend of ours.
And what is Charlie's last name?
Burris.
So when you had reached out to Charlie, you said that you had been annoying Tanner that night and you were apologizing for annoying Tanner.
Yes.
So was this the incident at Charlie's house when you were basically being called out for being sexually aggressive towards Tanner?
I do not remember that. When I was talking about this, I was saying I was being dumb to worry about him. I was talking to Tanner about Jonathan.
Now, in this same conversation, you were talking about, and actually on June 19th of 2013, that would be page 8.
Yes.
Now, you reached out to Tanner again on June 18th of 2008, and would you please read the first couple of exchanges?
Yes, I said, dude. He said, yes. I said, I'm a strong, independent van whore who don't need no life. Tanner said, LOL, what? I said, IDEK, which stands for I don't even know. I'm 5 ever alone.
Okay, so you yourself referred to yourself as a van whore?
Yes, I did.
Also, during that conversation, you talked about dating older men.
I believe so. What page would I be looking at?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to talk about dating older men.
Overruled. If it's in the exhibits, you can go into it.
I think they're in exhibit outside of that. Yes, it's in the exhibit. Let's look at June 19th. I believe it's on page 13.
said page 19.
Yeah, Your Honor, I'm going to apologize. Their numbers are a little off the ones that we had before, so.
If you refer to the messages by date,
That's
it
what
may
I'm
be
gonna
better.
Okay, so on June the 19th, you had spoken in the exhibit. The jury will be able to take this exhibit back
Correct.
and look at it. So, but you recall on June 19th where you talked with Tanner about dating on the men?
It looks like I was talking about a guy I was interested in and Jonathan in this conversation.
And Jonathan was older than you.
Yes,
Tanner was older than you.
yes,
Cody was older than you.
yes,
And all of these men were in their 20s when you were dating them at 16.
yes.
And no one forced you to date any of these men, did they?
No.
You dated them because you wanted to, and for no
Yes.
other reason. When you first started dating Tanner, or I'm sorry, when you first split up with Jonathan, you said that Tanner had started showing some interest in you. And at the time, you thought that he was really sweet, didn't you?
I did.
And you knew that he had Asperger's.
I was informed by him that he had Asperger's. I never saw any documentation stating such.
But you and Tanner had a lot of mutual interests.
Yes,
Music and animals and things like that.
yes.
All right, so when you were dating Tanner, he was never really handsy with you, was he?
Not in public.
And at the time that you were dating him, you had made it known that you would hit someone if they touched you when you didn't want to be touched.
Yes,
And you made sure that Tanner knew that from the beginning, right?
yes.
All right, so let's talk about this first incident back in 2013. Was that one of the nights that you had gone to see a show?
I can't remember if we saw a show that day.
But you knew you were going to be partying that night,
Yes,
and you knew you were going to be drinking.
yes.
No one forced you to drink.
No, ma'am.
You drank because you wanted to.
Yes, ma'am.
You also knew you were going to be doing drugs,
Yes, ma'am.
and no one forced you to do the drugs.
No, ma'am.
No one threatened you to do the drugs.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you went back to Tanner's shed because you wanted to.
Yes, ma'am.
No one forced you.
No, ma'am.
No one threatened you to, if you didn't go.
No, ma'am.
You went to Tanner's place of your own free will.
Yes,
And it was your plan from the beginning to spend the night there.
yes.
So when you went and laid down, you said that Tanner was in bed with you.
Yes,
And that Tanner made the first move,
yes,
and you went along with it.
yes.
When you had your forensic interview with the Fort Worth police detective, do you recall telling him that that encounter was consensual?
In the act that I did not say no, yes, I was still a minor child at 16.
But do you recall telling him that it was consensual?
I'll let her answer.
Yes,
You also spoke with the DAs, and you've also spoken with our investigators.
yes,
And do you recall telling our investigators that that encounter was also consensual?
yes.
This incident, the first time you had sex with Tanner, said occurred in June of 2013. And as shortly thereafter, you were already texting him, messaging him, reaching out to him via Facebook Messenger.
Yes,
During one of these times that you reached out to him, you were bragging or telling him about a sexual encounter you had with another woman.
probably.
And this was in July of 2013. In fact, that was on July 8th of 2013.
Do you know what page that's on so I can refresh my memory?
I apologize, their exhibit is, the page numbers are just slightly off from the one that I have. But it would be on July the 8th. I would say around page 21 or 22. And I believe it might be on page 13.
Ah, I see it here. Yes, I see it.
Okay. So now let's fast forward to August the 11th of 2013. Tanner had invited you over to his friend's, or to his apartment in Hazelwood.
It was his friend's apartment that he was staying with. He was not on the lease that I can remember.
So you were invited by Tanner,
Yes,
and you went over there willingly.
yes,
You knew you were gonna be drinking,
yes,
you knew you were gonna be smoking,
yes.
and no one forced you to drink or smoke, did they?
No, ma'am.
After you went to bed, you said that Tanner came into the room, and then that's when y'all had sex again.
That is when I woke up to him having sex with me, yes.
Well, that's not what you told our investigator, is it? In fact, you told them it was consensual. Do you remember that?
I don't remember talking about the second time with y'all now.
You testified earlier regarding these Facebook messages that after this August the 11th encounter, that you tried to be off-put and dismissive and tried to be as rude as possible. But you continued to initiate contact with Tanner via Facebook Messenger.
Yes,
So you initiated contact with him on November the 28th of 2013. And you initiated contact with him on December the 18th of 2013. Remember that?
yes, I do.
And with the December of 2013, you asked Tanner to give you a ride to a show. Is that right?
Yes, I believe it was a show that he was performing, the South by So What. I was trying to go so I could hang out with Shay and watch him perform.
But you asked Tanner to give you the ride to the show.
Yes,
And then in January of 2014, you reached out to him again and told him that you had some weed, right?
yes, I did.
And you asked him if he wanted to chill.
Yes,
And you even told him that you were right by his house, insinuating that you wanted to come over to his house, right?
yes, I believe we actually went to the park down the street.
And then in March of 2014, you initiated contact again and asked him to go to a show with you.
I believe so. Roundabout what page would this be on?
It's March the 27th of 2014.
Yes,
And then again on March the 28th, you got back in touch with them again.
yes.
And then again on April the 13th, you tried to video chat him.
April the 13th. Ah, yes, I see the audio call.
And when you didn't respond, what was your, what did you message him after that?
I said answer me tag.
All right, so on April the 14th, you and Tanner had a phone call. Is that right?
Yes,
And then on May the 27th of 2014, you initiated contact with him again,
yes,
and you asked him to come hang out with you.
yes,
And then later that year, y'all had the fight about the video game, right?
yes. I believe so.
After the fight about the video game, Tanner apologized for what he said, the next day.
Yes.
After a while, I know you two had lost contact, but at some point, you started up another messenger thread and contact the messenger, right?
I believe so. Do we have a date so I could find it in the messages?
Let's say it was July of 2017 when Tanner sent you the death note, right?
Yes, I see this.
All right, and then later, there was some time that y'all didn't have contact, but then in October of 2018, you agreed to do a photo shoot for the band, is that right?
Yes.
And in November, you did that photo shoot and posted the photos, is that right?
Yes.
But also in November of 2018, you and Tanner talked about your job and you encouraged him to come and apply where you were.
Yes.
And in fact, in November of 2018, you also asked him to help you move.
Yes, I did.
And he helped you, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Ms. Haberman, you had said that you had been to Tanner's house and that you had met his grandparents. Would that be Bill and Jackie Hobson?
I didn't know their names at the time, but it was the older woman in the house, so I assume his grandmother.
And you were there in the house at times when his grandfather would yell at him, weren't you?
I can't recall.
You don't recall telling our investigators that you heard Mr. Harbison hurl insults at Tanner?
It's been so long that I can't remember. I'm so sorry.
You don't recall telling our investigators that Mr. Harbison referred to Tanner as a shit stain on the face of society?
I would need to see my statement. Unfortunately, I can't recall. It's been a couple years.
And you were aware that there had also been some physical altercations between Tanner and his grandfather.
Yes, Tanner had informed me of those.
And after one of those physical altercations, Tanner tried to kill himself.
Yes, I believe so. He tried to hang himself on Facebook Live, I believe.
One moment.
Redirect.
Briefly, Judge. You were asked, or I guess you were, these older men forced you to date them. Did you force these older men to date you?
Absolutely not.
How old are you?
16.
Would you consider yourself socially awkward?
Yes.
You stated earlier you lived with your grandma.
Yes.
Is that something you and Tanner Horner had in common?
Yes.
And how was your childhood? Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Honor, she's already testified to her having a rough childhood.
I know, so it's repetitious.
And when you stated that you were a band killer in these messages, what did you mean by that?
That was a term that was going around on a website called Tumblr, which a lot of young people use to repost things about bands. And it was a term that a lot of younger music fans used in that day to say, oh, I'm a band whore. I love all of these bands. They're so great. It was not in reference to me being a whore sexually.
Any further?
Two questions.
Okay.
Did you file charges for statutory rape against Jonathan Harvey?
No, I did not.
Did you file charges against Chris Five for statutory rape?
No, I did not.
Anything else? Okay. You're gonna need to stick around for just a few minutes, okay?
Yes, sir.
So put her in the witness room. I would like to get started with the next witness, and then when the jury's lunch gets here, we'll break. Okay? Who do you have next? Shaylee Moore. Come on, please, Ben. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Staken. Oh, sorry about that. All right, let's do a do-over. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Staken.
Ms. Horn, would you spell your first name for us?
Shaylee, Shaylee.
Last name Moore.
Yes, sir. Moore.
And Ms. Moore, do you commonly go by Shay?
I used to, yes.
Y'all grown up now?
Yes, sir.
And ma'am, just so that I'm clear here for us, what's your date of birth?
November 4th, 1998.
Initially, just so we get this clear, how do you know the defendant?
He raped me in December of 2014.
Now, what age were you when you first came in contact with him?
I would say around 14.
That'd be seventh grade?
Yes, sir.
And was Tanner still in school or out of school?
I believe he had already graduated.
And what geographic area were you in when you were having contact with Tanner when you were in seventh grade?
Like, where was I living at the time?
What places were you having contact?
We would hang out at the park in Azle with mutual friends around the same time, and that was how we first came in contact.
At some point after that, when you were in 14, did you similarly hang out with Tanner and some of his friends?
A few times, yes.
And heard a little bit about this, but were they in a band?
Yes, sir.
And how many different bands that you had did you hang out with? Multiple or just one?
As far as his band, only one.
And as far as this particular band, when did you begin, and I'll just use the term hanging out, we'll talk about it, but when did you begin hanging out?
It would have been November of 2014.
And let's talk about, when I say hanging out with the band, what type of things were you doing with
I was being picked up and taken to his friend's house for band practice, and I went to a few of their shows.
So at this point in time, in November of 2014, you said?
Yes, sir.
How old are you in November?
I had just turned 16.
And so November 4th of 2014, you would have turned 16.
Yes, sir.
And you said this sexual assault occurred a month after that in December of 2014.
Yes, sir.
So during this time, you said that you would go to the shows. What kind of shows?
Small band shows at Tomcats in Fort Worth.
Is Tomcats the name of the establishment?
Yes, sir.
And what type of establishment is this?
It was a bar music venue combo.
And would this be where Tanner is also performing in this band?
Yes, sir.
And as far as that's concerned, I'm going to ask you, did you have a friend by the name of Kaylin Hagelin?
Yes, sir.
And is that how you got to know Tanner?
She was one of our mutual friends. Yes.
And was she around the band as well?
Yes, sir.
And should you exhibit here? Sorry.
That's all right.
States 294.
And absent the other stuff on it, do you recognize that picture?
Yes, sir.
And do you actually know who took that picture?
I believe it was Kaylin.
Okay. And do you recognize the people that are in this picture?
Yes, sir.
And what date was that?
It was posted on November 21st. It was taken the night before.
So this was taken, say it again,
November 20th,
of
2014.
2014. And in this picture, who's in this picture?
Tanner, from left to right, Tanner Horner, myself, Cody Spiker, Charles Wooldridge, and then the other gentleman whose name I don't fully remember.
Unknown band.
Yeah.
So who that's the United States 294?
States exhibits 294s have been.
And let me ask you, in this picture, how old are you in this picture?
16 years old.
And if this is taken November 20th, is that my arithmetic correct? How many days after your 16th birthday?
Less than 3 weeks.
Okay. So in this particular time, in November of 2014, you said you went to a couple of shows. Were those both at this Comcast place?
Yes, sir.
And then you also said you went to band practice, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go to band practice?
At Charles Wooldridge's house.
Is that one of those other people in the picture?
Yes, sir.
And so at this particular time, and you're hanging out with these people, you know what general area Charles Wooldridge's house is? Is it Tarrant County, Wise County, where is it?
It's in Tarrant County. It's in Arlington, if I recall correctly. Arlington.
And so during this time,
States 294?
Yes.
Sure.
Who is this on the left here? The only female in this?
That's me, sir.
That's you. So this location in Arlington, what was the primary purpose of the band being at this location?
They would have a party the night before and band the next morning, or afternoon rather.
And so during this time, in November of 2014, you said that you ended up at this location. How was it that you ended up from where you were to this location?
Cody Spiker came and picked me up from my grandmother's house and drove me there.
Now, this guy, Cody Spiker, is he also in that picture?
Yes, sir.
And let me just ask, how old is Cody Spiker?
Approximately the same age as Tanner Horner.
At that time, how old was Cody's son?
He would have been approximately 21 to 23 range.
And at this time, you're a month after your 16th birthday. How old is Tanner Horner?
23.
If my arithmetic right, that's 7 years older than you.
Yes, sir.
So these times that you go to band practice, where were you living at that time?
I was living in Roanoke.
And who were you living with?
My grandmother.
Now, your grandmother, would she have approved, if you know, of you being at band practice with these individuals?
No, sir.
And I'm gonna ask you some other questions, but would she approve of what you were doing at these band practice with these other individuals?
No, sir.
And during this time beside band practice, is there some drinking going on?
Yes, sir.
And is there some smoking going on?
Yes, sir.
And you're participating?
Yes, sir.
Now, as part of this, you said initially that Tanner had raped you in December.
Yes, sir.
And let me just ask you, where was that location that took place?
That was at that was at Charles Wooldridge's house in Arlington,
In December of when?
December of 2014.
Now, do you know the exact date?
The early morning of December 6th of 2014.
Now, let's talk about, at some point, was there ever a conversation between you and Tanner regarding your age being 16?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jury what was the substance of that conversation between you and Tanner about your age?
There were multiple conversations, but the gist of them, to my recollection, was him trying to convince me that we should be in a relationship, and me telling him that I could not do that because he was 7 years older than me, and I couldn't lie about something that big. And I couldn't be with somebody with that much of an age difference between us.
So at this point in time, and how did you communicate with him? Was it, you kids communicate different ways, but was it verbally, was it by?
It was written communication via Facebook Messenger and an app called Kick.
Any doubt in your mind that he knew your age?
Yes, sir.
Any doubt?
Or no, sir, sorry.
Any doubt in your mind that he knew that you had a problem with the difference between you two's age as it applied to age?
No, sir.
Now, let's talk about this. Let's go back to your 16th birthday. Did you have a happy 16th birthday?
No, sir.
Why didn't you have a happy 16th birthday?
I had just gone through a breakup with my high school sweetheart of sorts.
Was that upsetting to you?
Yes, sir.
And when you're 16 and you just broke up with your high school sweetheart, what do you do?
Depends on the person, but for me, I kind of just sought attention and tried to stay busy.
And this is the time in which you've broken up and you began hanging out with Tanner Horner.
Yes, sir.
And let's talk about your relationship with Tanner Horner. At any point, did you tell him that you wanted to have a relationship with him?
No, sir.
At any point, did you tell him that you wanted to have sex with him?
No, sir.
In fact, did you ever have an altercation where he attempted something with you and y'all had a discussion about what he did?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
That was at Tomcats in November of 2014.
Was this at one of these shows?
Yes, sir. And if I remember correctly, I believe it was the night that that picture was taken.
So the night this picture was taken, you have a conversation with Tanner. What's that conversation?
When I first got there, he told me that his mother was going to be coming and to tell her that I was 18 if she asked about my age. And then as the night progressed, he had kissed me, and afterwards we had a conversation the next day about how I couldn't do anything physical with him because of the age difference.
It sounds like the second time you made that clear.
Yes, sir.
And this was in response to him trying to issue.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said Tanner Corner told you to tell his mom you were 18.
Yes, sir.
Why was that?
Because he knew that she would be, he told me that
Oh, you may answer.
he told me that she would be upset if she found out that I was 16, as well as his bandmates. He also told me to tell them that I was 18, though Cody Spiker knew my real age.
So going into this weekend, December 6th and 7th, are we doing a show or are we doing band practice?
It was band practice.
And so how does 16-year-old Shay set this up?
I had told my grandmother that I was staying the weekend with a friend, and it was a friend that I was supposed to be being picked up from their house at the end of the weekend. So I was going to go to band practice late Friday night on the 5th. We were going to have some drinks, hang out. They were going to do actual practice on the day of the 6th. And then the evening of the 6th, we went to Tanner Horner's house.
I'll pick this apart a little bit. So what I'm getting at is that you told your grandma a lot.
Yes, sir.
And so you would have cover so you could hang out with me.
Yes, sir.
And do a little drinking.
Yes, sir.
Now, to get to Arlington or your grandma's house on this particular weekend, how do you get from point A to point B?
Cody Spiker picked me up from my grandmother's house and drove me to Charles Woldridge's house.
And that's one of the guys in that picture.
Yes, sir.
Cody's fine. All right. So you get there, what do you do when you get there?
It's pretty late. We're drinking, smoking some weed, listening to music, hanging out. Initially, it's nothing out of the norm for a general house party besides the fact that I was there at 16.
And so how does the night progress? What happens?
We are drinking, and then eventually everything starts to wind down. People are starting to go to sleep. And I am told by Cody Spiker that me and Tanner were going to be sleeping in a bedroom. And Cody was going to be sleeping on the couch with his, at the time, partner.
All right. So a few weeks ago, you had a conversation with Tanner and you testified that you would,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. I'm just rolling on. Sorry. You had a conversation when you said you were clear with him, you did not want a relationship.
Yes, sir.
So prior to this weekend, was that less than a month from my calculations?
Yes, sir.
And had those same conversations that you said by Facebook Messenger and your app, what was it called again?
Kick, K-I-K.
Okay. Did you have those conversations in that same period as well?
Yes, sir.
Any doubt in your mind that Tanner Horner understands that you don't want to have a relationship?
No, sir.
So we've been drinking, we're at Cody Spiker's house, or Charles Woolridge's house with the band. Everybody's, I guess, crashing out, if you will. And you find a place to crash out.
Yes, we were sleeping in one of the main bedrooms of the house.
Now let's be honest with the jury. How much did you have?
A lot. I lost count at like 7 shots, and I had a few beers, plus we were smoking as well.
At this point in time, did you bring the alcohol with you?
No, sir.
Did you bring the weed with you?
No, sir.
This was provided to you by the bank.
Yes, sir.
Now, when this is going on, y'all are crashing out, you said, was it a guest house or just another bedroom?
It was just one of the bedrooms in the house.
And at some point, did you crash out?
Yes, sir. We go and we lay down.
Anything at that time go on out of the ordinary?
As we were laying down, it was a pretty big bed, so I went to one side and he began to try to cuddle with me. And I told him that I didn't want to cuddle. I just wanted to go to sleep. I didn't want to be touched.
And I think you've said before that because of how much alcohol you had, you don't remember every single second that went on from the time you got bed until you got.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But let's talk about what you do. So you go to sleep. Do you sleep all night or do you wake up at some point during the night?
I wake up at some point during the night.
And what causes you to wake up at some point during the night?
I became conscious and came to Tanner Horner raping me.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions about that, okay? I'm not trying to pry into your private life. I'm going to ask you. When you say that Tanner Horner is raping you, you understand it's not legal for a 23-year-old to have sex with a 16-year-old?
Yes, sir.
At any point, did you consent to have any sexual relationship, even if you couldn't consent by law, with Tanner Horner?
No, sir.
And so you woke up with him raping you. Now, what does that mean? Describe it, or what do you mean? What does he do?
There are two specific moments that I remember as I was in and out of consciousness. He was on top of me. I was laying on my back. He had his penis inside of me and his sweat dripped into my mouth. And then I remember coming to again, and I was on my stomach and he had my hands pinned behind my back and he was continuing to rape me.
Let's talk about this. You said that he was on top of you. Now, let me ask a question about that, a little more of a physical question. The jury seen a picture of you at the time, at any of the times.
Yes, sir.
Now, not to be rude to you, but were you bigger or smaller now than you were then?
I was quite a bit smaller.
And with regard to Tanner, as you see him in the courtroom today, was he bigger or smaller than he is today?
He was significantly bigger.
And so at that point in time, you said he is on top of you,
Yes, sir.
and you indicated that his penis is inside you.
Yes, sir.
Now, with that, besides Tanner sweating on you, what else is he doing?
He is continuously thrusting in and out of my body, grunting.
And then you said that the next thing you remember is you're on your stomach.
Yes, sir.
Now, is the bigger version of Tanner still on top of you?
Yes, sir.
Now, at this point, were you able to push yourself up off of him physically?
No, sir.
And even if you had been sober at the time, would you have been able to push yourself up?
No, sir.
And is that because of the weight difference?
Yes, sir.
Now, the second time you said that he's on top of you, you said his penis is inside you again, and can you show the jury how that he had his hands pinned behind your back? How does that work?
I was laying on the bed and he had my hands on the low of my back.
Like that?
Yes, sir.
And he had his hand, was it his hand holding your hands together?
I only recall one hand specifically.
But whatever it was, you weren't able to pull your hand back around.
Yes, sir.
What's the next thing you remember after that?
We woke up in the morning, went about morning as usual. I had no recollection of the night before.
So at that point in time, you get out of bed, are you still fuzzy from the night before?
I'm definitely still a little out of it.
All right. You got some memory today. When did your memory come back to you about what Tanner wanted done to you that night?
When he made a secondary attempt at assaulting me on the morning of the 7th.
So let's talk about that. We're in Arlington, we're at Charles Woolridge's house, right? You get up, how do you get from the secondary location? What is the secondary location?
Tanner Horner's house.
say his house, we've seen some pictures here. Is it just one big house? Are there multiple buildings? What is it?
There was one main house and he had a room in a shed in the backyard.
Now, this particular shed in the backyard, did y'all arrive and go into the main house or the shed?
We went through the main house to get to the shed.
And as far as this shed, is it a big shed, small shed, what do you remember?
I would say it's on the slightly bigger side for sheds, but it wasn't exactly like house size shed or anything.
Have you ever been to his house before?
No, sir.
And who took you to his house?
Cody Spiker.
Was it just you and Cody, or was it somebody else in the vehicle?
It was Cody Spiker and myself, and Tanner and myself, this day specifically.
So when this is going on, do you remember what time it is on day 2 that you finally arrive at Tanner's house?
It was pretty late in the day. It was dark outside, but I don't remember the time.
And so you get there, you get to the shed, what happens?
He and I go through the house, go into the shed, we're hanging out, and then he hits up one of his friends to bring some acid over.
So Tanner Horner called somebody to bring drugs to the house.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever done those drugs before?
No, sir.
And so how does that work?
In regards to what exactly?
Well, what do y'all do?
His friend shows up, he gives me and Tanner the acid. His friend doesn't take any. The three of us are hanging out for a while, where they're playing music videos on the TV. And then his friend leaves and things kind of start to wind down for the night.
So taking this acid, I mean, did anybody force you to do?
No, sir.
This was your first time,
Yes, sir.
and so you're there in the house. I'm not gonna ask you a lot of details about that, but how long does that go on? I don't know the terminology. How long does it go on from the time that you do it to the time you do it?
It varies from my understanding, 6 to 8 hours on average. But for my experience specifically, it was around the 7-ish hour mark.
So during that hour mark, is anything going on during that 7 hours?
Mostly we're just watching TV, or watching music videos specifically, hanging out, talking. And then at the end, we are laying down because I'm ready to go to sleep. It's approximately 7 a.m. at this point. And that was when the secondary attempt was made.
And let's talk about that and walk through that. You're laying down, you're coming down off whatever you take.
Yes, sir.
You lay down. What does Tanner do when you lay down?
He lays down behind me and begins touching me.
You say touching. Let's be more specific. What is he doing when he's touching?
More specifically, I was laying on my right side on the edge of the bed. I was kind of just scrolling, just trying to occupy my brain for a few minutes because I couldn't quite fall asleep. And he begins to trace his hand up and down my side, up and down my leg, my hip, my waist, talking about how he's sorry that my ex hurt me, that he would never hurt me like he did, that he wishes that I didn't have to go through that. And then I begin to have brief glimpses of the night before and start to hyperventilate. I'm on the verge of an anxiety attack. He's keeps touching me. Eventually, he starts asking me what's wrong, and I can't bring myself to respond because I didn't know how to even begin to explain what was wrong to the person that was hurting me.
So at this point in time, you said things are kind of coming back. Did you say you had a physical response to what was going on here?
Yes, sir. I started hyperventilating.
And so what are you trying to do, if anything, at the point at which Tanner did this?
My body is physically frozen, but since I had my phone in my hand, I did start texting friends to find somebody to come pick me up.
Were they able to come get you?
One person was, yes.
And so it's somewhat, you just get up and walk out and drive off with your friend?
He gets up at some point from behind me. He's pacing around the room. At one point, he's blocking or standing in front of the door. Finally, I get a hold of a friend who says that they can come get me. And she asked me what the address was. So I asked him what his address was. And he told me that he wouldn't give it to me unless I talked to him to tell him what was wrong.
Did you know where you were?
No, sir. I knew that I was close to Azle, Texas, but I didn't know where exactly.
And you never been to this place?
No, sir.
And so, did Tim give you the information you were asking?
No, sir. He never gave me the information.
How many times do you think you asked him for the address to the house?
I don't recall specifically, but at least 2 or 3.
And he wouldn't give it to you?
No, sir.
And you said that he was physically in front of the door. Were you trying to leave when that was happening?
In the time that he was blocking the door, I was still standing over beside his bed. I was putting my stuff in my bag, trying to get out of there.
And were you finally able to get out of it?
Eventually, he moved from in front of the door, and I was able to beeline from beside the bed to out the door, through the backyard, through the back door that went through his grandparents' room where they were sleeping. I went into the dining area, found a piece of mail with his address on it, and hid in the bathroom until my friend could come get me.
At some point, your friend came to get you?
Yes, sir.
Now, initially, did you report this to anyone?
No, sir.
But did you tell anyone?
Yes, sir.
And who did you tell?
I told several of my friends. I told his bandmates knew about it. Some of them. I told my brother, that kind of stuff.
Why not law enforcement at that time?
There's a lot of reasons, but ultimately I didn't think that I would be believed.
Now, at some point, you talked to us before about you and Tim communicating.
Yes, sir.
And did y'all, during this short time that you were hanging out with him, what were some of the subjects that he communicated with you about during that time?
The majority of our conversations revolved around music or the show Doctor Who. But he did disclose that he was into BDSM and rougher sex with me as well.
So these are Tanner Warner having those type of conversations with 16-year-old Shay.
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point during this, did you begin to speak out a little more about what had happened?
Yes, sir. I was telling people close to me, though I was limited about exactly how much I told and who I told for a few years. And then in 2018, I became public with it.
And when you went public with it, did Tanner Warner respond when you went public and communicate with you about you talking about what happened to you?
Yes, sir. He messaged me directly.
Yeah, let's stop for lunch, okay? Get an exhibit from the last witness. We will start at 1:30. 1:30.
All right. I think we needed a break as well. So that'll give us a nice mental break, or as nice as it possibly can be. We are going to head back into the Florida versus Demorris Hunter. Now, if you remember, before we went into the Texas versus Tanner Lynn, The attorneys have done their closing arguments, and they had just finished. So I'm going to get us right back into court.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to begin reading the jury instructions on page 1. Members of the jury, you have heard all of the evidence and the arguments of counsel. It is now your duty to decide whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. In making your decision, you must first unanimously determine whether at least one of the aggravating factors alleged by the state have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. An aggravating factor is the only circumstance recognized by Florida law that could result in a defendant receiving the death penalty. An aggravating factor increases the gravity of a crime, and that should be or the harm to the victim. So if you can make that change on page 1. I'll start that sentence again. An aggravating factor increases the gravity of a crime or the harm to the victim beyond the harm inherent in every first-degree murder. You must not consider any other facts as an aggravating factor other than what has been alleged and proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. The aggravating factors alleged by the state are: 1, Demorris Andy Hunter was previously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. The crime of first-degree murder is a capital felony. The crimes of attempted murder, voluntary manslaughter, and assault with a firearm are felonies involving the use or threat of violence to another person. 2, the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Heinous means extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. The kind of crime intended to be included as especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel is one accompanied by additional acts that show that the crime was conscienceless or pitiless and was unnecessarily torturous to Theresa Ann Green. You have heard evidence about the impact of this murder on the family and friends of Theresa Ann Green. This evidence was presented to show the victim's uniqueness as an individual and the resultant loss by Theresa Ann Green's death. However, you may not consider this evidence as an aggravating factor. The state has the burden to prove an aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to disregard an aggravating factor if you have an abiding conviction that it exists. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, you do not have an abiding conviction that the aggravating factor exists, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the aggravating factor has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating factor may arise from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating factor, you must find that it does not exist. However, if you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the aggravating factor does exist. A finding that an aggravating factor exists must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree that each alleged aggravating factor exists. You will be provided a form to make this finding, as to each alleged aggravating factor, and you should indicate whether you find each aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you do not unanimously find that at least one aggravating factor was proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant is not eligible for the death penalty and your deliberations are complete. If, however, you unanimously find that at least one aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant is eligible for the death penalty, and you must consider additional matters to determine whether the appropriate penalty should be life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. First, each of you must determine whether any mitigating circumstances exist. A mitigating circumstance is not limited to the facts surrounding the crime. A mitigating circumstance may include any aspect of the defendant's character, background, or life, or any circumstance of the offense that may indicate the death penalty is not appropriate in this case. It is the defendant's burden to prove that one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Mitigating circumstances do not need to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Instead, the defendant need only prove a mitigating circumstance by the greater weight of the evidence, which means evidence that is more likely than not tends to establish the existence of a mitigating circumstance. If you determine by the greater weight of the evidence that a mitigating circumstance exists, you must consider it proven and give that evidence such weight as you determine it should receive. You do not need to reach a unanimous decision about whether the defendant has proven the existence of a mitigating circumstance. Any juror persuaded as to the existence of a mitigating circumstance must consider it in this case. Among the mitigating circumstances you may consider are: A, Demorris Hunter grew up in a violent neighborhood in Oakland, California, where he had to learn to protect himself and others. B, Demorris Hunter was generous and kind to his friends and family. C, Demorris Hunter was protective of his friends and family and tried to keep them safe and out of trouble. D, Demorris Hunter was respectful and obedient to his elders. E, Demorris Hunter was a loving and attentive father to his daughter. F, Demorris Hunter earned the love and affection of his friends and family who love him still. G, the existence of any other factors in the defendant's background not mentioned above that would mitigate against imposition of the death penalty. The final step in the process is for the jury to determine whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. In making your decision, you must weigh all of the following factors. 1, whether sufficient aggravating factors exist. And 2, whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh the proven mitigating circumstances. The process of weighing aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances is not a mechanical or mathematical process. In other words, you should not merely total the number of aggravating factors and compare that to the number and compare that number to the total number of mitigating circumstances. The law contemplates that different factors or circumstances may be given different weight or values by different jurors. Therefore, in your decision-making process, each individual juror must decide what weight is to be given to a particular aggravating factor or mitigating circumstance. Regardless of the results of each juror's individual weighing process, even if you conclude that the sufficient aggravators outweigh the mitigators, the law neither compels nor requires you to recommend that the defendant should be sentenced to death. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, The court must sentence the defendant to life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. This recommendation is not binding on the court. However, I am required to assign and give great weight to your recommendation. You will be provided a form to reflect your decisions. The fact that the jury can make its decision on a single ballot should not influence you to act hastily or without due regard to the gravity of these proceedings. Before you vote, you should carefully consider and weigh the evidence, realizing that a human life is at stake, and bring your best judgment to bear in reaching your decisions. When considering aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances, it is up to you to decide which evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in making your decision as to what sentence should be imposed. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6, has the witness been offered or received any money, benefit, or preferred treatment to get the witness to testify? 7, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? 8, has the witness been convicted of a felony or misdemeanor involving dishonesty or false statement? The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that their testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give an opinion. However, an expert's opinion is only reliable when given on a subject about which you believe that person to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. You must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped. Can I have the attorney's approach, please? A juror may believe or with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped. Can I have the attorney's approach? The entire first paragraph on page 7, it is inapplicable to this case. I'm going to start reading at the second paragraph on page 7. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about their testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You should not be influenced in any way by his decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. These are some general rules that apply to your discussions. You must follow these rules in order to make a lawful decision. 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your decision will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Your decision must be based only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses, have seen in the form of exhibits and evidence, and these instructions. 3, your decision must not be based upon the fact that you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Let me read that again. 3, your decision must not be based upon the fact that you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4, remember the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision. 5, your decision should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice or racial or ethnic bias. Your decisions must be based on the evidence and the law contained in these instructions. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the court deputy. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. When you have reached decisions in conformity with these instructions, the appropriate form should be signed and dated by the foreperson. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. And you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of these types of electronic devices into the jury room. And just like last time, the deputies will collect your phones and electronic devices and keep them safe for you when you go to the jury room. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. During this trial, certain items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberation. All of the exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. And I'm telling you, I'm sending you all of the exhibits, so there will be no other exhibits to send back to the jury room. I cannot participate in your deliberations in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another, or one decision over another. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the court deputy signed by the foreperson. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. And before I read the last paragraph, I'm going to go over the jury verdict form with you. I think you'll find this to be self-explanatory when you get into the jury room, but it is longer than the jury form that you had last time. At the top of the page is what we call the style of the case, and about a quarter of the way down the page it says jury verdict form penalty phase, and it reads as follows from the top to the bottom. We, the jury, find as follows as to Demorris Ann Hunter in this case. A, aggravating factors. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Demorris Ann Hunter has previously been convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. There are two possibilities under that statement. One says yes and the other says no. When you've reached a decision as to that first one, the foreperson would put an X or a check mark on the appropriate line. The next sentence reads, we, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the fact that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Again, there are two lines underneath that statement. One is yes, the other is no. Once you have reached a decision with regard to that factor, then the foreperson would put an extra check mark on the appropriate line. The next paragraph reads, if you, the jury, answered no to every aggravating factor listed, Demorris Andy Hunter is not eligible for the death penalty, and he will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. If you, the jury, answered yes to any aggravating factor listed, proceed to Section B. Section B, jury recommendation as to the death penalty. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for a penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. There's a capitalized, bolded section there. It says check only one. And it reads as follows from the top to the bottom. The top statement reads, we, the jury, have unanimously found the state has proven one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factor is or are sufficient to warrant the death penalty, and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Demorris Andy Hunter should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. And then there's a line, it says, we, the jury, find Demorris Andy Hunter should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Then there is another capitalized word, or, right here, and the second statement is as follows. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state has proven one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factor or factors is or are sufficient to warrant the death penalty, and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Demorris Andy Hunter should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find by a vote of blank to blank that Demorris Andy Hunter should be sentenced to death. Underneath that, it says dated this blank day of April 2026 in Orange County, Florida, and today's the 14th day of April, with a signature line for the foreperson. When all of you have made decisions in this case and the foreperson has filled out the form, the foreperson would knock on the jury room door, let the court deputy know that you've reached a verdict, and the court deputy will assemble all of us together to receive your verdict. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Counsel, could you approach, please? Foreperson would put an X. You can take your jury instructions, notepads, and pens. The evidence and verdict form will be sent to you shortly. Your lunch is probably not here yet, but it is? It's on the way. All right, so your lunch will be here shortly. If you have a question, I've already told you how to do this, and I know you know how to do this. You have your foreperson write a note, knock on the jury room door, and the court deputy will assemble all of us together to deal with your question. And with that, I'm going to send the 12 of you to the jury room to begin your deliberations.
executive. Jury.
You may be seated. I really, yeah. And this is most, you need it, and I'll take those. You. It's kind of like being a bridesmaid, not right. But you did serve an important function, as you see, you lost a juror early on in this case. Unfortunately, forgot that signature. So, if another juror had not been able to return. If you get another summons in the next year and you don't want to serve, check the box to serve in the last year and you're automatically. Thank you. And you have my judicial assistance phone number if you want to find out what happened, what your fellow jurors do in this matter. She will help us with on vacation. She will do that. Thank you. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to correct the verdict form, and then if y'all could also examine what's going back to make sure only those things that should go back are going. And then just email the verdict forms to you. All right.
All right. Well, we do have a verdict. I'm just going to vroom past, make sure we have no questions. That's all I want to make sure that we don't miss any questions. But I'm going to get us because we do have a verdict. Just want to make sure we didn't miss anything. Ah. Oh, we're getting closer. Here we go. There's movement.
Let's bring him in. Record to reflect that counsel for each party is present, as is the defendant, as he has been.
Honey, this is verdict. We have a verdict.
Jury dinner.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that you've reached a penalty phase verdict. If you could hold the verdict form over and hand it to the court deputy, please. The verdict is in proper form, and it reads as follows. In the Circuit Court of the Ninth Judicial Circuit, and for Ninth Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida, and for Orange County, State of Florida versus Demorris Ann Hunter, case number 2002 CF 6796. We, the jury, find as follows as to Demorris Ann Hunter in this case. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Demorris Ann Hunter has previously been convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the fact that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state of Florida has proven one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant the death penalty and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Demorris Ann Hunter should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 12-0 that Demorris Ann Hunter should be sentenced to death. Dated this 14th day of April 2026 in Orange County, Florida, signed by the foreperson. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask each of you about the verdict that you have just heard. I'm going to ask that you look at your badge number because I will ask this question by badge number. Do you, badge number 645, agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, I do, Judge.
Thank you. Juror 331. Do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty? Juror 739, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 244, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty? Juror 341, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 277, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 307, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 414, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 217, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 2203, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 40, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 243, do you agree that the recommendation as read by me accurately reflects the recommended penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. And I want to personally extend my thanks to each of you for being here. I know when you showed up for jury duty 2 weeks ago that you did not anticipate that you would be asked to make such a weighty decision. I appreciate your willingness to sit through this process and to come to a conclusion. We will have, before I excuse you, let me see the attorneys up here for just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, the court deputy will have some work excuses for you. And after you receive your work excuses, you will be free to go. If you receive another summons in the next year and you do not wish to serve, just check the box that you've served in the last year, mail it back in, and you're automatically excused. And I do again want to extend my thanks for you being here. I'm sure that you recognize that we do some very weighty things in this building. We could not do those if we did not have citizens that were willing to participate in the system. I hope you saw that when you came and left the courtroom, we stood. We did that in very small recognition of the very important service that you're paying to each of us by being here. So thank you and have a good day.
Executive.
Danny, he did not get the work excuses. All right. We need to schedule the Spencer hearing. How long do you need to prepare for the Spencer hearing?
Could we pick a date in June, Judge?
How long do you anticipate it will last?
A day.
A day? Okay. Could do Monday, June 1st.
That works for me. You can see, Rich.
Yes, Your Honor, we have a Huff hearing on Miller, but I think the AG can handle that.
Yes, ma'am, that'll work.
That work for you, Mr. Self?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then we will set the Spencer hearing for June 1st at 9 a.m. And after, I will also want sentencing memoranda from you 30 days after the Spencer hearing.
Very good, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I'll set the actual sentencing for about 30 days after that.
Okay.
All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Very well. Then we will be in recess.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Well, June, this is another one that went to verdict, and we can move their case files if we have them or need them to our archive position.
Yep, very true. Um, so
I'm shocked.
we have the Spencer hearing, and then after that, me too. We have the Spencer hearing, and then after that, like 30 days after that, we'll have the actual sentencing. So, wow, what do you guys think? 2 hours for a 12-0 verdict with a DP and eat lunch at the same time. Do we have a jury that already had their minds made up? Do we have a jury that ate very quickly, or do we have a jury that worked through their lunch to say, hey, this is enough, let's go home? What's going to be very interesting, and I am going to do some research on this, is to find out if Demorris Hunter, will be actually coming back to California to continue his sentencing because he got life here in California, or are they going to keep him in Florida on death row? I don't know how a multi-state um, conviction sentencing works out. I don't know if they go by the highest one, which would be the death, or by first come, first serve, which would be California. So we're going to research that out and get back to you to find out um, how this would work. But if you have any thoughts, please put them in the chat so we have some kind of idea what y'all think. Okay. Um, I'm hoping that it's DP since it's the highest, but you have to get released by the first state. So there's a lot of legal questions in there that we really need to research and find out. So, but with that, without further ado, we'll go ahead on over to the Tanner Horner case. And then we have a filler case out of Utah, which when we get to that point, I will talk about for a few moments, and then we'll get into that.
I do want to first give a huge shout out to Carol. Carol, I want to say thank you. Number one, for letting us know that there was a verdict. But number two, you let us know there was a verdict and you didn't spoil it. So huge thank you for that. Huge thank you. And for enjoying hearing it again with us.
Yes, thank you, Carol, for no spoilers. Ada, see, I think it is where he was tried. He was tried in both states. So that's what I'm saying. It's a first come, first served state, which would be California, or would it be the state that has the highest penalty, which would be Florida? So that is where the question is coming in at right now. So, and that's the question I'm going to research out. So, without further ado, it looks like she's getting ready. Wait a second. Oh, without further ado, we're going to go ahead over to Tanner, and I will also check to see if there's going to be any out of court interviews by either party.
Yes, yes. Just keep in mind, guys, please be a little patient. We do not have much room when it comes to Texas versus Tanner Horner, because they did not long ago just get back from lunch. So we're not going to have a whole lot of room when it comes to their break. They are just coming back in. I'm going to get us fast forwarded a little bit. Here we go. We're back into court.
Why don't y'all sit down if you see them coming?
told us to hear in the past.
All right, everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. We are ready to proceed. Mr. Stanton.
Taking the 2018, that's when you had indicated you started openly speaking out about what had happened with the Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that, what was Tanner Horner's response on Facebook to you with regard to what you were doing and speaking out about what happened?
He had messaged me directly on Facebook Messenger, claiming that I was slandering him.
Yes, sir.
I've already had that exhibit in front of you, man. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 295. Is that the Facebook message that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And what is the date on this?
December 20th of 2018.
Okay. And is this where he's indicating that you're somehow slandering?
Yes, sir.
And what were you saying at the time that that could potentially be construed as slanderous?
I was posting that he was a rapist and that he had raped me when I was 16.
And so have you taken a look at this entire exhibit? Is this the entirety of the message that he sent you?
Yes, sir.
And did you respond to this message in any form or fashion?
No, sir.
Is this a true and correct copy of the message? You recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Judge, can I ask you that State's 295?
State's Exhibit 295 is admitted.
And what I'm going to point you to here is a couple of things here. When it comes here with regard, would you start with however, right where it says however, and read that, please?
However, it has come to my attention that you've been going around slandering my name to people, saying that I raped, in quotations, you, when you know that is not the case. In the years since I've talked to you, I have not even once slandered your name or have said anything degrading about your character. I haven't had a reason to. Excuse me.
I'm going to stop right there. And that's what you're talking about, where he's indicating slandering you at that point.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And then this message continues on here. What does he ask you to do at the very end of the message? What does it say?
So I'm asking you out of respect, please stop spreading lies and misinformation about what happened between us.
Are you lying about what happened between you?
No, sir.
So when you got this, what did you feel that Tanner Horner was trying to get you to do?
I was thinking that he expected me to stay quiet, to not speak about my rape, not speak about the things that he had done to me, and the overall view of his character that I was putting out to the world.
Now, this same exact information that you provided us today as to what happened, did you provide the same, or I won't say exactly the same, but the same story to the police when you reported this?
Yes, sir.
And when did you finally report?
It would have been the Monday following Athena's murder.
You felt at that time compelled that it come forward?
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point, let me ask this. You said that you and Tanner somehow had a conversation about music.
Yes, sir.
And during that time, would he also have an occasion
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did you come across a set of music lyrics that you believe relates to you?
Yes, sir.
And
I'll show you what's Marcus states 296. Can you identify that?
That is a picture of Tanner Horner that he posted on his Instagram with song lyrics as the caption.
Yes.
with regard to Tanner Horner's, did he have an Instagram handle?
Yes, sir.
And what was his Instagram?
Well, this looks to be a little longer sidebar. Let's see if I can get us a little bit closer.
I believe they could mean consensual non-consent.
And let me just ask you, with regard to that, is at some point at or near the time that he is using that handle, is that the same time that you have made the allegations that he made?
Yes, sir.
Okay? And at some point in time, did Tanner Horner have conversations with you? Let me just ask you, what does CNC mean?
Consensual non-consent.
Okay, and in layman's terms, what does that mean?
It's basically rape fantasies.
Okay, and is that something at or near the time that he raped you, that he communicated you with, that he had that fantasy?
Yes, sir.
Did he also have a fantasy, in addition to that, about tying people up and other things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Go.
Yes, are you aware of any fantasy that Mr. Hunter was in after the two-part cut in 2014?
I heard about a couple.
You familiar with the band called Committed to Crime?
I've heard the name, yes.
At the time he sent you that message in 2018, are you aware that he was in the band Committed to Crime?
I was not paying attention to his social media, so no.
Do you have any personal knowledge of how many times he's changed his username?
I did not watch his social media, so no.
Are you aware that according to the Meta website, when you change your user handle, your username on either Facebook or Twitter, Facebook or Instagram, it will change that handle, that name on all old posts?
I am aware, yes, sir.
So if you change that name after the two-part cutting, that would change.
Go ahead, we're outside the presence of jury. Go ahead.
That would change that handle to CNC Twitch on all of those other posts.
Yes.
You testified a moment ago that you said it could be consent, non-consent.
Yes.
So you're not positive that that's why that was made?
I never asked him directly, so no, I don't know what he had in mind when he changed his username. I just know that he has told me that he is into consensual non-consent and that it makes sense for that to be his username.
That's all I have here.
Is there an objection?
Yes, it's a speculation. She just said she doesn't know that's why he changed his username. She knows that they had a discussion about consent, non-consent, and she knows what his user handle is. And that's speculation.
Your objection is sustained as far as the exhibit but if she wants to testify as to the other things that he told her, I'm gonna let her do that. She testified that he told her at one point he was into something like that. I'll let her testify to that. But any speculation as to the exhibit is sustained.
In that vein, am I allowed to ask her what his username means according to her, but not the exhibit itself?
No.
She knows that outside.
No. Okay.
Your Honor, we've also raised an objection to the term rape, I believe, the charge of sexual assault.
That's overruled. You never run any objection. Okay, let's go. All right, everyone may be seated. Mr. Stanton, you may be seated.
Prior to the time that you Warner this all with you, did he ever communicate to you that he had any fantasies or desires with regard to rape or non-consensual sex?
Yes, sir.
And what did he communicate to you about that?
He had communicated to me that he was into consensual non-consent, which is rape fantasy. He had talked to me about how he liked BDSM. He liked the idea of tying people up, those kinds of things.
That's what it shows.
Cross-examination.
My name's Steve Phil, I was met before. So I have a couple of follow-up questions for you. Now, once you did report the sexual assault in, I guess, 2022,
Yes, sir.
you have given a few reported statements about what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me clarify a few things from those prior statements. Now, you talked about, we already testified, you had plans for that week, right?
Yes, sir.
And this was you and Tanner making a plan to hang out.
Yes, sir.
And the plan was, you packed a bag. We're closed for the week, right?
Yes.
And the plan was on Friday and Friday night to stay at the band member's house.
It was Tuesday, Friday night with Charles Wooldridge, or at Charles Wooldridge's house, and then Saturday night at Tanner Horner's house.
Now, to clarify, when you talked, we were talking earlier about what had happened that night. When you woke up that morning, you didn't realize you'd been sexually assaulted.
Correct.
And you took a shower at Charles Wooldridge's house while the band was practicing.
I have no recollection of that.
If I told you that in your original interview with Investigator Lowe and Deputy Ratliff, at the 47:39 mark, you said, yeah, I showered there. And then at the 49:01 mark, you said, from what I can recall, he was dressed when I got up. Then I remember showering while they were doing their band practice.
That's possible. This was 11 years ago. I know that I wasn't hanging out with them while they did band practice, so.
Sure. But if you did, if that was correct, up to that time, and you did shower that morning, you didn't realize that you'd been sexually assaulted at that point.
Correct.
Two of you, I guess Cody Spiker took you to Tanner's house.
Correct.
You dropped Athena and hung out.
Yes, sir.
Conversations, watch television, all that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
And then it was when you testified that when you were coming down from the acid, and I guess he touched your leg or side, that you remembered these two images, two moments in time.
Yes, sir. He was trailing his hand up and down my body, and I started to have flashbacks from the night before.
And that would have been early morning on Sunday, is that?
Yes, sir.
So even, you never gained any kind of continuous memory of you?
No, sir. Those are the only recollections that I have of that night.
I just want to clarify, I think I understand what you're saying, and I know it's been a while. But you talked about Tanner got up and was pacing the shed,
Yes.
and he was talking to you about what's wrong, that sort of thing.
Yes.
And you were able to get someone who's going to come and pick you up.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, he was between you and the door that you're still at.
Yes.
And then he continues to pace around and you leave.
Yes.
He did not follow.
No.
I don't think you've ever stated that you thought that he was intentionally blocking you, he was just in your way.
He was standing in front of the door, and when I asked for the address, he told me that he wouldn't give it to me until I talked to him. So I would classify that as trying to prevent me from leaving, yes.
That you were able to walk out and be involved.
Yes, sir.
Your friend Taylor Bell's mother came.
Yes, sir.
And you went out to the car.
Yes.
And she went inside and came out and drove you to Taylor's house.
Correct.
And you did not tell her what had happened.
I did not tell her the details, but she knew a little bit about that morning. Are you referring to her mother specifically with that question? Yes.
So whatever you told her mother that morning, she had followed.
Correct.
And you testified that Cody Spiker was around Anderson.
Yes, sir.
And he was dating someone younger than 7.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And also stated before that Taylor Bell's boyfriend was someone that's too old for her too.
There was a age gap between them, yes, but not 7 years.
And I believe you had stated before that there was another young lady named Woodard who was dating grown men.
Yes, sir.
And this is all in this little friend group.
I wouldn't say that my friend Taylor was friends with them per se, but yes, there were other women, other teenage girls that were hanging around with Cody and Tanner.
I want to talk a little bit about Tanner and his communication back then. You have previously stated that he could say it's off the wall.
Yeah.
And that he would recognize when a conversation was making people uncomfortable.
Yes,
And he had kind of an erratic energy.
I would say that, yes.
Didn't understand social cues.
Speculation, but yeah.
Well, I don't want you to speculate. I mean, your experience with him and seeing him in a group social setting, did you ever notice him get trouble picking on social cues?
I would say that he was weird. But as far as being able to pick up on social cues, specifics, we only had a handful of interactions with other people. So I would say yes, but I have limited experience with that.
What about his appropriateness in conversation?
I mean, he was having conversations with me about his rape fantasies when I was 16. So I would say that he was very inappropriate in his conversations.
You said the bulk of your conversations you had were centered around music and Dr. Who and things like that.
that was how he began our interactions, yes, was by talking about Doctor Who and music.
That's all I have.
Redirect. These recollections you have are the same ones you've been talking about since 2018?
Yes, sir.
Are they the same ones that Tamara tried to shut you up about in 2018?
Yes, sir.
After this happened, and up until today, how is this event, how has what Tamara did to you?
I lost my sense of self for years. I became very erratic in my behaviors while also losing all sense of voice for myself. I was angry. I was angry at everybody and at everything. I ended up getting into an abusive relationship that lasted 4 years.
Let's keep it question and answer.
Once this happened to Athena, how did you feel differently than you did before?
I felt like I had been put back into 16-year-old me's body. I felt guilt for not coming forward. I felt shame for not speaking up sooner, legally speaking. I felt a lot of pain reliving those memories over and over and over again, as well as thinking about the amount of pain that other people have experienced at the hands of him over and over and over again. I am now back in therapy. I struggle with opening up to people, communicating effectively, because I don't feel like I will be heard, because I go back to that 16-year-old version of me.
Mr. Gavel.
Ms. Moore, when you say that he was trying to silence you there with this message, and he says, basically denies the rape happened, and asks you to stop spreading lies and misinformation about what happened. Is that correct?
That is what he messaged me, correct?
Mr. Stegman.
That's where we're on.
May Ms. Moore be excused subject to any potential replay? May she be excused subject to any recall? Thank you, ma'am. Our next witness will be testifying remotely. So it's going to take me a few minutes to set the equipment up. So just give me a few minutes. We'll try and get it started and we'll bring you back in when we're ready to go. Okay?
All right. I kind of saw that they were going to be taking a break. Let's see how much room we have. I'm trying to get us there, guys. Trying to get us there. Oh, they're still in break. All right. We are live. We are live with court time.
Which is the 250th anniversary of Okay, we are live. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background of the case that we are looking at. I'm trying to pull something up right now. Okay, there we go. Put you over here for right now. Uh, oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. So this case is in Utah, and there's a lot of similarities. And if you know right now what it is, please don't say until we look at this a little bit. Um, there we go. There's a little bit of similarity to this that of a different case that we have. This here is the defendant. Her name is Catherine Restatelli. I think I'm saying that correctly. Okay. Catherine Rest Catherine Restatelli pleaded guilty to murder and conspiracy to commit murder, Redrum, in connection with her estranged husband, Matthew, in July 2024. She lured her husband, to her mother's home where her brother ambushed Matthew and shot him. Catherine's brother Kevin and mother Tracy are set to face their own jury trials in January 2026. So this is actually the daughter. I'm sorry. Okay. So here we go. A Utah woman admitted in court this week that she conspired with her family to try to kill her husband after luring him to his mother's house last July. Catherine pleaded guilty to second-degree felony of redrum and conspiracy to commit redrum, as members of as well as first-degree felony for discharge a firearm Wednesday. Whoops, let me put this down here. July 16th, according to KSL, ABC4, and Fox 13. According to KSL, citing testimony from her trial, the 37-year-old woman lured her estranged husband, Matthew, to her mother's house in American Fork, Utah, by convincing him that she wanted to fix their relationship. Matthew had been living separately from his wife for several months before the red room. Over the phone, Rosatelli convinced her husband to drive to her mother's house and told him to walk in the front door, which she said was open according to KSL. When Matthew entered Rosatelli brothers, Kevin Ellis allegedly ambushed his brother-in-law, fatally shot him multiple times, according to outlets, which cites authorities. Um, Reported that testimony in the trial alleged that she, her brother, and their mother, Tracy Marie Geis, had Matthew Geis had, okay, they skipped something here. They put a knife in the hand. It was the non-dominant hand. Um, so Matthew was left-handed, but he was holding the object in his right hand, along with, during the autopsy, bullet wounds found in his right wrist, the same hand he was holding the knife with. So this goes, it's almost done. Okay. Was charged with murder under the Utah law that allows someone to be criminally prosecuted if they act in a clear mental state in an effort to commit or aid in a redrum. According to outlets, Rosatelli guilty plea this week could possibly lower the charges against her brother and mother. Ellis and Geis' own jury trial is set to begin next January, according to ABC4. Now, the reason why we're going over this, okay, by the way, both are charged with first-degree redrum, conspiracy to commit redrum, obstruction of justice, and 2 counts of domestic violence in the presence of a child. Rustichelli is set to be sentenced on September 9th. He faces between 6 years to life in prison. Now, the reason why we're going over this is that, as you know, when we do trials, we try to bring up fillers so we can just keep right on going. And it almost seems like every it almost seems like every week, and I may be exaggerating. It almost seems like every week um, we say, all right, we're getting to the end of the trials, we're going to stream, and then another one comes up. So we have a couple trials now. We have this one's going to use as a filler. And once the jury is selected for the Florida DP case, which involves the Julio defendants, there is going to be the last four defendants, the Murphy brothers, um, Isaiah, the Isaiah Chance, and I can't remember the fourth ones, will all be tried together, and they are doing jury selection right now. So when that trial gets going, that trial we will be covering here on Ada's channel, and we'll hopefully be working through this one here too. But what case does this case remind you of? Um,
I know.
well, so do I, but I'm asking the chat. Put your guess in the chat and see if you can think of the case that this slowly follows. And I can tell you this: one of the articles that we read earlier, um, this particular case that I'm thinking of, they also found in their electronic searches for the case that we're coming into in Utah.
Okay, we might get in trouble for this, June. We might get in trouble for this. So if we get in trouble for this, I will apologize now, and ask forgiveness later. How about you guys put your guesses in chat of what trial this reminds you of? And we will talk with Ada and get you guys an extra entry into the end of the month drawing. How does that sound? Can we get
Well,
some guesses? Can we get some guesses?
oh, come on. And the guess is the only one that could really guess that's a mod would be Honey, because, we're the ones that's presenting it. And I think that's asking for forgiveness before asking for permission. So
Well,
if
I'm doing a
Ada, if
little
you're
both.
looking, yeah, Ada, if you're listening, please forgive us. But this would be kind of a fun thing to think of. Um, so please put it in chat.
Oh,
Ada just
look.
said, "Go for it."
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank,
Yes,
thank
June
you.
and I will not put our guesses in, but we would like to hear from y'all on what guesses you think, what trial you think this reminds you of, because immediately, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, mm-mm-mm. I just have no words. I don't even know what to say at this
Same
point.
here. Same
They,
here.
they
And
never,
by the
they
way,
never learn. They never learn.
Ada can guess, but cannot be put in for a drawing. Okay, just like Nightbot can't guess. Okay, so let's go ahead with the guess, and anytime you are ready, let's go back to court.
All right, let's see if they're back in. It looks like they might be, but you know, there's no telling. Oh,
What is with the blue screen? I don't have a blue screen. I have a clear screen.
All right, everyone may be seated. On the board, you see a bunch of names and things I want to explain to you. The witness is in the top left corner. The middle box is coming from this camera right here. Okay. The names of Henson and Callahan are observers to the testimony. They will not be saying anything. Lisa Morton's IP is Ms. Morton's cell phone, so she can hear well. And the last one is this thing right here. Okay, so just pay attention to the upper two where you see the video, and everything will be just fine. We'll dim the lights. If you would raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, whose witness is this? Mr. Barrett, you may proceed.
Ms. Ferrara, I'm raising my hand out here, if you can see me. You kind of have a bird's eye view of the courtroom, is that correct?
Correct.
There's a little bit of delay, so I'm going to ask a question and then give you time to answer. And if you do the same, that'd be great. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I just want you to introduce yourself to the jury, state your name, and then I'll ask you a couple questions. You spell your first and your last name, and if you've ever been known by another name, you say that as well, spell your first and last name.
My name is Jacqueline Ferrara. It is spelled JACQUELINE FERRARA. My name during the time of my analysis for this case was Jacqueline Winston, and that is WINSTON.
Thank you. So on this case, at the time, I'm going to say the date of December 2nd, February of 2023, would you have been known by Jacqueline Winston?
Correct.
And on that date, was there some items that were brought to the DPS Garland Crime Lab that were then taken out of the box, and the process of at least preparing those items for analysis, did you have a part of that?
Yes, I did. I have the lab submission forms with the items that were submitted for my analysis, and that was dated February 21st of 2023.
February 21st, 2023, and does it say the printed name of the person that delivered those items to the Garland DPS lab?
Yes, it says that it was Job Espinoza who dropped off the evidence.
Thank you. Now, I want to talk, before we go into what you did on the case, I want you to tell the jury about your background and your education that qualified you to be, to have the job at the DPS Garland Crime Lab that you had at that time.
I received my bachelor's of science degree in biological sciences and have fulfilled the completed coursework required by the SBI's quality assurance standards in order to be a forensic testing analyst. I am also licensed, or I was at the time of my employment, I was licensed by the Texas Forensic Science Commission as a licensed forensic biology screener. During my employment at the Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Garland, I was employed from, it was November of 2020 to December of 2024. After my employment, I underwent a series of training modules in order to prepare myself to be a forensic biology screener and a DNA analyst.
And on this particular case, you said that you had a copy of the Garland lab submission, is that correct?
Yes, the submission form, correct.
And I'm gonna ask to approach her on her just so I can show on video.
Okay.
Ms. Ferrara, I'm showing you, what's been marked for identification purpose now as State's Exhibit number 297. That is a 1, 2, 3, 4-page document, three with the items listed, and then the original cover sheet. Oh, it's upside down? Oh, there you go. All right. So can you see that now? Is it upside down?
Yes. It's upside down for,
Okay, is it upside down now?
no, it's right side up.
Okay. I was trying to watch up there on the screen. So for you, is this a true and correct copy? Does it appear to be from your perspective of the document that you have in your possession, which is also a true and correct copy of the last submission in this case?
It would appear that the first page looks similar to the document that I own that is also 4 pages.
And I would just ask if the defense be willing to stipulate, based upon the pretrial hearings in December on this case, that this is one and the same document.
Right, in addition, judicial economy, I will stipulate these are the same documents. I trust Mr. Berry's.
Thank you, Mr. Scoville, appreciate that.
Now, with regard to this case, before I sit down, I want to identify a couple of more documents. First of all, you issued 2 lab reports related to this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And the first one, I believe, was issued on March the 16th of 2023, and entitled the DNA Male Screening Laboratory Report, is that right?
Correct.
And I'm going to show you what's now been marked as State's Exhibit number 298, and ask you, at least as far as the front page, if that appears to be that same document.
It does.
And then next, I'm going to show you another lab report that was issued on June 14th of 2023, entitled Biology Laboratory Report. I'll show you that's now been marked as State's Exhibit number 300. Can you see that?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same as the one that you issued in this case as well?
Yes, it does.
Now, Ms. Farrar, with regard to these items, before I offer them into evidence, I want to kind of talk about what you did in this case. Can you give just a brief, I'm going to let you talk as much as I can, to just tell us sort of the progression of the things that you did in this case. Let's just start with the first thing that you did in this case, once you were assigned to do your first lab report.
So my first lab report is this DNA male screening lab report. When I was first assigned to this case, I had retrieved the evidence that was stored inside of the locked and secured DNA vault. The first thing I had to do was to enter into the larger package of evidence, which is itemized as Exhibit 01, which is a large ground box. Inside of this box, I had to retrieve the right buccal swabs and left buccal swabs from Tanner Lynn Horner in order to cut and retain those to be used as references. After, no, you're fine. Keep going. Okay. After I had cut Exhibit 01AA, which is right buccal swab 1 from Tanner Lynn Horner, I retained the right buccal swab 2, left buccal swab 1, and left buccal swab 2, as well as Exhibit 0112AA, which was the blood card from the victim. I cut a portion of the blood card for DNA analysis to be used as a reference for the victim, and I retained the remainder of that blood card. After those known samples were cut and retained, I then was able to enter into the sexual assault kit from Athena Strand and start my analysis for this male screening procedure.
And what is entailed with doing the male screening procedure with regard to those items?
So the male screening procedure is a procedure that I believe now is phased out of the lab, so DPS does not do this analysis anymore. But it is a rough estimate of how much total human DNA and male DNA is present on items of evidence from a sexual assault kit. So it allows us to very quickly get an estimate and a determination of which swabs, specifically inside a sexual assault kit, would be eligible and beneficial for further DNA testing.
And with regard to the sexual assault kit from the body of Athena Strand, did you do that analysis?
Yes, I did.
And explain how that analysis was conducted, please.
So upon opening the sexual assault kit, I itemized the 3 swabs that were present inside, or these 3 sets of swabs. There were vaginal swabs, which are itemized as Exhibit 0201. Exhibit 0202 are anal swabs from Athena Strand, and Exhibit 0203 are the oral swabs from Athena Strand. So in order to start the analysis for this DNA male screening procedure, I opened up each swab box that was labeled properly with the case number for the case, my initials, and the date of examination, and a small portion from the tips of the swabs were cut and placed into a labeled tube that would then be placed on a barcoded plate and used for the lab analytical side of the DNA male screening procedure.
May I ask you a follow-up question on that?
Yes.
I want to talk about the swabs from the defendant, the blood card, and then these 3 swabs from the sexual assault kit. When you cut those, do you cut the entire item up, or is there part of it that's still retained for further testing if needed?
When a swab is cut, so a buccal swab from the suspect, when that is cut, only half of one swab is used for that DNA analysis. That leaves the remainder of that one swab for any future testing, as well as the other 3 buccal swabs from the defendant.
Okay. What about with the blood card from the
Yes. With the blood card specifically, the blood card has 4 spots of red-brown staining that was taken from the ME blood standard. I only cut a 5 millimeter by 5 millimeter portion for DNA analysis, and the entire rest of that card is retained frozen for any future analysis.
And now with regard to the 3 swabs from the sexual assault kit.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the same?
So exhibit, oh,
sorry, I kept you off.
It's okay. Exhibit 0201, which are the vaginal swabs, there were 2 cotton swabs inside of the closed swab box. So from those 2 cotton swabs, the swab tips were cut and placed into a tube for male screening. That is the same for Exhibit 0202, the anal swabs, and Exhibit 0203, the oral swabs. So I would estimate about 80% of these swabs are left for any future testing. We only take maybe a 15 to 20% of the swabs from the very tip of the cotton swab for male screening.
Understood. So go forward from that point. Now you've cut the tips of the swabs. Tell us what you do next.
So after the swab tips are cut, they are placed into a labeled tube and put on a labeled plate as well. Another analyst can then take this plate with the samples inside, and they will add the different chemicals needed during this male screening procedure. So male screening, or a rough definition, the procedure is where we will add chemicals that will extract any cells present in the sample to release DNA from inside of those cells or other cellular debris. Once the DNA is in solution, more chemicals are added to those samples and moved to other instruments to start what is called this quantification process. And that is where we will get the data for male screening for my report as well, where it will let us know how much total human DNA is present in the sample, as well as how much male DNA in along with it. It will also let us know if there are any quality indicators associated with the data, or if there is anything that needs to be looked into further. For this report, there was no quality indication errors associated with the data, and I had normal results for all three of these swabs.
So with regard to the results themselves, are those listed on your lab report that we previously identified as State's Exhibit number 298?
Yes.
Now, before I offer that into evidence, I want to talk to you about State's Exhibit 297, the lab submission. When you went to retrieve these items originally and opened the box, did you just get the things that you immediately needed out, or did you take some steps with regard to the other items as well?
So in order to retrieve the buccal swabs from the suspect, as well as the known blood card from the victim, I had to itemize and take note of the rest of the items of packaging and evidence that were inside of Exhibit 01, which is the large brown box. So a portion of my notes for this male screening lab report included notes describing the packaging details and labeling on these other items of evidence that were inside of Exhibit 01.
And for those items, other than the ones that we've already talked about, what did you list with regard to those items?
All of those items are reported as this item was not examined on my report.
So we can look at just, this report really just pertains to the buccal swab from Tanner Kramer, the blood card from Athena Strand, and then the 3 sets of swabs from the sexual assault kit. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so now I'm going to ask it, when you itemize those reports, or those itemize those items, including the ones that said this item not examined, was that from the items that were listed on the lab report that you previously identified as State's Exhibit number 297?
Those other items are, they are itemized, I think, further on the later biology laboratory report. These are just itemized so that they are given an item number and I can label the items of evidence inside while I retrieved the other swabs.
All right, thank you. Now, let's talk, I'm going to go ahead and offer into evidence, Your Honor, at this time, State's Exhibit number 297, which is the lab submission report, and State's Exhibit number 298, which is the DNA male screening laboratory report. All right.
exhibits 297 and 298. Is that correct, Mr. Beard?
Yes, sir.
Are admitted.
Now, Ms. Ferrara, with regard to the lab reports themselves, would your name be listed as Winston rather than Ferrara?
Yes, on this DNA mail screening lab report, my name is listed as Jacqueline Winston.
And then, so on this report, now that we have it admitted into evidence, I'd like you to tell us what the results were, first of all, from the vaginal swabs from Athena Presley Monroe Strand.
Exhibit 0201, vaginal swabs from Athena Presley Monroe Strand. The report indicates that male DNA was detected on this item utilizing the Plexer HY quantification system. This item was collected and retained.
Can you explain a little further what the Plexor HY quantification kit or system is?
The Plexer HY quantification kit is just a box that contains all of the chemicals that we use during this male screening lab procedure.
Now, with regard to the anal swabs from Athena Presley Monroe Strand, what were your findings for the anal swabs?
Exhibit 0202, anal swabs from Athena Presley Monroe Strand. Male DNA was detected on this item utilizing the Plexer HY quantification kit. Due to the presence of high amounts of total DNA relative to the amount of male DNA present, the sample was not processed for autosomal STR analysis. Trace evidence was collected. The collected trace evidence has been packaged with the evidence. No further trace analysis was conducted at this time.
So for vaginal swabs 0201, male DNA was detected, correct?
Yes, presumptive testing for the presence of blood was performed, as well as testing for semen that included presumptive testing as well as an actual sperm search.
Can you explain the findings?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. Semen was detected. Trace evidence was detected or collected, The collected trace evidence has been packaged with the evidence. No further trace analysis was conducted at this time. And then I reported that samples were collected and retained for possible DNA analysis.
With regard to the semen, if it had just been a presumptive positive, but actual semen had not been located, how would it have been notated in your report?
It would have been notated similarly to the presumptive blood result. It would have said that presumptive testing for the presence of semen was positive, but no spermatozoa was detected.
But in this case, what did it list regarding the semen?
It said that semen was detected.
Now let's talk about 0103. What was that?
Exhibit 0103 is itemized as the gray sweatshirt from suspect's property.
And let's just talk about, without regard to the trace evidence or whether you kind of generally told us what would happen with all the samples based upon what you found. So let's just talk about the findings related to blood and findings related to semen on these items as we go through them. So 0103, the gray sweatshirt from the suspect's property.
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was negative. Semen was detected.
0104, a multicolored sock from the suspect's property.
No stains having the appearance of blood were observed. Presumptive testing for the presence of semen was negative. There is an additional reporting statement on here too. It says that swabs were collected from this item and retained for potential DNA analysis. That is another type of analysis that we can perform on clothing in addition to the presumptive test that I have noted on previously. I collected swabs from this article of clothing, this multicolored sock, to hopefully collect any potential skin cells that could indicate who that sock possibly belonged to. So in this case, in addition to tape lifting the sock, looking for any positive ALS stains to test for semen and presumptive blood tests, that item was also swabbed, and the swabs were retained for any potential further DNA analysis.
All right, next, the 0105, the white and green paint underwear from the suspect, found on the suspect's property.
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was negative. Presumptive testing for the presence of semen was negative. And swabs were collected from this item and retained for potential DNA analysis.
All right, now 0106, is that one item or multiple items?
0106 is one item. It is a medium brown paper bag, but inside of that brown paper bag, there were 2 items inside.
The first one is listed as 0106-AA, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was that?
That is itemized as blue jeans from suspect's property.
And what was the findings on that?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. Presumptive testing for the presence of semen was negative. Samples were collected and retained for possible DNA analysis.
And 0106AD, the second item from 0106.
It is itemized as a multicolored sock from suspect's property. No stains having the appearance of blood were observed. Presumptive testing for the presence of semen was negative. Swabs were collected from this item and retained for potential DNA analysis.
And I think I'm going to just go over the rest, any items where you have positive findings, other than to just name them, what they are. So the next item, 0107, the FedEx Polo from Tanner Lynn Corner, were there any findings positive related to that?
No.
0108, black and gray socks from Tanner Lynn Corner.
No.
0109, jeans from Tanner Lynn Corner.
Yes.
Can you explain what the findings were with regard to those jeans labeled as 0109?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive and semen was detected.
And what was done as far as collecting samples from that item, the jeans?
Those samples that were positive were collected and retained for possible DNA analysis.
And is it, are there multiple samples that can be collected from the same item, potentially?
Yes.
Explain that, please.
So according to the Department of Public Safety Crime Lab's policy regarding death penalty cases and capital murder cases, every positive sample that can be used for further DNA testing has to be collected and retained. In other cases, not every single positive stain would maybe be retained and sent for DNA analysis, but DPS has a specific and different policy for these types of cases. So every single positive sample and positive stain that was identified and collected from these items of evidence were stored frozen, and I believe you would have to confirm with the DNA analyst, but I believe they were all additionally sent forward for DNA testing.
Thank you. Now let's talk about item number 01-10. What was that, and what was the results?
Exhibit 0110 were black Hanes underwear from Tanner Lane Corner. Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was negative. Semen was detected. Samples were collected and retained for possible DNA analysis.
All right, let's go on to 0112 AB and AC. What were those?
0112AB were right hand fingernail clippings and clipper from Athena Presley Monroe Strand. And exhibit 0112AC were the left hand fingernail clippings from Athena Presley Monroe Strand.
And were swabs collected and retained for DNA analysis on both of those items?
Correct. Those swabs were also presumptively tested for the presence of blood.
And was one of them positive for the presence of blood?
Yes. Exhibit 0112AB, the right hand fingernail clippings and clipper were presumptively tested and they were positive for the presence of blood.
What about the other swab? I mean, the other
Mhm.
hand?
Exhibit 0112AC from the left hand, the presumptive testing for the presence of blood was negative.
But as you said, the swabs were still collected and retained and sent forward, is that right?
Correct. So these were fingernail clippings from the ME's office. So they were sent the actual clippings from the victim. So these clippings themselves were retained, frozen and stored. And the actual swabbings that I personally took inside the lab from these clippings were also retained, frozen, and stored.
So let's talk about 0113. I believe that's green bungee cord from the truck, is that right?
Yes.
We don't have this in front of us right now, but in your lab notes, do you often take pictures and show items where if you collect swabs, where you collected the swabs from?
Yes, I do.
And are there sometimes different swabs that are collected, say, from the end of the set of bungee cords versus the middle of the set of bungee cords?
Yes. It sometimes depends on the case and the suspected way in which the evidence could have been used. But yes, in this case, I took photos and detailed notes to describe where and why I had swabbed that specific item differently.
Now, what was the findings as far as the presumptive test for that item, 0113?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was negative, and swabs were collected from the item and retained for potential DNA analysis.
What about 0114, the black bungee cords from the truck?
No stains having the appearance of blood were observed.
Were swabs nonetheless collected?
Yes.
And let's go on to 0115. 0115, I believe, has different items associated with 0115, is that right?
Yes.
And all of those are taken from where?
According to the information on the submission form, those are all swabs that were collected from inside of the truck.
And does it state, I'm not going to have you read it, but does it state for each of those swabs where those swabs came from within the truck?
Yes, there is a general location for where those swabs were collected.
And on any of those, was the presumptive testing for blood or semen positive on any of those swabs?
No, they were all negative for blood and semen.
But nonetheless, were those swabs still sent forward for further testing?
They were all collected and retained. You can confirm with the DNA analyst if they were for sure sent forward for DNA testing, as that had occurred after I left the lab. But it is the policy that those would have been sent forward for DNA testing.
And then finally, I think there was just a folded piece of toilet paper that was collected as 0116. Did you do the same testing procedures on that?
Yes, I presumptively tested for blood and semen, and they were both negative.
Now, as part of your duties did you leave, what was the reason you left the DPS card in front of?
I had just delivered my daughter, and my husband and I made a personal decision that I would stay home with her instead and resign.
Okay. And, how old is your daughter now?
18 months.
And is, y'all live in Texas or do you live in a different state?
We relocated to Kansas.
And is that why you're testifying by Zoom today?
Yes, that's part of the reason.
Okay. Now, with regard to your further duties on this case, were you asked to put together or involved in putting together a list of items that might potentially be depleted with further testing?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of that?
At the end of my biological testing, I had put together a list for the agents working on the case of any items that had positive samples that could be used for DNA analysis, and of those samples, which samples would potentially be depleted during said DNA analysis. This was so that the agents in charge could potentially get a court order for any DNA testing where samples would be depleted, as that is required by DPS policy.
And so, because of this policy with DPS, the court has to issue a specific order to further test those items, is that right?
Yes.
And part of the reason why death penalty cases take longer is to comply with this requirement so that you can get agreements from the parties if possible, or at least have the court look over and determine where that testing should take place, correct?
Correct.
Sustain. Jerry will disregard the last answer.
Ms. Ferrara, I want to thank you for your time and your work on this case, and I will ask the witness from
Cross-examination.
Yes, hello, Ms. Ferrara, good to see you again. So.
Yes, hi.
Couple of quick questions. You were not the person who collected the swabs, right?
Are you referring to the swabs from the truck?
Well, any of these, you weren't there, you weren't out there and collecting these paint pieces, right?
Correct. Any evidence that was submitted to the lab that were swabs, I did not collect it. I had taken swabs from certain items of evidence as part of my own testing, and those were collected by me and retained frozen.
Yes, and some of these things were stains and things like that. You don't have any way of knowing how old the stain is, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last bit?
I said you wouldn't have any way of knowing how old the stain is on the items you received.
Correct. I cannot determine the age of a stain.
And it's the same for any DNA on that item. You would have no way of knowing when it was deposited on the item.
Correct.
Now, it's a little confusing when you're talking about the quantification kit. That's not to calculate how much DNA is present, is it?
So the Plexer HY quantification kit that I mentioned for the DNA male screening lab report, that estimates a total human DNA, so autosomal DNA, as well as total male DNA present in those swabs from the sexual assault kit.
Okay, so if there are calculations in the bench notes as to that number, that would have been you that calculated it or someone else?
The number that we get for the quantification values for the male screening lab report, that is calculated through a software that we use in combination with the Plexer HY quantification chemicals for that process. So it is an estimate. It is not an exact, precise calculation, but it is a very close, rough estimate of how much total human DNA is present in that sample and how much male DNA is present as well. It's just to give us a good guide on which samples would be beneficial for any further future DNA testing.
Okay, and can you clarify when you're talking about the presumptive testing for semen, and you also mentioned viewing under a microscope for spermatozoa? That's, you have your presumptive testing, but then to actually follow up on that, you have to do the microscopic view, correct?
Yes, the DPS policy for testing for semen and sperm cells are to go ahead and perform what's called a sperm search using microscopic slide with a portion of the sample. So that is only performed on samples that are positive, presumptively positive for semen. That would be the next step in that case to confirm whether that stain is actually semen or not.
And is that step that you were working on, or was that farther down the process?
That was part of my procedure in the lab.
Great. No further questions, John.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Ron.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate it.
Goodbye.
Let me see, counsel.
Oh, I bet they are discussing scheduling. We have no room. So we're just going to have to be patient.
Let's just hope what happened yesterday does not happen today, where all of a sudden we lose the feed.
Well, we are all caught up, so we are just patiently waiting here, Judge. While we go ahead and we have the time, you guys go ahead and get your I liked and I shared in before the drawing. Well, guess what they did? They have closed down the feed like they did yesterday with June.
Yep, I just seen that. So now we have a little bit of time. Do we want to go over and start the other trial, or do we want to end the stream? Y'all let me know.
Yes, because we have the Utah versus Tracy Greist. I may be mispronouncing it. I'm sure that once we get into court, they will be able to help us out with the names. So if we mispronounce them now, we apologize. We're sorry. I don't know what time it is where you guys are. It's 3 o'clock, 3:10 Central Time. I am good, June. If we want to go ahead and
It's
kick
what?
this off, I'm good with that. It's 3:09
Okay, let
Central
me
Time.
bring. And
I
it's
got,
1:09 Pacific Time. You got what?
guess what I
Oh,
got?
okay.
I was
Sorry.
already prepared. No,
Sorry.
you are fine.
So,
I was already prepared.
sorry, Speedy.
Oh, well,
Okay.
you can have it. Look, we're going to fight over it because we keep knocking each other off. Go for it.
Make
Go
I
for it.
knocked you off, but then I turned right back on. Okay. Well, you need to be in the background. Remember that. Okay. So, like I said, let's go ahead and try to get the guests in on. If anybody has any idea what this case can or will um, remind you of.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Please put that down. We'll get you an extra entry into the drawing for the end of the month $25 Amazon card.
What the heck? Oh, Christ, June. Okay. All right, here we go. So if you have an idea, please let us know. This thing's going to fight me today, I think. Angela, be ready just in case. I keep getting the circle of death.
Okay. Are you still getting it? You want me to throw it up? Or are you good?
Uh, we'll have it up and follow me just on the safe side.
Sounds good.
Let me close a couple of other things out, or try to close a couple of things out. Okay, let's see what happens. I'm getting the circle of death. You want to pull it up? I may have to reload. Okay, I'm on the seal. Okay. All right, so here we go with the Utah case. And I don't know if it's mountain time or regular time, so it's either the same time I am, which is 1:12, or it could be 2:12. So let's get into court without further ado.
So they should be out shortly. Just formally, anything from the state you wish to put on the record? Thank you, Mr. Facebearer. On behalf of the defense, anything we need to put on the record? Thank you. So, counsel, do you want to come get a copy of the jury instructions for you? Mr. Brown, if you want to give one to Mr. Facebearer, please. Mr. Rutherford, I see that you filed the amended instructions. Are those the cleaned up ones that I gave back to you from yesterday? Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Facefire, have you seen the amended ones, the cleaned up ones?
No.
The ones that had the typos in it. Right.
I mean, I don't know what he's changed, what's been changed. All right, for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Council, I need to see you in chambers. We need to take a recess. We'll be in recess.
All right.
All right. Well, that was unexpected and a surprise. Wonder what that is all about. Thankfully, we have Zoom room. So let me see if I can get us into court again.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let's go on the record of the matter of State versus Grist, case 241101170. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, apparently some of you had problems with your audio yesterday and never told anybody. And now I'm finding out about it for the first time today, which is causing us some problems that we've got to work through right now. So I'm going to reread to everybody some information. It's called the information. And information are allegations or charges brought against the defendant. They are not evidence of anything. They're simply allegations. After I've read to you the information, each party, the state with Mr. Watabe and Mr. Facefire for the defense, are going to identify the key parties on their team, and any potential witnesses that may call. Pay attention to those names. After they've completed doing that, I'm going to ask each of you to raise your hand if and only if you think you know anything about the case, and or if you think you may know somebody that's been identified or that works in these offices. If that's the case, then you'll get to come back and chat with me in chambers about this. All right, I'm going to read to you the information. In the 4th Judicial District Court, Utah County, State of Utah plaintiff versus Theresa Marie Grist, defendant. Case number 241100884. The State of Utah, through the Utah County Attorney's Office, charges the defendant with the commission of the following offense. Count 1, murder, domestic violence. Count 2, conspiracy to commit murder, domestic violence. Count 3, obstruction of justice in a criminal investigation or proceedings. Count 4, commission of domestic violence in the presence of a child. Count 5, commission of domestic violence in the presence of a child. That's been sworn to by the Utah County Attorney's Office. Mr. Watabe, please identify your team and potential witnesses.
My name is James Watabe. I'm with the Utah County Attorney's Office. On my right, we have Amy Salani, we have Patty Rodriguez, and I have co-counsel Adam Pomeroy and David Brown. Jeff Gray is the Utah County Attorney, and his chiefs are Chad Brubander and Chris Ballard. People that are involved in this case that you may hear about or potential witnesses include from American Court, Police Department, Detective Broughton, Detective Matosha, Detective Nordine, Detective Letton, Officer Guerra, Officer Layclough, Officer Simpson, Officer Neal, Officer Waite, Officer Lunt. Officer Simpson is now with HSI, Officer Lunt is now with transport. From the crime lab and the Office of Medical Examiner, we have Dr. Amanda Ho, toxicologist Janelle Wright, toxicologist Rachel Ellie Little. We have from the crime lab DNA experts Rachel Williams, Emily Simic. Potentially, you could also hear from Justin Seitsinger, Patrick Sapoli from SDI, Sergeant Alina. Some of the civilian witnesses that you will hear from: Brett Laney, Caitlin Laney, David Kruger, Diane Rastelli, Mark Rastelli, the deceased is Matt Rastelli, Kevin Ellis, Catherine Rastelli, Catherine Rastelli, Tim Ellis, Rachel Jorgensen, and Tara Lynn Fisher.
Thank you. Mr. Facemeyer.
Hi, my name is Dana Facemeyer. I'm the attorney for Tracy Grist, who is our my client here today. And our witnesses are essentially the same witnesses that the state has called. A lot of the last names you heard were family members. And in my office is Randy Lish and Raquel King.
Thank you, Mr. Facemeyer. All right, now that I've read to everybody the information, if you heard the key players in this case, does anybody know anything about this case or think you know anything about it? So raise your hand. All right, the record reflect nobody has raised their hand. Then the next question is, do any of you think you may know any of the key parties, witnesses, attorneys, or anybody in their firm or offices? Please raise your hand. Excellent. All right, thank you. All right, counsel, anything else you want to put on the record? No. All right, let's hand out the jury instructions. Ready for the handout?
And nothing from defense.
Nothing. Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're now handing out to you what are called jury instructions. These are the opening instructions in the case. It'll help you as you listen to the testimony, know how to process it. After I go through the opening instructions, the state will give you an opening statement. After that, the defense will decide whether they're going to give you an opening statement, whether they're going to waive it, or they're going to defer. You're welcome to read along or just listen. You can take these instructions with you back into the jury room. Please don't take them home with you, but leave them where you're sitting on the table each night when you leave to go home. I'll now read the opening instructions. All right, instruction number 1, introduction. Members of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury in this case. The defendant is accused of committing one or more crimes. You will decide if the defendant is guilty or not guilty. I will give you some instructions now and some later. You are required to consider and follow all of my instructions. Keep an open mind throughout the trial. At the end of the trial, you will discuss the evidence and reach a verdict. You took an oath to well and truly try the issues pending between the parties and to render a true and just verdict. The oath is your promise to do your duty as a member of the jury. Be alert, pay attention, follow my instructions. Instruction number 2. This is a criminal action brought by the state of Utah against the defendant in which she is accused of committing the following crimes. Count 1, murder, domestic violence. Count 2, conspiracy to commit murder, domestic violence. Count 3, obstruction of justice. Count 4, commission of domestic violence in the presence of a child. Count 5, commission of domestic violence in the presence of a child. The fact that the defendant has been accused of these crimes is not evidence of anything. Rather, the defendant is presumed innocent. The defendant has entered pleas of not guilty and denies committing these crimes. Every crime has component parts called elements. Before you can find the defendant guilty of a particular crime, you must find that the prosecution has proven each element of that crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Until then, you must presume that the defendant is not guilty. The defendant does not have to prove anything. She does not have to testify, call witnesses, or present evidence. Number 3, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Some of you may have served as jurors in civil cases where you are told that it is only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not true. In criminal cases, the prosecution's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find her guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give her the benefit of the doubt and find her not guilty. Number 4, presumption of innocence. Remember, the fact that the defendant is charged with the crime is not evidence of guilt. The law presumes that the defendant is not guilty of the crime charged. This presumption persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Number 5, role of judge, jury, and lawyers. All of us, judge, jury, and lawyers, are officers of the court and have different roles during the trial. As the judge, I will supervise the trial, decide legal issues, and instruct you on the law. As the jury, you must follow the law as you weigh the evidence and decide the factual issues. Factual issues relate to what did or did not happen in this case. The lawyers will present evidence and try to persuade you to decide the case in one way or the other. Neither the lawyers nor I decide the case. That is your role. Do not be influenced by what you think our opinions might be. Make your decisions based on the law given in my instructions and on the evidence presented in court. Number 6, evidence. As jurors, you will decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. You must base your decision only on the evidence. Evidence usually consists of the testimony and exhibits presented at trial. Testimony is what witnesses say under oath. Exhibits are things like documents, photographs, or other physical objects. The fact that the defendant has been accused of a crime and brought to trial is not evidence. What the lawyers say is not evidence. For example, their opening statements and closing arguments are not evidence. Number 7, objections. Rules govern what evidence may be presented to you. On the basis of these rules, the lawyers may object to proposed evidence. If they do, I will rule in one of 2 ways. If I sustain the objection, the proposed evidence will not be allowed. If I overrule the objection, the evidence will be allowed. Do not evaluate the evidence on the basis of whether objections are made. Number 8, order of the trial. I will now explain how the trial will unfold. Prosecution will give its opening statement. An opening statement gives an overview of the case from one point of view and summarizes what the lawyer thinks the evidence will show. Defense counsel may choose to make an opening statement right after the prosecutor, or wait until after all the prosecution's evidence has been presented, or not make one at all. You will then hear the prosecution's evidence. Evidence is usually presented by calling and questioning witnesses.
Those aspects that involve Kevin.
Just after going.
Well, it jumped on us.
Until the trial is over, do not mingle or talk with the lawyers, parties, witnesses, or anyone else connected with the case. Court clerks or bailiffs can answer general questions such as length of breaks or the location of restrooms, but they cannot comment about the case or anyone involved. The goal is to avoid the impression that anyone is trying to influence you improperly. If people involved in the case seem to ignore you outside of court, they're just following this instruction. Until the trial is over, do not read or listen to any news reports about this case. Do not do any research or visit any locations related to this case. If you observe anything that seems to violate this instruction, report it immediately to a clerk or bailiff. Number 10, further admonition about electronic devices. Jurors have caused serious problems during trials by using computer and electronic communication technology. You may be tempted to use these devices to investigate the case or to share your thoughts about the trial with others. However, You must not use any of these electronic devices while you're serving as a juror. You violate your oath as a juror if you conduct your own investigations or communicate about this trial with others, and you may face serious consequences if you do. Let me be clear. Do not Google the parties, witnesses, issues, or counsel. Do not tweet or text about the trial. Do not use Blackberries or iPhones to gather or send information on the case. Do not post updates about the trial on Facebook pages. Do not use Wikipedia or other internet information sources, etc. Even using something as seemingly innocent as Google Maps can result in a mistrial. Please understand that the rules of evidence and procedure have developed over hundreds of years in order to ensure the fair resolution of disputes. The fairness of the entire system depends on you reaching your decisions based on evidence presented to you in court, and not on other sources of information. Post-trial investigations can occur. If improper activities are discovered at any time, they will be brought to my attention, and the entire case might have to be retried at substantial cost. Number 11, note-taking. Feel free to take notes during the trial to help you remember the evidence, but do not let note-taking distract you. Your notes are not evidence and may be incomplete. That concludes the opening instructions. Mr. Brown, I'll turn the time over to you for the state's opening statement.
Thank you. Testing. There we go. Testing. Can you allow us to present? On the morning of July 12th, 2024, Matthew Rastelli woke up in his home outside of Temecula, California. He woke up in a great mood because the day earlier, he had convinced his wife, Catherine, who goes by Kate Rastelli, to come home. You see, 3 weeks earlier, she had taken their 2 children, Cheyenne and Steele, and left the home in California and driven to her mother's house in American Fork, Utah. Her mother is Tracy Grist. He had made arrangements. He had arranged a rental car for her to drive home. He had put money into her, by her I mean Kate, into Kate's account so she could finance the trip to come home. Little did he know that that agreement to come home was a ruse. She had no intention of coming home. Over the course of the morning of the 12th, Matthew learned from Kate that she couldn't rent the rental car that he had arranged for her. So she couldn't come home. Thinking she still wanted to come home, he went to work. He put new tires on the family truck. He obtained a travel permit so he wouldn't get pulled over. He replaced the starter in the car. And by approximately lunchtime on the 12th, he began the 12 to 10-hour trip to American Fork, Utah. Over the course of that drive, he spoke to Kate several times. We know this because there were several calls recovered from Kate's phone that you will hear. You hear the content of those calls. Because of the content of the calls, it likely wasn't a surprise to Matt that when he showed up at 10:06 p.m. to Tracy Grist's home, that the interior lights were off, that the door was unlocked, and that there was nobody there. He entered the home as he had been instructed to do, took off his shoes at the entryway, or his sandals, and within mere moments of stepping into that home and removing his sandals, he was shot 7 times by his brother-in-law, Kevin Ellis. And he died at the foot of the stairs while Kate and the 2 children were upstairs. Now, the events of what happened that day and the weeks leading up to it is what brings you here today. The judge just read to you the charges that Miss Tracy Grist faces, namely the murder of Matthew Rastelli, conspiring to commit that murder, and the obstruction of justice. As you listen to, it's the state's job and burden to prove that she committed each of those crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a burden that we willingly bear. Your job is to pay attention. Take notes. Take notes to the evidence that you will receive. All evidence is going to come to you through this jury stand, through witnesses, through exhibits, digital, forensic evidence. It will all come to you through that stand. And as you listen to this, I want you to consider the following questions. Did Tracy's actions lead to the death of Matthew Rastelli? Did she reach an agreement with her daughter Kate or Catherine Rastelli and her son Kevin Ellis that Matthew would be killed? And did she did she take actions that prevented the investigation or prosecution of what happened that night? As you're thinking about that, I'm going to kind of put in your minds an instruction that you'll receive at the end. So just like you received instructions here, you'll get another packet at the end that contains all the law that you need. One of those instructions is going to discuss the party to the offense. Someone is a party to the offense if they aid, encourage, solicit, or participate another to commit a crime, and that crime happens. So keep that in mind as you're listening to the evidence. Over the next several minutes, I'm going to give you an overview of how I expect that the state's evidence will answer each of those questions in the affirmative. Now, remember, what I say in this opening is not evidence. It's just a roadmap. Okay, it's not going to include everything that you're going to hear, but it is the state's expectation of how the evidence is going to play forward coming from that stand. The relationship between Kate, actually this may be helpful to you. I'm going to refer to a lot of the people on this, and so it'll be helpful for you to refer to this and say, okay, that's where this person fits in. Trust, you will hear this evidence again. This is just a roadmap. In January of 2024, the relationship between Matt, the deceased, and Catherine, or Kate, his wife, had become very strained. The couple argued frequently. They argued about Kate's infidelity. They argued about their dire financial situation. But either way, it was bad. In January, the date's in the bottom right corner, Kate reached out to her mom saying, at this point, I don't know if Matt will be going to Disney. We've been fighting so much. I want out. To which Tracy Grist responds, just say what you need to. And then, I just told your husband, don't mess with my child. I want you to know I mean that. And then a little bit later, I'll just drive 9 hours and strangle him. Appeared to be mere hyperbole at the time. Things improved enough that in February of 2024, they did go to Disney. Matt joined the entire Grist family as they went on a Disney trip. You will hear that the family procured several Apple AirTags to place on the children so that they wouldn't lose them in Disney. By May of 2024, things had deteriorated again. Kate tells her mom, I hate my life, Mom. I hate that I have kids with Matt. Similar concerns were relayed by Kate to her sister, Carolyn Fisher, who you will hear also lives in California. In June of 2024, Kate tells Carolyn Fisher, I hate him. How do I get out? To which Carolyn responded, do it one step at a time. talked to mom, Tracy Grist, about a storage unit. So that's what she did. Kate procured a storage unit, began to slowly move things out of the family home that she wanted to keep when she left. You'll hear that the plan was for her to leave at the conclusion of a Las Vegas trip that she and Matt were going to take in mid-June. Diane Rastelli is Matt's mom. She's here in the courtroom today. You're going to hear from her. She knew about the dire financial situation that Kate and Matt were in. And knowing that now was not the time for a Vegas trip with their situation, she canceled the trip. This forced a shift or a change in the plan for Kate and Tracy. Tracy obtained a credit card and sent it to Kate, a credit card that Matt couldn't track and didn't know about. On the 18th of June, she arranged for a rental car for Kate and the kids and scheduled it for the 20th. On the morning of the 20th, on the 16th, you also start to see lengthy conversations between Tracy Grist, Carolyn Fisher, Rachel Jorgensen, and Kate. A lot of activity. You're going to see that come forward. During those conversations, on the 16th, Tracy Grist's web search history shows that she searched first, Utah gun law registration, and second, Utah shoot breaking. She also started looking about establishing residency in Utah, the divorce procedures. And as I said, 2 days later, she arranges the rental car, which would be set for the morning of the 20th. On the 20th, in the early morning hours, Carolyn Fisher texts Tracy Grist and asks if she can see the air tag that she had switched the name to truck. Tracy confirms that she'll look. That same day, this is the 20th, Kate is going to meet Carolyn at the storage unit and at the rental car agency. Carolyn tells her, I used the Apple AirTag, use some Gorilla Tape or something else to stick it somewhere in the truck, okay? Kate, at the bottom, you'll see she expressed some reservations about this. Not sure she wants to do it. But on the 20th, she drives the family truck into town, leaves it at a shopping complex, and decides last minute, actually, you know what, yes, I am going to put the AirTag in there. She places it in a bin of trash on the floorboard of the truck. Picks up the rental car, goes to the storage unit, fills it with whatever she wanted to take, and begins to drive to American Fork. No warning to Matt that she was leaving. That same day, you will see that the family created a Facebook chat that involved Tara Lynn, Tracy Grist, Rachel Jorgensen, and Kate that allowed them all to monitor the location of the AirTag. And they discussed frequently its location. During Kate's drive on the 20th, Tracy Grist asked Carolyn Fisher to draft a text to send to Matt to explain that this was just a breather. She does that, and Kate sends it as drafted to Matt. Kate arrives to the home of Tracy Grist the evening of the 20th, enters the gated community where Tracy lived, and set up shop in Tracy's home. Over the next several days, Matt gets over his initial anger about Kate picking up and leaving with the kids without warning. Part of this is because he was being led to believe that this was just a breather. This was just a temporary vacation. Tracy Grist, you'll hear, went so far as to call Diane Rastelli and tell her the same thing. They just need a breather. They just need some time. The entire time that Matt is being led to believe that this is a breather, the family's monitoring him. By this point, June 26th, Kevin Ellis, who also lived in the home, was given the ability to monitor the AirTag. We see on the 26th, Kate asks him, "What day are you coming back?" Wondering for Olaf. Olaf is a nickname that they gave to Matt when they wanted to talk about him. Friday, late, he says. Okay, cool. And then he assures her the tag is still active. Really? She asks. He responds on the 26th, if I have to rush back, I can make that happen. Evidence will show that this was never intended to be a breather. Kate was never coming home. She was never bringing the kids back. On the 29th, Tracy, talking to two family members, the family members ask her, how's Matt taking it? Not that you care. She says, I want him to show up. He still thinks it's only for another week. On the 2nd of July, we're now into July of 2024, Tracy asks Terrell Fisher to talk to Kate, tell her what to say to a lawyer. Kate sets up a consultation with the lawyer. She sets it up for the July 11th in the evening hours, or late afternoon hours. During this time, during that roughly 10-day period between while waiting for the consultation, Matt's still thinking this is a breather, starts to push for her to come home. And on the 11th, the morning of the 11th, but during that same time that he's pushing her to come home, Kate's having conversations with Tracy Grist. And Tracy started making passing comments about harming Matt. She went so far as to bring Kate into the laundry room and show her a knife that she had in a rubber glove. And Tracy told her, if he comes, either myself or Kevin will shoot him. And we'll put the knife in his hand to make it look like self-defense. On the 11th, contrary to Tracy Grist's desire that Matt come out, Matt tells Kate, I don't want to drive out. And Kate relays the same to her mom. On the morning of the 11th, Matt doesn't want to drive out. So instead, he arranges a rental car at the Enterprise around the corner. Now this is a message that Tracy sent to Kate, telling her what to say to Matt, which she does. So he makes that arrangement. He puts money into her account. Tells her tomorrow, July 12th, Enterprise, pay in person with a debit card. Her response, cool. She's excited. And then $600 into your account. Later that day, Kate has a consultation with the lawyer. This consultation was recorded and sent to Tracy Grist. A friend who knew that she was going to have the consultation on the 11th reaches out to Kate and asks her how it went. She responds, honestly, I'm fucked. She learned in that call, and you'll hear it, divorce is on her terms, staying in Utah with the kids wasn't in the cards. So that takes us to the 12th. Matt still thinks she's hopping in the rental car. Matt still thinks that she's going to start driving home that day. She continues the ruse. Good morning, getting up, getting moving, excited for today. Now you'll see text messages between her and her mother from the 11th. That was never going to happen. She was going to fake a sprained ankle, or she was going to go ask the rental car agency and pretend that she can't rent the car. He's excited. I'm over the moon. Can't wait to hug and kiss you all. Now, the day of the 12th, you are going to see a lot of digital evidence, a lot of conversations between Tracy Grist, Carolyn Fisher, Rachel Jorgensen, and Kate. I'm only going to go through a couple of those. From Kate's call log, early morning of the 12th, she calls her mom and talks to her for 4 minutes. Immediately after that, she has a phone call with Matt Rastelli. Then around here, she has a conversation with Kate. She's having a text message with her mom saying, it would be more believable if you go to the rental agency and tell them and do it in person. So she does. She talks to Kevin, says, hey, I need to go make my story more believable. Can you watch the kids for me? She does that, comes back, and has another conversation with Matt at 8:55. These next 3 calls with Matt are recorded. They were recovered from Kate's phone. You'll hear them. You'll hear that she tells Matt they won't rent her the car. Matt's still thinking she wants to come home. Starts to talk about options. Cars that he could borrow, other arrangements, sending more money so someone else could rent the car. Options. All these are denied. Forcing him to have to drive out. And you'll hear her convince him not to borrow a car, not to get one from anybody else, but to bring the truck that had the air tag in it. He's worried. I need a starter. I still need a travel permit. So he makes those arrangements. By 9:15, he calls her and says, I got the permit. I'll go into town, get the starter. Kate immediately texts her mom, he's going to drive out. Tracy Grist says, I'll call you. They do indeed have a call. 11:39 for 5 minutes. At this point, you're going to also hear the next 3 phone calls that were made between Kate and Matt. 11:55, they talk. And at this point, things change. You hear Kate encouraging him, you're going to come in, right? Help me pack. Matt, knowing the relationship with Tracy, kind of tries to push it off. Well, can't you just be ready? Can we just throw it all in the truck? I won't even turn the car off. I won't even turn the truck off. She insists, and ultimately he agrees. As the afternoon approaches, the 4 sisters, or the 3 sisters and Tracy Grist, are continuing to have extensive conversations. At 12:48, you'll see a call between Rachel Jorgensen and Kate Rastelli that lasted for about 20 minutes. In the middle of that call, Tracy pops in on a group call for 7 minutes. After this, you see a call between Tracy Grist and Kevin Ellis at 2 p.m. She responds to Kate at 2:07, I am meeting Kevin for sushi. While there, she's continuing to text Kate, and you'll see those eventually. But she also, at 2:13 p.m., while waiting for Kevin to arrive at sushi, searches, this is Tracy, searches the It's Happening meme. Remember the call with Rachel Jorgensen that happened at 12:48. At 2:18, Rachel Jorgensen begins a series of 3 phone calls. The first is to Aurora Franz. Aurora lived in Tracy Grist's home with Kevin and Kate. You'll hear that she made arrangements for Aurora to leave the home and come to her house in Ogden that night, despite never having been there before. Five minutes later, immediately after getting off the phone with Aurora Franz, she calls Jacob Trujillo, Tracy's son who lived in the home with them, and makes sure that he has plans with friends that night and wouldn't be home. She then immediately calls Tim Ellis, Tracy's other son, who lived about 4 minutes away. Now you'll hear from Tim. Tim will tell you that prior to this date, they had talked about Tim coming over if Matt were to ever come out, to be a peacemaker, keep the peace, because he was friends with Matt. You'll hear him say that at 2:25 on the day of the 12th, he was told not to come over. With the house, well, you will hear that after sushi, Tracy Grist and Kevin Ellis returned to the home and had a conversation with Kate. They kind of went their separate ways that afternoon in the house, just kind of doing their thing. But what you'll hear is that over that time, several physical arrangements were made, or preparations were made to the home. As you walk into the Grist home, as you enter the home, to your right is a living room. In that living room, there's a fireplace. And directly in front of you, as you walk into the home, is the hallway leading to the stairs. Now, the toys for the children were traditionally kept in front of that fireplace in bins. Pretty messy, as kids typically are. All of those toys were cleaned and removed and placed in the office. As you walk in, there's a couch immediately to your right, a fabric couch. You'll hear that a blanket was placed over the arm of that couch, fully covering the fabric. A mesh screen, a magnetic mesh screen that's typically on the front door, was removed to allow easier access for Matt. And as the night wore on, Kate continued to talk to Matt to make sure he showed up in a good mood. The final call you'll hear from her, or between the two of them, is at 8:13 p.m., less than 2 hours before he arrives, where Kate again tells him, and make sure you're coming in, right? To help me pack. After that call, there's some text messages exchanged, and Kate or Matt, concerned for the oil dripping from his truck, says, when I get there, we should put cardboard under the truck for oil drips. 8:09, okay, I'll get some ready. And then about 9 o'clock, remember, Tracy Grist lives in a gated community. Kate sends him the gate code. And then a picture of the cardboard that she had laid out for him to park over. You'll hear that Rachel Jorgensen throughout the day was monitoring Matt's location. At 10:01 p.m., she sends a series of 2 text messages to 2 people. One to Tracy Grist saying Orem, followed by keep an eye on Find My, the Apple app. Then, seconds later, to Kevin Ellis, Orem, keep an eye on Find My. Metadata will show that this message was read. At 10:06 p.m., surveillance footage will show Matt Rastelli arriving in the truck, parking over the cardboard that had been laid out to him. And the evidence will show that he arrived to a dark house. The interior lights were off. The door was unlocked, as he'd been told that it would be. And so he entered, took off his sandals at the edge of the tile where the tile meets the carpet. And the evidence will show that in the dark living room to his right was waiting Kevin Ellis with a gun. And he shot Matt in the chest, the side, the right forearm. And as Matt turned from looking at the living room to go down the hallway, he was shot 4 more times in the back. You will hear evidence from the neighbor that they heard these shots at 10:07 p.m. Concerned, they reached out to Tracy. Is everything okay? You'll see that text message at 10:08. Tracy didn't answer. So at 10:09, the neighbor calls 911. You'll hear that call, reporting that 2 minutes earlier at 10:07, they had heard what sounded like either firecrackers or gunshots. They couldn't be sure, but they didn't think it was fireworks. They thought it was gunshots. 6 minutes after the neighbor calls, 8 minutes after the gunshots are heard, Tracy Griss calls 911 and reports that Matt had been shot. Now, in that 8 minutes, the evidence is going to show that Kevin left the living room, went and placed the gun in the front on the countertop, and that a knife, and that he was overheard to say, "Be careful, he might still be moving." And that a knife, that same knife that was shown to Kate in the laundry room, was placed in his hand. Now, you'll hear 4 pieces of information about this knife that are suspicious. And first, it was placed in his non-dominant hand. Matt's left-handed. The knife was placed in his right hand. Second, the blade of the knife, the sharp part, was facing towards Matt, and the spine was facing away, meaning the grip was backwards. And you'll see images of this. Third, it was the same arm that had been shot in the forearm, through the skin, through the tendons, through the tissue, through the bone. All things required for grip strength. And fourth, you will see evidence that the blood stains are consistent with the arm being moved after his death. Law enforcement was dispatched based on the 10:09 phone call. This becomes important. You'll see that 2 minutes into Tracy's call at 10:15, when she called at 10:15, she's surprised because she hears knocking on the door, because law enforcement had already been dispatched, and they got there. Law enforcement comes in, and at this point, Kevin had resumed his position in the darkened living room to the right. And pay attention to what he says on the body cam when law enforcement walks in. He says something to the effect of, "That guy had a knife and before his voice is drowned out by law enforcement. The investigation unfolded. You'll hear the varying stories between what Tracy Griss says happened that night, to what Kate says happened that night, to what Kevin Ellis says happened that night. It will become clear that they did not account for the neighbor hearing the shots at 10:07 and calling law enforcement. The day after the murder, Kate has a phone call, or is supposed to have a phone call with Diane Rastelli. You'll hear those phone calls. You'll also see that immediately prior to that call, Tracy told Kate, "Don't say anything. It can be used against Kevin." No details about what happened. But Tracy Griss has 2 lengthy phone calls with Diane Rastelli. Pay attention to what she says happened. Over the course of this trial, you're going to hear from several members of law enforcement. You're going to hear from a DNA expert. You're going to hear from a medical examiner. You're going to hear from a crime scene expert. You're going to hear from several members of the Grist family. You're going to hear from Rachel Jorgensen. You're going to hear from Tim Ellis. You're going to hear from Tara Lynn Fisher. You're also going to hear from Kate Rastelli. Now, Kate will be your first witness. She's been transported here from prison. She's in prison because she pled guilty to murdering Matt Rastelli, conspiring with Kevin Ellis and Tracy Grist to commit that murder, as well as an additional charge for the discharge of a firearm that resulted in serious bodily injury. Now, to be sure, Kate, in exchange for providing evidence and information to the state, she received a plea deal. A plea deal that will result in her having the eligibility of parole sooner than she otherwise would have. As with all witnesses, your job is to weigh their credibility, okay? And you don't check your common sense at the door. You still know when people are telling the truth, when they're not. You weigh her like everybody else. You can choose to believe all, some, or none of what she says. But note that the vast majority of what she says will be corroborated by digital and physical and forensic evidence. Finally, you will hear that both Kate Bristelli and Kevin Ellis tried to talk Tracy Grist out of this, but she wouldn't be persuaded. You will hear that they failed to persuade her to not go through with this, but they also failed to stand up to her. As you can see from this roadmap, there's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of times, there's a lot of dates. The timeline will become clear as you hear it again, but please take notes. You will likely only hear it once from this stand. The evidence that gets displayed here will go back with you for you to be able to review, but please pay attention and take notes. At the end of this, my colleague, Mr. Pomeroy, is going to stand up and give you a closing argument and present to you the additional evidence, present to you the conclusions that should be drawn from this. And after he's done, the state's going to ask you to retire back to chambers and to find that Tracy Grist is guilty of murdering Matt Bristelli and conspiring with her son and her daughter to commit that murder, and then of obstructing justice by planting that knife. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Facemeyer.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Dana Facemeyer, and thank you for being here today. I know that you've all seen jury trials before because we all own TVs. So we've seen jury trials, but they're much different. Yesterday, I don't know if you've ever seen that on TV, where judges will ask questions and lawyers will ask questions. Some are personal and some are not personal, you know, some are just, who are you? Is this working? Hello, hello? Yeah. And so this is how real life trial work is. It's sometimes very planned out, and sometimes things aren't planned out. Sometimes things happen during a trial that no one expects. But today, this case is about a murder. And that's a pretty horrific thing. When I first became a lawyer, I had the chance to get involved in a murder, and I was surprised at the photos I had to view. They're gory, and there will be some here. And I apologize that you have to view them, but as the jurors, that's your responsibility to view and review evidence. However, one thing that you need to know is that almost everything presented to you in this trial, we all have known for a long time. We've been working on this case for a long time. We've had hearings before the judge. We've had hearings where witnesses have taken the stand. We've had pretrial stuff going on. And so all of these text messages and recorded calls and pictures of the crime scene, and we've seen it for a long time. So if you feel like we're a little desensitized from what you're seeing, just know that it's because it's the 50th or 100th time we've seen this stuff. And so our desensitizing of some of these horrific things is just because of repetition. This case, in large sense, is what the opening statement presented. However, I was so confused in the opening statement because I know a lot of what he was saying, but it's still really confusing. And so he asked you to take notes and to, keep things together because it is confusing. There's a lot of things that are at play in this case, including things after the murder occurred. This is the family. That's the easiest part of every exhibit in this whole case. This is my client, Tracy. These are her kids. And this is her kid, Kate. And Kate sort of comes in between Kevin and Tim. And she married Matthew. And they have 2 kids. And then Matthew has mom, Diane. That's the easiest exhibit we'll have. Everything else is a little bit hard to see and hard to differentiate. I think the thing that will be most apparent in this case is that as this case moved forward, there became a narrative. This is what happened. This is what happened. This is how it happened, and this is what happened. The problem is their narrative decided the evidence. And they've never left their narrative. They never allowed for the evidence to speak for itself and then determine what really happened. The narrative has continued to press how the evidence is interpreted, is decided. And that's an error. That's an error in police work. You don't let the narrative decide the case. You let the evidence decide the case. Interesting fact about this case is that the murder occurred and then Kevin was arrested. And then many months later, Kate and Tracy were arrested. And it was because of law enforcement, really the gritty part of work. They went and they started scouring things and looking at things. And they said to themselves, hey, we don't just have Kevin killing a guy. We have this conspiracy between Tracy and Kate. And therefore we need to arrest them. And they arrested them. What happened in between the actual time of the murder and when they were arrested, we're going to hear about some things there. Then you're also going to hear about some things that happened after they were arrested until finally many, many months later, after many, many, many hearings later, after witnesses had testified and all of these pictures you've already seen have been shown and things of that nature, Kate decides to enter a plea. And she decides to enter a plea not a year after she's been incarcerated, but a little bit less. So she's known about the evidence in this case. She's known what they're saying against her. She knows what they're arguing, that you're part of the conspiracy. She's talked to her lawyer about it. They've come up with a plea deal. And she has decided this is the best way for me to move forward in this case. And the best way for me to move forward in this case, given everything they have, is for me to enter a plea and come up with as close of a cap of jail time, prison time that I'm going to serve. And she has that right. You know, very few cases go to trial in criminal work. Very few. The vast, vast majority, almost 90+%, don't go to trial. And Kate's was one of those. Just didn't go to trial. Kevin's, on the other hand, did go to trial. Kevin's case went to trial a couple months. And so the big whodunit is not part of this case. Frankly, we all know who did it. Everybody. We all know Kevin shot Matt. The murder in and of itself is decided, completely decided. And the state will have an opportunity to show you pictures and show you a medical examination and show you all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And frankly, Kevin has already been found guilty. Kevin's already been sentenced to prison. And so we'll spend time going over that part of it. But what we're here today is about whether or not my client conspired with Kevin and Kate to kill Matt. And I think as you go through this case, you will say to yourselves, this is the messiest conspiracy I've ever seen. These guys are up and down and sideways and leftways. They sort of sound like a family who doesn't really function great, but they function. Who goes to Disneyland, you'll hear about that. As a whole group, they go to Disneyland. And yet the marriage is on the rocks, marriages is tough. Kate and Matt's marriages is like really, really strenuous. You'll hear Kate testify in just a few minutes. And when she testifies, you will see how her testimony is determined by the narrative already decided. You must plead to conspiracy, Kate. You must plead to conspiracy because we need our other conspirator, Tracy. So we must gravitate the evidence so that we get all of our people, Tracy and Kate. We'll leave Tara Lynn alone. We won't charge her, even though the officer at one point said, I sort of thought we should have charged her. And Rachel, we'll leave her alone. And the officer said at one hearing before, I sort of think I probably should have charged her. Maybe charge the whole family. I don't know what their thought was. But I think what you'll see in this case on July 12, 2024, is that a guy who's coming up from California to see his 2 kids for the first time in a few weeks after his wife left him a note, a text. He's coming up to see him. And you'll actually hear phone recordings between Kate and Matthew about the anxiousness of coming to see each other. You'll hear it. And hours later, he'll be killed. It's a crazy deal. You'll hear about Kate's desire to look at a divorce as an option. Look at a divorce as an option? That is the option, as opposed to murder. I don't know if you know, but people get divorced all the time. I know people divorced. This building knows lots of people divorced. I know people who actually are divorced and share time with kids with the other parent. I know of that. I'm aware of that. I don't know how it ever came to this point. I don't know how this guy right here, Kevin, decided that was not the option, even though he lives in a family of divorce. I don't know how Kate decided that that was an option, even though she lives in a family of divorce, where she communicates to all her family members, including her dad. I don't know why they're arguing Tracy would make that the option, and she has lived in a family of divorce. This is just tragic. It's a tragic story. Beyond belief to me that someone will go to this extent. But there's a few things that are going to come out that you haven't been told yet that will really make the deciding factor on how did this whole plan come together? When did this whole plan come together? And I think you'll just feel like I feel. It's just messy. It's really messy. No real plan. It's just a moment of craziness. A moment of craziness. I think that's what you'll find in this case. As we begin with our first witnesses, you'll see how that goes. Take notes. In our opening instructions, which are somewhere here, thank you. There's a few things the judge said, and they keep the instructions with them, don't they, Your Honor? Yeah, you have the instructions. I write a few things down. Number 6, it says evidence. A lot of people get confused. A lot of people call my office, hey, Ms. Facemeyer, I got this case, but I don't have any evidence. Well, what happened? Well, I was outside and this guy kicked me in the leg and, I got a bruise, and I guess a bruise is evidence. And I say to him, well, what's evidence? Is you testify. That's evidence. That's actually evidence in almost every single case. Testimony. Testimony is evidence. What you hear on the stand is evidence. The problem is when you go to deliberate, you don't get a copy of it anymore. So you can't go back and, can I re-listen to that? That's not available. You need to remember. And as a group, you need to confer and deliberate. That's a legal term, right? So evidence is testimony. So take notes of the things you remember as best you can. No one's perfect. I'm not perfect. But do that. Because those things are really what determines this case. I find an interesting thing, and I'm sort of bothered about this jury instruction. I'll tell you why. It's the jury instruction that says, it's number 3, I think. No, it's number, where is it? Yeah, number 5. Role of judge, jury, and lawyers. You know what my role is. You know what the lawyers' roles are. Our roles are to advocate for our client's position, right? But it says here, all of us, judge, jury, and lawyers, are officers in the court. I had to go to law school. I had to take a bar exam. I had to get sworn in to be an officer of the court. I'm an officer of the court. You guys are an officer of the court because we chose you. You got the easier road, but yet you have to sit through jury trial. We're all officers of the court here. We're all part of the process. As a judge, he supervises a trial. As a jury, you are what we call fact finders. You determine facts. In the end, your deliberation and your decision determines facts as best as can be. And so because you're the fact finder, no longer is a judge our fact finder. We certainly aren't fact finders. You guys are. And because you're fact finders, what you remember, what you recall, what you write down, what you pay attention to, what you see, you will have to come up with the facts. However, there's a caveat. And that caveat is based on the United States Constitution. In the United States Constitution, we have certain rights and privileges. Bill of Rights, I'm sure you've heard of them. One of those rights is the defendant has no burden of proof. When you're charged with a criminal case, the burden is upon the state. The state has the burden to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the law. There's nothing in the Constitution that says the defendant has to prove anything. Indeed, after a state's case is concluded, the defendant can just say, I'm done. Thanks. Did they do it? Did they prove it? Because that's our constitutional rights here in the United States. And so as you go through your fact-finding part, it's the burden of the state to determine whether or not they prove the case. Lastly, we had a big trial here in Utah not too long ago, and my daughter was all into these trials, and she listens to them. And one day she said to me, Dad, she's older, she's 36. Dad, the defense didn't call a witness. What does that mean? Now, my daughter's known I've been a lawyer pretty much all her life, so surprised she said. I said, honey, on almost every single case you have, all the witnesses are known to everybody. I don't know who the witnesses are. I've known for ages who these witnesses are. They're all witnesses that each party is going to take advantage of their opportunity to testify. And so whether I call them as a witness or don't call them as a witness, the fact that they're here and that they're involved in the case is why they're here. So whether the defense calls a witness or doesn't call a witness, it's not because of anything more than we all know who the people, the players, we all know who the players in the game are. All of us. It's not a surprise. So as you listen to this case, don't be surprised that we know these witnesses and we are able to talk to them because we've done it before, and on other cases it will continue that way. I don't know how long exactly this trial is going to take. It's scheduled for 3 weeks. But the evidence will be presented to you over time. And as you go through this process with binders of exhibits, you have an opportunity to what I think you will find. This is just a messy deal that just got out of hand. And one guy murdered a guy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Facemark. Counsel, could I see you up here for a second, please?
Oh, goodness. Well, thankfully they turned off the white noise. Looks like they are going to take a break and the jury is walking out.
Thank you. Please be seated. We're on the webinar. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, both parties have informed the court that they're invoking the exclusionary rule. What the exclusionary rule means is that if you were a witness, unless you're a designated party representative, you're not allowed to listen into the proceedings before the court until after your testimony has been provided and you have been released from your testimony. So if some of you are on WebEx, we may be moving you into a breakout room or completely kicking you off if you're a designated witness. In other words, if you received a subpoena or been told by one of the attorneys that you should be testifying. If you're in the courtroom, you'll need to leave until you've given your testimony unless the state has you identified as a victim's rep. Our victim's representative from the county attorney's office, you could help us by making sure that people online in the courtroom are not coming in that are witnesses for the state. I think they're the same witnesses, so we'll probably lean upon you if that's possible. With that in mind, let's take about a another 10, 15 minutes and reconvene between 15, 20 after for the first witness. Thank you.
Just for the record, the state would ask the detective in order to be able to stay as case
Yes.
manager, and then Diane Rostelli and Mark Rostelli will be allowed to stay on there.
It's the victim's representative. Any objection, Mr. Facebearer? No. All right, that's fine. Thank you. We're in recess.
Okay, we are now in recess, and we have one person that guessed the right person's name, which is Adelson's case. So they got a extra entry. Congratulations, Sarah, into the end of the month drawing. And real quick announcements, and we'll get back into the case. I know we have Room is starting tomorrow. The infamous bingo game will be back. And let me just explain this to anybody who may be new or since we haven't had it in a while, may need a refresher. We make the bingo card, and I will pin it to the top of the chat. You go up and you click on the link for the bingo card, and you have options. So everybody's not on the same bingo card. There's like a 30-pack bingo card where you can click on whatever bingo card you want and start playing bingo. And how this works is, like, let's say I put on the bingo card objection. Well, as soon as somebody says objection, it gets marked off. Just like bingo said, we're not using letters and numbers, we're just using words. If you have a question, if something can be considered, because sometimes it's worded, but it's not worded exactly how they say it, then you can ask in chat for clarification, and Angela and I will make the decision. Usually we will go with the chat. It's straight bingo, so we don't do any of the 4 quarters, the kites, or any of that other stuff. All we do is the horizontal, diagonal, and vertical, and it does have a free space. And you get to put in, every time you hit a bingo, you put in I bingo. And if we get a blackout, okay, then that goes in, if I remember my count, 13 times of I bingo. And then what we do is at the end of the night, we do like we do with the I likes, I shares, I sub, I member, is we run off the wheel, and whoever wins that, their name gets put in for the end of the month drawing. Yes, it's a little bit more work for Ada. Sorry, Ada, because that'd be more names, but it seems like people enjoys the bingo. So if you know people who likes watching court TV or like watching, trials, but also likes playing bingo, you can let them know, that we do offer both on certain cases. Now, we will not do them on cases that involves children. So a lot of our cases recently has involved a child of in some way or not, and we do not do children, and we try to stay away from domestic violence. Okay, so we play if there's a trial that we think is going to be okay to do a bingo on. Those are the races that we do a bingo on. So with that, I'm going to say let's go ahead and push on. The card will start tomorrow, and every day you will have a new card unless I forget to write up one or I just crash after trial and forget to write up one. Then we'll recycle one. So with that, without further ado, Angela, take it away.
Let's go back on the record, the matter of State versus Grist, case number 241101170. There you are. Good morning, Mr. Brown. Thank you for coming down. We're ready to bring out the next witness.
We are.
Yeah, Mr. Brown, that's going to be confusing for the record.
It was last time as well.
All right, let's bring out the jury, please. There's no assigned seats, just grab whatever seat you want. Thank you, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, our break went a little bit longer. We were waiting for the attorney for the next witness to finish up another court hearing and come down. He's done that now. We're ready to proceed. Mr. Brown.
The state would call Catherine Rostelli.
Bring up Ms. Rostelli, please. Ms. Rostelli, if you'd come have a seat up here. Please have a seat there. Officer, if you could help by moving the mic forward and down towards her, please. All right, Ms. Rostelli, I know you've testified before. Just keep in mind to let the attorneys finish asking the question before we respond, give direct answers, and give verbal responses, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown.
Ms. Rostelli, would you please state your full name and spell your first and last?
Catherine Rostelli, Kathryn, Rostelli, Restelli.
Thank you. Are you okay if I call you Kate throughout this?
Absolutely.
Kate, who is Tracy Grist?
She is my mother.
You see Ms. Grist in the courtroom today?
Do.
Oh, we got it.
Sworn in.
Oh.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah on penalty of perjury that the testimony given this matter today will be true and correct, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, let's start again. Would you please state your name for the record?
Catherine Rostelli, Kathryn, Restelli.
Thank you. And who is Tracy Grist?
She is my mother.
Okay, and do you see Tracy in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay, would you please point her out with an article of clothing?
Blue and white dress.
I'd ask that the record reflect that she identified the defendant.
So noted, thank you.
Okay, Kate, why are you testifying in handcuffs?
Because I am a resident at Utah State Correctional Facility.
And
I'm
why
in prison
And why are you in prison?
because I pled guilty to the murder of my husband.
What other charges did you plead guilty to?
Conspiracy and criminal discharge of a firearm.
And you said you pled guilty to the murder of your husband.
Yes,
What is
Matthew
it?
Rostelli.
Thank you. His name is Matthew Rostelli.
Yes,
Who did you conspire with to murder Matt Rostelli?
my mother, Tracy Grist,
And who else?
and Kevin Ellis, my brother.
Now you said you're in prison. Is it fair to say that you pled guilty, correct?
I did.
And why did you plead guilty?
I pled guilty because I wanted justice for Matt. I wanted justice for his children, and the truth needed to be said.
Is it fair to say that you received a plea deal from the state in exchange for your plea?
Yes,
And is it fair to say that your possibility of parole is sooner than it might otherwise be?
yes,
Is it also fair to say, though, that you still have a life possibility?
yes, I do.
Which was the more driving factor for you? The reduced possibility of, or the more favorable possibility of release, or the truth coming out?
I went to my attorney and I told him I wanted to tell the truth. I did not know what deal would come out of telling the truth. I wanted the truth.
And are you here to tell the truth to the jury today?
Yes.
Let's back up a little bit. Tell me about your relationship with Matt.
It was,
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, thank you.
You got that?
thank you.
And if you need a water or something, just let us know.
I have one in front of me, thank you. It wasn't the best marriage.
Let's
It was
talk
hard.
timelines. When did you guys meet?
We met in November of 2008.
And how long did you guys date before getting married?
We got married in November 2016. I think that was 8 years. Not
About.
yeah.
And did you and Matt have children?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and how old are they? And what are their names?
Matthew has a son from a previous relationship. His name is Lucas, and he's 21. And then we have a daughter who is Cheyenne. She's 8, and a son who's 5. His name is Steele.
You said you got married in 2016. When was Cheyenne born?
August of 2016. August of 2017. I was 2 weeks pregnant at the wedding, and I had no idea.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about that relationship. You said what was the word you used? It was hard. What did you say at the beginning?
It wasn't perfect. It wasn't the best.
Okay. How did it begin at the beginning of the marriage? How were things?
At the beginning of the marriage, it was so. We had our arguments, but it was something that I was stubborn and I wanted it to work.
And how did the relationship improve over the years, or did it deteriorate over the years?
It stayed pretty steady, but when COVID hit, it really got strained.
How so?
Spending a lot of time together and financial burdens really took a toll on our marriage.
Would you guys fight often?
Yes.
Would those fights become physical?
Never physical. I don't recall any pushing, but it was very verbal.
A lot of yelling.
A lot of yelling, yes.
Name calling
Yes.
from both sides.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about where you and Matt lived.
We lived in Temecula, California. To be more specific, Awanga, California. It was a rural little piece of property. It was about 7 acres. And for the first part of our marriage, first part of our relationship, we lived in a fifth wheel, and then we were given a home by his parents.
You said it was rural. How rural are we talking?
The nearest neighbor was about a mile away, but it was right off of a 1-lane highway. So it was about 15 minutes to the nearest gas station, Walmart.
Okay, so town was about 15 miles or 15 minutes away.
Yes.
You said it was 7 acres,
Yes.
and the closest neighbor was about a mile away.
Yes.
Did you have neighbors all around you, or how was the property laid out?
It was it's pretty spread out. The property is surrounded by Cleveland National Forest.
Did you guys have wildlife there?
Lots of it.
What are some of the wildlife that you had there?
Bobcats, cougars, wild turkeys, quail. We had a couple dogs. I don't recall any other wildlife off the top of my head.
Would you see the wildlife often?
Occasionally. We saw a bobcat the night we brought home my daughter it was my son, excuse me. It was my son from the hospital. We saw a bobcat, and Matt actually shot and killed it because he thought it was a bigger cat.
Like what? Like what would be a bigger cat?
A bobcat, or not, excuse me, a cougar, like a mountain lion.
Did you guys have mountain lions in the area?
Yes.
Did you ever see one?
Yeah, I saw one across the street in a big field. During the day, we took our binoculars and we were watching it.
What about Matt? Did you ever run into mountain lions?
I believe so, yeah. Even in Orange County, where his parents live, he had a pretty big encounter with a mountain lion.
Tell me about Matt. What were his hobbies?
He liked to bike ride. He occasionally liked to fish. He liked being outdoors. He liked to work on mechanics. Anything with his hands.
And would he report having, I'll strike that. You said COVID, things got really hard.
Yes.
Right? Spending a lot of time together.
Yes,
Financial situations were hard.
yes.
Ultimately, did you step out on the marriage?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
It was about a year before the murder in June of 23.
Was that an additional source of contention between you two?
I never was truthful with him. He had an idea, but I never confirmed it.
But were there accusations made?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about, you'll see in front of you and if we could put up State's Exhibit 1 for the witness only. You see that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, does that match this demonstrative exhibit that's right here to your left?
Yes, it does.
Okay, if we could say we move to admit State's Exhibit 1.
Any objection? So admitted, thank you.
If we could publish to the jury, please. Okay, we're going to talk through all the people on this board.
Okay.
First, in the blue up top, we've already identified Tracy Grist as your mother, correct?
Yes.
In 2024, where did Tracy live?
Utah.
What part of
American
Utah?
Fork, Utah.
Okay. And then going down to her family tree on the far left, who is Tara Lynn Fisher?
She is my older sister.
Okay, and where does she live? Or where did she live in 2024?
She lived in Carlsbad, California.
How far was that from Temecula or Awanga?
About an hour drive, 45 if you get lucky.
What was your relationship like with Tara Lynn?
It was really good. I would definitely call her one of my best friends.
Would you confide in her the problems you were having?
Absolutely.
Okay, next to Tara Lynn, who's Kevin Ellis?
Kevin Ellis is my younger brother.
Okay, and in 2024, where did Kevin live?
He lived in American Fork with my mother.
Logistically, how was Tracy's house laid out? Where were the rooms?
So it's a 3-story, well, I guess it's a 2-story with a basement. On the ground level, there's an office that Rory would use to have her games. Downstairs is a basement, and Jacob had the downstairs bedroom, and there was like a game room and an extra living room. And then going all the way upstairs, it's when you come to the top of the stairs, it's Rory's bedroom, Kevin's bedroom, a bathroom, and then my mother's room.
So obviously you're Kate Rastelli, and then to the right of you is Tim Ellis. Who is Tim?
Tim Ellis is my younger brother.
And in 2024, where did Tim live?
In Pleasant Grove, Utah.
How far would you say that was from your mom's house, if you know?
2 to 3 minutes.
And then to the right of Tim is who?
Rachel Jorgensen, my younger sister.
Okay, and where did Rachel live in 2024?
In Ogden.
And then to the right of her is Jacob Trujillo.
Yes.
And who is that?
He is my younger brother, and he lived in American Fork downstairs with my mother.
You indicated he was in the basement, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a finished basement. So.
Okay, yeah. So rooms down there and carpet, and yeah. To the right of him is who is that?
That is Rory, and that is my youngest sister. And she also lived at home with my mom in American Fork.
And is that who you referred to would use the office for her games?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now moving over to the yellow, who is Diane Rastelli?
Diane Rastelli is Matthew's mother.
And then obviously we have Matthew, and you've already identified Cheyenne and Steele, your children, correct?
Yes.
We can take that down. Of that group, who would you say you were closest to?
Definitely Tara Lynn.
Okay, and then after Tara Lynn, who would you say you were closest to?
Next would probably be my mother.
And then after her?
I wasn't really as close with Rachel as I am now. I believe that being in jail and going through all of this brought me closer to Rachel. She's significantly younger than I am. So I wouldn't bother her with my marriage problems because she had such a good marriage. I didn't want her to be discouraged.
Were you close with Kevin?
No.
How
not
often
really.
would you say you spoke to Kevin? Let's go from January 24 till June of 24 when you came out here.
I don't think I spoke with him at all during January, February, March, April, May, or the only time in June was when I was coming out and he provided me the gate code. He told me that he would help me unload the car when
Yeah,
I got there.
you did have a family trip in February, right?
Yes, yes, that's right.
Did you talk to him then?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. But you weren't close.
No, I don't think so.
Would you confide in him your problems with Matt?
Absolutely not.
And what about Tim?
Tim, I barely talked to him. I did speak with him in February because we're both huge Disney fans, so we bonded over that. But other than that,
And Rory and Jacob?
same thing. Just brief conversations, nothing really substantial.
Is it fair to say that Kevin, Tim, Rory, Jacob weren't in the same stage of life as you were?
Correct.
And so there wasn't a whole lot to talk about. Is that fair?
Yes.
Beyond normal sibling things?
Yes.
Okay. Would you confide in any of them, those four, your problems with Matt?
No.
So really, is it fair? So Carolyn and your mom were the two you confided in?
Yes.
And not Rachel, because you said you didn't want to burden her or taint her view of marriage, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that over the first 6 months of 2024, that your relationship with Matt was continuing to deteriorate?
Yes.
Can we put up for the witness Exhibit 28, please? 28. You have a binder up there. If you want to refer to it, you can, but if not, it will show up on your screen.
Okay. Thank you.
Might be easier on the screen. Okay, you just take a look at that exhibit, and when you recognize what it is, just look up and let me know. If you want us to scroll down, we can. Okay, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What does that appear to be?
That is a text message between me and my mother.
Okay, does it appear to be an accurate representation of that conversation you had with her?
Yes.
State would move at this time to admit State's Exhibit 28.
Any objection? Thank you, so admitted.
We could go to page 3 of that. Thank you. What, that first message at the top, what's the date on that? And if we could publish this to the jury, please.
The date on that is January 13th, 2024.
Can you blow it up? It's impossible to read for the jury.
Thank you. Okay, and that first text message there on page 3, what does it say?
At this point, I don't know if Matt will be going to Disney. We've been fighting so much. I want out.
When you say I want out, what did you mean?
I want out of the marriage.
And this was in January of 2024, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if we could scroll down, what was your mom's response?
Sure.
Okay. And then let's scroll down to the page 4, please. Okay, on your right, what do you say at 9:08 in the evening?
I can't recover it.
And what are you referring to?
The fight that we were having. I was trying to get him to agree to go to Disney, because if he didn't go to Disney, I felt like it would be held over my head that I took our children to Disneyland without him.
Okay. And then if we could go to page, go to the next page, please. Keep going. Next page. Okay. You could read that message on the left. From who's that from?
That is from my mother to me.
What'd she say?
I just told your husband, don't mess with my child. I want you to know I meant that.
What happened prior to this message?
My mother called Matt.
Do you know what she said?
No, I don't. I was not in the room. and Matt didn't have her on speaker. I know that after she told me what she said, I was like, oh, all right.
What'd she tell you that she said?
That she
Or is it this?
told,
Is this
pretty
what
much that she told him not to mess with me.
Okay. Can you please scroll down? Okay, let's stop there. Could you please read that message from your mom?
He asked if it was a threat, and I said I just wanted him to not react.
And the next one, please.
But that's only because I was watering down my words.
What is that? What did that mean to you?
She was sugarcoating. She was.
So hold on. If he objects, just pause for a second.
I'm sorry.
Calls for speculation.
I asked her what it meant to her, not what her mom meant by it, but what did she interpret?
All not under that. Nice.
What did it mean to me? It meant that she had said harsh words and that she was able to sugarcoat it to where he didn't realize that she was actually being rude and threatening.
Okay. Let's scroll down, please. Let's keep going towards the end. Well, actually, pause there. How did Matt respond to that?
He did not like that phone call at all.
Okay. And you relayed that to your mom, correct?
I did.
Okay, continue on. Go to Tracy's next message, please. Okay. So you tell your mom that Matt was mad about it. What was her response to you?
She said that she wouldn't call him. And she said, just try to sleep. I won't call him. And then she said, I'll drive 9 hours and strangle him.
Now, what did that mean to you?
I didn't think it was serious. I thought it was more of a figure of speech, but I know that she was not keen on Matt.
How'd you know that those two didn't get along? You can take this down, please.
They had arguments at my house and they both voiced it to me.
Okay. Actually, sorry, let's put that back up. Go to page 10, please.
Did the
Yes,
jury
publish,
say-
please. Yes, it's still the same exhibit. Okay. What's the date on this text message?
January 14th, 2024
What time of the day?
at 8:30 in the morning.
So fair to say the next morning?
Yes.
Okay, what do you say to your mom?
Matt's really upset that you quote unquote threatened him. He wants to call you and make sure that you battle the shit out of threatening him. And I believe I misspoke on that. And I think I meant to say backpedal.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So like, take it back.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what you meant.
Yes. I
Okay,
was
what
telling her to undo it.
All right. If we could scroll down, what was her response?
Okay.
And the next?
Fuck him. He can call. I will act innocent enough, but he doesn't have the balls to call me.
Thank you. You can take that down. We could show just the witness exhibit 31, please. Yes. I did, yes. Yes. And we'll look at this in just a second, but that exchange was in January.
Yes.
Ultimately, did the Disney trip happen or not happen?
The Disney trip happened. It had some hiccups, but it did happen.
And did Matt go on it with you?
Yes, he did.
Okay. After coming back from Disney, did that fix your relationship?
No. Sorry.
It's fair, right? Like, is it fair to say your problems were bigger than that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you continue to share your frustration with your family members?
I did.
In particular, your mom and Tara Lynn?
Yes, I did.
If you take a look at your screen, this has previously been marked as CS Exhibit 31. When you recognize it, just let me know. Okay. Does that appear to be a conversation, another text thread between you and your mother?
Yes, it does.
The state would move to admit states 31.
The objection? Thank you, so admitted.
Okay, if we can publish, please. And if we blow that up, please. Thank you. what's the date on this text thread?
May 22nd, 2024.
Okay, and what do you say to your mom?
I hate my life, Mom.
And the next one?
I hate that I have kids with Matt.
Do you remember what was going on around this time?
Just another argument. I can't tell you what the argument was about. I don't remember.
We go to the next page, please. Okay, yeah, well, actually, we'll pass on that one. Do you remember, would your mom come to visit, and if we could unpublish it, please. Did your mom come to visit you guys in California?
Yes, she did.
Do you remember if she came out to visit you right around this time frame, end of May of 2024?
Yes, I believe she did.
Okay, and do you remember how that visit went?
I believe she was out to visit her friend. I don't recall if she had just passed or was extremely sick. Her friend being extremely sick.
And remember what her friend's name was?
Amy McQuillan.
Okay. And while they were visiting her, she came to see you. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, she did stay at my house.
And was there anything significant that stuck out to you about that visit? Anything that you remember?
I know that Matt and my mom had a little argument, a little tiff, but it wasn't really anything that Matt made a comment to me after my mom left that my mom asked why I was spending so much time in my camper. I would be in my camper smoking weed. And he stated that she asked why I was in there so often for so long. And I thought nothing of it. I eventually asked my mom about it. And she said, no, I didn't ask that. That's him. He's lying. And from there, she got upset that he was painting the picture that she cared what I was doing in the camper.
Okay. Was it a source of contention between Matt and your mom? This argument?
Yes.
Okay. And that was at the end of May of 2024. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
We could show the witness States Exhibit 24. Okay, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
This appears to be a conversation between you and Carolyn Fisher.
Yes, it does.
The state would move to admit States Exhibit 24.
Any objection? Thank you. So admitted without objection.
If we could publish, please. Okay. Again, who is this conversation between?
Myself and my older sister, Carolyn.
And Carolyn's the one that lived in Carlsbad, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. What's the date on this communication?
June 6th, 2024.
If it says June 8th, would that be?
Sorry. I'm sorry.
No
Yeah, June
worries.
8th. My apologies.
What do you say to Carolyn?
I hate Matt. I need out so bad.
You remember why you hated him so much right then?
Another argument. Just something that he was just belittling me about. Just another stupid argument.
Okay. If we could go to page 2, please. Keep going. Let's stop there. 5:55 p.m. that evening, what do you ask Carolyn?
How do I get out?
And if we could scroll to the next page for her response. Keep going. Keep going. Right there. Could you please read that third one down?
You literally have to do it one step at a time. I think talking to Mom about that storage unit, a very small one, putting most of your valuable things, the few favorite toys of the kids or whatever for outfits, whatever you need to start pre-planning.
What did you understand for pre-planning?
Pre-planning to go to Utah to go be with my mom and take my kids.
And did you talk to your mother about that storage unit?
I don't know if I actually talked to my mom about the storage unit. I know that Tara Lynn and my mom talked about the storage unit, and Tara Lynn is the one who ended up renting the storage unit for me in her name. So it would have no paper trail back to me, and Matt would have no idea.
Okay. What did you begin to do when we could unpublish this? But what did you begin to do with that storage unit?
I put anything that was near and dear to my heart. A lot of the children's clothes. I enjoy doing letterboards. Letterboards are little felt boards that you put letters on. I put all of them in there. I put my Christmas tree. I put.
So you began to fill it.
I'm sorry?
You began to fill it.
Yes, I did.
And what was the intention at that time? You said you were pre-planning. You were pre-planning for what?
To leave Matt.
And did you have an anticipated time you were going to do that?
We were trying to work out the details. It required my mother sending me a credit card that she was putting me on to be able to rent a vehicle to drive out to Utah, because Matt and I did not have money to do that.
Do you remember plans to go to Vegas around that time?
Yes, I do.
And what was your plan after the Vegas trip?
I was actually going to leave from the Vegas trip to my mother's.
And who had you talked about that with?
My mom.
Anybody else?
Tara Lynn.
If we could show to the witness exhibit 25, please. Go and scroll down a little bit. Okay, once you recognize this, same procedure. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And does that appear to be a conversation between you and your mother?
Yes, it does.
Does it appear to accurately reflect that conversation?
Yes.
If I could say we move to admit State's Exhibit 25.
Any objection?
Okay.
So admitted, thank you.
If we could publish to the jury, please, page 1. Okay, can you please read that message that you, oh, actually, what's the date on that message?
Blow it out,
June.
please.
Blow it up a little bit more. Thank you.
June 15th, 2024.
Okay, and who are you talking to here?
I am talking to my mom.
And what do you say?
Diane just said we probably shouldn't go to Vegas.
And you've identified this earlier, but who is Diane?
Diane is Matt's mother.
Okay. If we could go to page 3, please. Scroll down, right there. Later that day, what does your mom ask you?
Hey, what is your SS number?
What was the purpose of this, if you remember?
Being able to put me on her Costco credit card.
Okay, we can go ahead and unpublish that. Did your mom put you on the credit card?
Yes, she did.
And what did you get? How'd that happen?
She had it mailed to her house, and then from her house, she mailed it to my PO box that I held at the UPS store.
And was a card in your name?
Yes, it was.
And what did Matt know about this card?
No, he did not.
Was that the whole purpose of the card?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so where we're at is you've got a storage unit. You've been filling it with your valuables, correct?
Yes.
Roughly 6/16, your mom sends you a Costco credit card. Is that correct? Did you get it that same day, or did you get it a couple
The
days
day
later?
that she asked me about the social security card, the social security number, no, I did not get it. It probably took about a week to get it.
A week, so that would put you at the 23rd of June, or?
I don't recall. Probably sooner than that, because I left on the 20th. So I probably got it on the 19th or the 18th.
You had it before you left, correct?
Yes, I needed it to rent the vehicle.
Let's just go ahead and publish again, States 25. And go to page 10, please. Scroll down to the bottom. Okay, on the 18th, do you see the message from your mom?
Yes,
And what does it say?
it will arrive at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
And is that, what is that in reference to?
The card.
Okay. So is that consistent then with what you just said? You probably would have gotten it a day or two before.
Yeah, I believe I got it on the 19th.
Okay. We go to the last page of that exhibit. Scroll down, please. Okay, that message at 4:15 p.m. on the 18th, what is that?
That is the information of the rental car place that I was going to use to rent the vehicle.
Could you have rented the car without your mom?
Without her credit card, no. I don't believe so.
Could you have gotten to Utah without her?
No.
Okay, so on the 20th, what did you do? Then, or June 20th?
So June 20th, I got up like normal and I told Matt that I was going to go to work. I was working with one of the women at the school that my daughter attended, doing personal assisting, helping her manage her Airbnbs. So it was an under the table job. So I was able to bring my children, and I told Matt that I was going to work and that I was going to bring the kids and we were going to have a fun day.
Okay. Were you going to work?
No, I was not.
What did you do?
I drove down to the rental car place. Tara Lynn met me down there. She watched my kids in the car as I rented the excursion. I parked my truck that was in Matt's name in the Target parking lot. Took anything out of it that I needed, took the car seats, put them in the excursion, and locked the truck, drove away, took a picture. Then I drove over to the storage unit, put anything that I needed immediately, my kids' clothes, their blankets, their pillows, some stuffies, things that I wanted at that moment into the excursion. It was pretty full. And then I gave Tara Lynn the key to the lock that was on the storage unit, knowing that she was going to clean it out the rest of the way because I was not going to be in California. I was going to Utah. And I proceeded to drive to Utah. My father was also in the car with my sister.
So at the time that you were cleaning out the storage unit and filling the excursion, were you coming back to California?
I had no intention of doing so, no.
You talked about taking the car seats out of the truck, put them into the excursion. Did you leave anything in the truck?
Yes, I dropped an Apple tag in the truck.
Okay, if we could show the witness exhibit 26, please. Where did that Apple AirTag come from?
Tara Lynn gave it to me.
I'll show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 26. You recognize that communication?
I do.
Is that a conversation between you and Tara Lynn on the 20th of June?
Yes, it is.
Say we move to admit States Exhibit 26.
Any objection? Thank you, admitted.
We publish that for the jury. Thank you. If you could please read that first.
Let's blow it up.
A little more. Thanks. If you could read that first message, please.
I used the Apple AirTag that I had on Tabitha, so Mom and Rachel already had links to it. This is a screenshot from Rachel. Rachel, whenever you want to put it, make sure that it's you either have alcohol or the Gorilla Tape or a good spot to slip it in the truck. I think in the truck may be better, maybe in the seat or something in the back seat. That way it doesn't get lost or fall off.
Okay. So you got that message at 8:30 in the morning.
Yes.
You could scroll to your response, please. How did you initially feel about putting an AirTag in the car?
I don't think I want to leave the tag in the truck. It gives me a bad feeling.
Remember why?
I didn't want Matt to find it. But my bad feeling was probably this whole trial.
Ultimately, we can unpublish that, but ultimately, did you decide to leave the AirTag?
I did.
Where did you put it?
In the middle of the driver and passenger seat, there's a bin that it's a catch-all bin, like almost like a bonus center console. I dropped it in that bin.
Okay. Can you show the witness states exhibit 2, please? Is that an accurate representation of where you left the AirTag?
Yes, it is.
Say we move to admit exhibit 2.
Any objection? Thank you, so admitted.
You publish it to the jury, please. It appears pretty visible from here. Was there more stuff in that bin when you put it in there?
I believe so.
And why did you put the AirTag in the truck?
Because I was fearful of Matt. I wanted to know where he was, if he was going to follow me out to Utah, if he drove the truck.
Okay.
I wanted to see where he was going, if he was going to the bar, or I wanted to keep tabs on him.
And that was the initial reason you left, is that correct?
Of his alcoholism?
No, because you wanted to keep tabs on him, see if he followed you, see if he went to the bar. That was the initial reason you left the AirTag, correct?
Yes.
Did ultimately you end up using it for something else?
Yes, we did.
Who had access, we can unpublish this, who had access to monitoring the AirTag on the 20th when you left California?
Tara Lynn had it on her iPad. Rachel had it on her iPhone. My mom had it on her iPhone, and Kevin had it on his iPhone.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3. See if you recognize that.
You said 3.
3, please, yes. You can go and blow that up. Thank you. You recognize this?
I do.
This appeared to be a Facebook thread between you and some of your family members.
Yes, it does.
It appeared to be an accurate representation of that thread.
Yes, it does.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 3.
Any objection? Thank you, so admitted.
We could publish the top of that first page. Okay. Blow that up just a little bit more. You can blow that up just a little bit more. Thank you. Who was on this thread?
Myself, Rachel, Tara Lynn, and my mother.
And was the purpose of this, what was the purpose of this thread? Do you remember?
I don't know the initial purpose. I think it was just to be able to give updates all in one.
You see,
it was the night I left. I drove out to Utah on 6/20, and at 9 o'clock, I was still on the road. I was close to my mother's house, but I was still on the road.
And this thread, is it fair to say in that first one, it was created that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use this thread to track Matt's movements and to discuss his movements?
That seems plausible, yes.
Let's go and go to page 6. Scroll down. Okay, yeah, right there on that dismiss. You're telling someone you're concerned in case he has the wild hair and comes out. And what's the response from Rachel?
At least we would be able to track the truck as long as the air tag stays in there. That does help. I didn't think about doing that. It was a smart move.
So when you said it's plausible that you were using this thread to track his movements, is that what it appears you were doing with this particular thread?
Yes, it does.
You said Kevin had access to it, right?
Yes.
Do you know if Kevin monitored his, you can unpublish this and put up exhibit 4 for the witness, please. Do you know if Kevin monitored Matt's location?
He did.
Let me show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 4. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
It was, does this appear to be text threads between you and Kevin?
Yes, it is.
Let's go ahead and start on page 1. If we could, state would move to admit, states Exhibit 4.
Any objection? Thank you, so admitted.
We publish, please. What date is that first text between you and Kevin, at least on this thread?
4/9/2024.
Okay. And then if we could scroll to the next page, please. And scroll down. Yeah, that next one. The next thread next exchange between you two was when?
June 20th, 2024.
So when you said earlier you didn't talk much, you weren't kidding. You don't talk much.
Correct.
Could we please go to page 8 and 9? Okay, what date is on that top message on the right?
June 26th, 2024.
Okay, and what do you say?
What day are you coming back? Wondering for Olaf.
Okay, and hold on. Who's Olaf? Or what is Olaf?
Olaf is our code name that we gave to Matt.
Why did you give him the name of Olaf?
It was Disney. I don't know if there was actually a reason behind it. I've heard.
Speak to your reasons.
I don't remember there being an actual reason. It was just a name that we could give Matt so that when I was talking about Matt to somebody, I would say Olaf and my children would not know who I was talking about.
Okay. But your children weren't present while you were sending this text message, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, what does he respond with? You asked him when he's coming back, well, I was going to ask you this. Do you know where he was?
Where Kevin was?
Yeah.
I believe he was in Wendover.
Okay. And what does he tell you there?
Friday late.
Okay, can you scroll down, please. And your response?
Okay, cool.
Okay, keep going. What's he tell you next?
The tag is still active.
And to your knowledge, what is he referring to?
The Apple tag that was in the truck.
Okay. And that's on the 26th of June still.
Yes, it is.
Okay, can you scroll down, please? And what do you ask?
Really?
Had you kind of stopped monitoring it at this point?
I did not have direct access to monitoring it. I had to ask Tara Lynn, Rachel, my mother, or Kevin to see it. I did not have direct access to it.
You didn't have an iPad that had access to it?
No, I did not.
Okay. Okay, scroll down. What is his response to you being surprised that the tag is still active?
If I have to rush back, I can make that happen.
Okay. Rush back for what?
In case Matt came out, at this point, there was no plan in place. This was for my peace of mind because I was very fearful of Matt.
So when you say no plan in place, no plan to do what?
No plan to murder Matt.
Okay. That hadn't formulated yet. Is that fair?
No, I had not.
But he expressed a willingness to come back and protect you.
Yes.
So now we're at the 26th of June. You said the plan hadn't been formulated yet to kill Matt.
Correct.
When did that start to come together?
I believe about a week and a half before he actually came out.
Okay, so if he came out on, well, what day did he come out?
He came out July 12th.
Okay, so you're saying a week to a week and a half before that.
In the
And
beginning of July.
So early July.
Yes.
And how did that plan begin to come about?
It was a conversation between me and my mother. We were trying to figure out how I could get out of this marriage. I was fearful that I was going to lose my children.
Okay. And you said the plan started to formulate. What, if anything, did she say to you?
She said we could have him come out and we can shoot him and act like it was self-defense.
Do you remember where you were when you had this conversation?
I believe we were out on the lawn. We had the conversation multiple times, but more often than not, we were out on the back lawn of her townhome.
We'll come back to that here in a minute. So that's the week and a half before Matt comes out, right?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to Kevin about that?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. When did you talk to Kevin about that?
I believe it was a couple days beforehand, if not the day of.
So when you say a couple days beforehand, you mean a couple days before the 12th
Yes.
or the day of? You're not sure.
Yes.
Okay. We'll come back to that here in a minute. Was having Matt come out, well, let me back up. What did she tell you would happen when Matt came out?
That she or Kevin would hurt and or kill Matt.
Was that the only plan that you and your mom were talking about to separate from Matt?
I had a conversation with an attorney trying to figure out my options, and I realized that my options were very limited.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about that. Do you remember what day you talked to that attorney?
July 11th.
So the day before.
I believe July 11th. I may be mistaken.
Okay. The day before.
Yes.
Matt came out. Is that right?
Yes.
So you'd already had conversations about having Matt come out and hurting him prior to talking to the attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Did you record that call with the attorney? What'd you do with it once you recorded it?
I sent it to my mother.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to listen to that call since then?
No, I have not.
At least part of that call?
I believe here in court.
Okay. State would move at this time to admit State's Exhibit 5.
Any objection? So admitted, thank you.
State would move to publish the first 4 minutes of that phone call.
Any objection to that? No. All right, thank you.
Are you on hold here?
I am. I'm waiting to speak with them.
It sounds like there's another voice besides yours. Who are you talking to?
That is Kevin's voice.
Where were you taking this call?
I believe I was upstairs in the primary bedroom, and Kevin's room is very close. And I don't recall what we were talking about, but that is Kevin's voice.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, you can continue.
So which guy was talking about? Come here. I think. I don't know where Chip is. I have no idea. I just ran downstairs and
I got through that one.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. All right, so has anything been filed as of yet?
No, I'm at a loss.
You're at a loss as how to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. Did you move out or did he move out?
I am technically not moved out. I am on vacation.
Does he know it?
Does he know I'm on vacation? Yes.
I'm getting feedback.
So am I.
It wasn't this bad last time. I think last time you actually had to end up playing it on the computer.
You used an external speaker last time.
Let's try it one more time. Let's back it up. Try a different setting.
My phone's dead.
Huh?
My phone's dead. Which guy was he talking with? Come here. I think. I don't know where Chip is. I have no idea. I just ran downstairs and
I got through that one.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. All right, so has anything been filed as of yet?
No, I'm at a loss.
You're at a loss as how to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. Did you move out or did he move out?
I am technically not moved out. I am on vacation.
Does he know it?
Does he know I'm on vacation? Yes.
No, does he know that you're leaving?
No, and that's because I'm so scared.
All right, so let's start off. Has there been domestic violence?
It's a lot of verbal abuse. He hits the kids. And so
Are we talking about spanking?
just aggressively grabbing the kids. I don't know.
Okay. Do you have financial help to get out?
So I'm at my mother's house in Utah and I don't want to go home.
In Utah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also if you left Utah and he wasn't happy about it, he could file something and yank you back really quick, or at least yank the kids back. And where the kids go, you will go. So going to Utah is, unless he gives you permission, like, for example, he says, okay, Leah, let's take a time out. You can go to Utah for a while with the kids. And he gives that to you in text, so you've got proof. Shit, you can go to Utah and never come back. As long as you get them established up there, get your 6-year-old started in school and get your life established there before he files anything or starts to think about doing anything, then he has a much harder time of getting you to come back.
So
that's assuming you want to be in Utah.
No, I do want to be in Utah. In Utah, it takes 3 months to establish residency as an adult and then 6 months for a child.
Okay. If he
I want to talk about a couple of things we discussed with the attorney. First, you told him at the outset that he hits the kids.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
But then you clarified. What did he actually do to the kids?
He grabs them aggressively. And
Like how?
Just pulls them out of a chair too hard.
Like by the arm?
Yes.
Okay. But doesn't hit them.
No, doesn't hit them. Spanks them, but doesn't hit them.
Sure. And you clarified that he doesn't hit you.
Correct.
But a lot of emotional abuse.
Yes.
How did you feel after that call about your options of divorce?
I felt like they were very, very minimal.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked, just the witness, as State's Exhibit 6, please. Is that on your screen?
Yes.
You recognize that conversation?
Yes, I do.
State, it is appear to be an accurate representation of your conversation with the Chris Walnick.
I'm sorry, say that
Does it
again?
appear to be an accurate representation of your communication with Chris Walnick?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 6.
Any objection? No. So admitted, thank you.
Who is Chris? We can publish it, please. Who is Chris Walnick?
He was one of my really good friends I've known for about a decade.
Okay. On the 8th of July, what does he say to you?
He said, 3 more days till you meet with a lawyer. How are you holding up?
So is it fair to say he was aware you were going to be meeting with a lawyer on the 11th?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to page 4, please. Scroll up one more page, so 3. Okay. What does he say to you on the 11th?
He asked he said, how did your attorney meeting go?
Okay, and scroll down to the next. What was your response?
Honestly, I'm fucked.
So you didn't feel like you had a good chance to divorce and keep the kids with you in Utah, did you?
No, I did not.
You discussed this with your mother?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you sent her the attorney call, right?
Yes, I did.
Do you know whether or not she listened to it?
I have no idea.
We can unpublish that. Did you send that recording to anybody else?
I believe I tried to send it to Carolyn. I don't recall if it actually went through to her, but I do remember wanting to send it to her.
Did anybody help prepare you for that phone call?
I don't recall.
Did you remember if you talked to anybody in advance of what you should tell the lawyer?
I probably said things in passing with my mother.
Okay. So to be clear, this is the evening of the 11th. You find out that, in your words, I'm fucked. Right?
Yes.
Earlier that day, had you been having communication with Matt?
I believe so, yes.
And what was the content of that communication?
That he wanted me to come home.
Okay. And what did you say?
I agreed.
We could show State's Exhibit. I'm going to introduce these in a batch, if that's all right, Mr. Facemeyer. If we could show her Exhibit 7 through 10, please. We'll take them one at a time. This is what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7. This appeared to be a conversation between you and Matt on the 11th.
Yes, it does.
I say we move to admit State's Exhibit 7.
Any objection? Thank you. So
Okay, and if we could show her 8, please. This appeared to be a continuation of that conversation on, if you scroll down, please, with Matt on the 12th.
Yes.
Say we move to admit State's Exhibit 8.
Any objection? Thank you. So admitted.
Then number 9, please. This appeared to be a continuation of that communication with Matt the evening of the 12th.
Yes, it does.
Say we move to admit State's Exhibit 9.
Any objection? So ordered. Thank you.
Then finally, State's Exhibit 10, please. Scroll down, please. Okay, this appeared to be a communication between you and your mom
Yes, it does.
on the 11th.
Yes.
Okay, say we move to admit State's Exhibit 10.
Any objection to that one? Thank you. So admitted.
Okay, we're gonna go through these if we can. You testified earlier that you and your mom discussed having Matt drive out and that he would be either harmed or killed. Was
Yes.
that your earlier testimony?
Yes, it is.
I could show you States 10 and page 1. We can publish that for the jury, please. Okay, scroll down to the 11th, please. Okay, what is that text message? What time is that text message sent?
On the July 11th at 8:07 a.m.
And who are you talking to in this text message?
It's a text message to my mom.
Okay, and at 8:07 a.m., what do you say to your mom?
Said Matt doesn't want to drive out.
Is it fair to?
So that's page 11.
Page 1 on the 11th. Good?
Yeah, it's page 11.
No, you're good. Matt doesn't want to drive out.
Correct.
What is that in reference to?
Matt not wanting to drive out to Utah.
Had you been talking about it with Matt?
We had talked about me coming home.
Okay. And was one of the options for him to come get you? Did you present that to him?
I did present that to him. He wasn't keen on the idea.
Did you present that option to him prior to this message on the 11th?
Yes.
And after your conversation with your mom about what would happen if he came out?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You had the conversation a week to week and a half before he came out
Yes.
about what would happen if he came out.
Yes.
And on the 11th, you're telling your mother he doesn't want to drive out.
Correct.
So is it fair to say you were trying to get Matt to drive out to Utah?
Yes, I was.
Do you know why he was resistant to that?
I believe it was because the truck wasn't running as well as it could have. That was also part of the reason why I didn't drive the truck out to Utah.
Back on the 20th of June.
Yes.
Go to the next message, please. Okay. What do you say next to your mom?
He's depositing money for me to rent a car.
Okay. Scroll down, please. What does she say to you?
Nope.
What did that mean to you?
That I would not be renting a car.
Okay. Scroll down, please. You read that message?
Well, we will just stay with you spraining your ankle.
She says stay with you. Had you talked about spraining your ankle prior to this?
Not literally spraining my ankle, but acting like I had sprained my ankle, my right ankle to be exact, that I could not drive a vehicle with a sprained ankle.
And you and your mom had talked about that before this text exchange.
Yes.
Okay, scroll down, please. Next, can you read that next one, please?
And just keep putting him off.
And this is all the morning of the 11th, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you had the conversation with the attorney on the evening of the 11th.
I don't recall what time I had the conversation with the attorney.
Okay, fair enough. Next one, please. She says what?
It's fine.
Okay, scroll down to the next. And what do you say in response to that?
Yep, if you deposit money, then I can use it to pay for the lawyer.
And scroll down. What does that say?
I corrected myself.
So what did you mean to say in the text above?
That he would be depositing money, then I would use it to pay for the lawyer because the lawyer was charging for the consult.
Okay. And scroll down, please. And what does your mom say in response to that?
Yes, sir.
Go to the next page. What does your mom say there?
It would be $550 for the rental, $550 deposit, and $300 gas.
What time does she send that to you?
On the 11th at 9:25 in the morning.
And what's your response to your mom?
I'll tell him.
Is that what you did?
Yeah, I believe I copy pasted that message right into a message to him.
We could publish state 7, page 1. Is that what you're talking about right there? Is that the copy and paste?
That's exactly what it is.
Okay, what time did you send that to Matt?
At 10:03 in the morning.
So after your mom had sent it to you?
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to exhibit 10, please. Page 5. Okay. Continuing this conversation with your mom, what do you say to her?
I said, yes, he wants me to leave tomorrow.
Scroll down.
I have to make arrangements for the car today. Arrangements being in quotes.
Why'd you put it in quotes?
Because I wasn't really going to make arrangements.
Scroll down, please. What was your mom say in response to that?
Can't drive with that ankle.
Okay. Again, this is the fictitious ankle that you were going to pretend sprain.
Yes.
Making it so you couldn't drive to Utah or to California.
Correct.
Okay. Continue on, please. What's your response?
Exactly.
Continue.
Ouch, it hurts so bad.
Excellent. And your mom says what?
I'll find some crutches.
Okay, keep going.
I know we can wrap it and make it look swollen under the wrap.
Okay, go read that next one.
I need to shower and leave in 2 minutes.
And this is from your mom to you, correct? That one was?
That one was from my mom to me, yes.
Okay, and your response on the next one?
I have them. I has them. I don't know what I was.
Could that be in reference to the crutches? DI?
Oh, DI has them. Yeah. Yep. That's exactly what that is.
Okay, control that. Keep going. Go to the next one, please. Okay, let's pause there. If you could please, so while you're having this conversation with your mom, are you continuing to talk to Matt?
I am.
Okay, if we could show states 7, page 2. Please publish that. Okay. Who's this message from?
This is from Matt to me.
And what does he tell you?
Tomorrow, Enterprise, 385 Main Street, American Fork, Toyota Corolla, $200 deposit, $182.33 rental is reserved. Pay in person with debit card at 8 a.m. All paperwork must be caped.
Okay. And what time did he send that to you?
He sent that to me at 10:59 a.m. on the 11th.
What did you do as soon as you received that message?
I copy pasted it to my mother.
You show, please publish states 10, page 8. Is that the message that you copy and pasted?
It is.
You guys continue to, in this text thread, continue to talk about the sprained ankle and not going back.
I believe so.
If we could please, so then what do you do with this information that Matt had given you about the enterprise?
Nothing really. I understood that having an out-of-state driver's license, I could not rent a car with a debit card. It needed to be a major credit card.
Okay. Let's go to page 12, please, of Exhibit 10. What does your mom say to you about that concept?
Wait until tomorrow to tell him.
What's your response?
Duh.
Okay. And what's her next comment that she makes?
Don't let him tell the kids. He will see them soon.
And your response?
LMFAO.
What is that an acronym for?
Laughing my fucking ass off.
We could please show published Exhibit 8. Did you tell Matt on the 11th that you weren't going to be able to rent their car?
I did not tell him on the 11th that I could not rent the car. I told him on the 12th that I was not able to rent the car.
Right. You kept this idea going through the next morning, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, on state 8, can you please scroll up? Okay, is that your, on the right, is that your last message to him on the 11th?
It seems to be yes.
Okay, what time is that?
10:16 p.m.
On the 11th of July?
Yes.
Okay, and scroll down. This appeared to be your first message to him the morning of the 12th?
Yes.
And what do you say to him?
Good morning, getting up and getting moving. Excited for today.
And what's his response?
I am over the moon. Can't wait to hug and kiss you all.
Okay. You're continuing this idea. Is it fair to say that you're continuing this idea that you're going home today?
Yes.
And that you're going to rent the car and you'll be driving home?
Yes.
We can go back to published Exhibit 10, please, page 20. This is back to your conversation with your mom.
Yes.
Scroll down to the next one, please. Okay, so about the same time that Matt and you were texting, what time is this text message between you and your mom?
7:54 in the morning on the 12th.
And what does she say to you?
Darn that rental place for not taking a debit card.
Okay, and the next one, what's your response to her?
I have to be more upset.
And then if we could go to the page, bottom of page 21. Actually, sorry, go to the next two messages, please. Okay, skip this one, but then read that second one.
It might help your story if you say you were there and they said no.
Okay, do you do that?
Yes, I drove over to the rental car place and I walked in. I said, "Can I rent a car with a debit card and an out-of-state license, out-of-state driver's license?" The lady told me no, and I said, "Okay," and I walked out.
Did you tell her you already had a reservation?
No, I did not.
So you go, well, let me ask you, have you previously heard an audio from the morning of the 12th of you at the home asking someone to watch your children?
Yes, I recall that.
At this time, the state would ask to admit State's Exhibit 11.
Any objection? Thank you, so admitted.
State would move to publish State's 11.
Sorry. I need to work on this for 5 minutes because I just broke a rental car place to make my story plausible that I need to go over there and they need to turn me away and say, no, we cannot rent you this car because your driver's license is out of state. Thank you.
Who are you talking to?
I'm sorry, you like Kevin?
Yeah, and did you ask him to watch your children while you went to the rental car agency?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 12. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
It appeared to be your call log from the 13th and before.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so we would admit State's Exhibit 12.
Any objections? No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You know, Mr. Facemeyer and I approach?
Certainly. We're going to take our lunch break now. We're at the section of the testimony where there's going to be some extensive phone calls for you to listen to. We think it'd be better to have lunch, get out and move around a little bit, and come back and listen to those this afternoon. We want to start at 1:30 sharp, so be back to security enough to it that you can come up and be brought into the jury chambers before 1:30. If you're not familiar with the area, there are a lot of fast food places north and northeast, just off through here, or you can head south, but there's construction for the bridge over there to take overpass there. It gets a little hard to get down there. You can also go east on Main Street, historic Main Street, and there's a whole bunch of restaurants there. We'll be in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right. We have a room. So,
Wow, a judge giving directions on where they can go to eat.
yes,
That's another first. What? That's another first.
here we go.
Risk case number 241101170. I understand the entire jury is back. Before we bring them out, is there anything the state needs to put on the record, Mr. Brown?
No, not on the record, although I don't see Mike Brown in the courtroom yet.
Oh. Nothing for Mr. Facebar. Mr. Watabe, would you step out in the hallway and see if Mr. Mike Brown is out? Maybe we can bring him in. We'll need him before I can bring the jury back. You take off your hat. We are in court.
All rise for the jury.
So I just admitted 12. We do 13. through 18 is a batch.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hope you had a good lunch. Thank you for being back on time. We were all a little bit early, so there's nothing wrong with starting 2 or 3 minutes early. Mr. Stelling, I remind you that you're still under oath from your oath from this morning. Mr. Brown, I'll turn the time back to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could we please publish State's Exhibit 12, which was admitted just prior to the break? And if we can please go to page 6. Just prior to ending, Kate, we admitted your phone records from the 12th and the 13th. Over the course of the 12th, while Matt was traveling out here, did you have several phone calls with him?
I did.
Do you remember recording those calls?
I do.
And you remember hearing those on a previous occasion?
I do.
Do those calls appear to be an accurate reflection of what was discussed between the two of you in those phone calls?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit as a batch states 13 through 18. I'm not publishing them quite yet, but I'm moving to admit them.
Any objections so far, Mr. Policeman? Thank you. States Exhibits 13 through 18 are admitted as a batch that will be published later.
I want to draw your attention to, so when we ended, you had told Matt that you couldn't rent the car, right?
Correct.
What was his response to you?
He was frustrated with me.
Okay. What did he, and did you end up having a phone call with him about alternate plans about what to do?
I did.
This time the state would, if I could show, if you could please, line 48. What time do you reach out to Matt?
8:55 a.m.
Okay. We could go ahead and publish state's Exhibit 13, please.
Exhibit 13 is published.
I'm at a loss right now, Matt.
Okay, just chill out.
They won't rent me the car.
Okay, we'll have your mom rent it.
She doesn't have money on her credit card.
Okay, so what do you gotta do? Can you rent it through Tim or somebody else? Anybody?
Nobody has credit cards with that money on it.
How much money more do you need?
I can't do it with my debit card because I have an out-of-state license.
Okay, so what do you need me to do? Like, what are you thinking?
I don't know.
Okay, just chill out. Do you need to put money in a different? Can your mom call her credit card and extend it?
No, they need money.
So, do you need me to put more money in your account?
No, because they won't rent it to me because I have a debit card and an out-of-state license plate or an out-of-state driver's license. If I had an in-state driver's license and a debit card, they would do it. Like, they don't even care that I have a good driving record. They don't care that, like, I was just rented with them 3 weeks ago.
Okay, but that obviously that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. So, who are you down there with right now? You're with Timmy?
No, I came back home to assess it.
Yeah, I understand.
So I'm not gonna sit down there at the Enterprise place as I'm like trying to figure out what to do. It's only 5 minutes away. I can go back down there. It's no problem.
Okay. Well, just take a deep breath, obviously. So,
Yeah.
does Tim or Angie have a credit card?
No. I don't know.
So, how can you rent a car with them yourself?
I don't know.
So, if your mom had money, how could she have money? How could she have money?
It's like $1,000. Well, she's had a hard week this week because the water kept being turned off. So she didn't make as much money as she would normally.
I know, I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm just
I know you're not giving me a hard time. I'm explaining stuff to you as best as I can.
So, do you need to move that money from your account, take it out and put it into her account?
I don't know if that would work.
In the account?
Huh?
You need me to go at 9 o'clock and put more money in your account and then send it all over
No, because then I can't drive it.
Well, she leaves with it. Say she leaves with
But
it.
if there's any problem on the way home, I'm fucked. If there's any sort of hiccup on the way home, I'm fucked.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to deal with what we're trying to.
I understand that. I don't want to be fucked on the way home and being like, oh, well, where's Tracy? It's like, well, she's not here.
Like, you mean when you get all the way down here kind of thing?
Huh?
Like when you return the car kind of thing?
Yeah, yeah, she would have to return that. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, because she would have to return the car. Wow.
I don't think our 250 should be driving up that far.
Really?
Well, I mean, I guess I could. I don't have a trip permit though, so if I get pulled over right now, I mean, I guess I could call Robert and try to borrow the trip permit.
Well, how much is registration? Can you get it registered?
I'm just like, it's just terrifying to me because I'm hitting the starter with a hammer, Kate. I don't have money for a starter right now because I have to pay our Downs bill in like 5 days, 6 days. So like, I'm just trying to juggle this at the same time. I'm trying to juggle the I just think it's pushing.
Well, then it just sounds like we don't have money right now. We just gotta wait a little bit more until we have more money.
I have like another I can go return the starter. Like I bought another starter, but I have like $600 more, and I have no money after that until.
Well, no, because we need the gas card to stay on for the drive home.
It will stay on. I don't have it, but I still have to stay on. Right now it's at 12. So I have to pay it like. I just don't think it's a great idea for me to drive the 250 that far. Like I have nobody to watch the place either. Like.
But it would only be a solid day of you being gone. I don't know. I feel like we just need to make it a better plan. I feel like we need to do a little bit more research.
I did all that. That's sad because I called and asked her all these questions.
I know. And I was ready. And they said, oh, a debit card and an out-of-state license? No. That doesn't work.
That's what I asked her.
Well, she obviously doesn't know.
And then the policy, she can't fudge anything.
Right, because it's a fucking $50,000 car. I know. I feel the same way.
Kitty, I have towels laid in the truck just so that I can lay underneath the truck and hit the starter with a hammer. Like, and it has a little oil leak. I mean, like, I'm like, even working for Robert, like, I'm sitting there terrified that I'm going to break down the intersection still. Like, towing trailers and just trying to get this done. Stress is killing me right now. But it's not really about me right now. I'm just saying it's just harsh, you know?
I get it.
Tools in the back, I got straps, like I've just been like busting my ass. I have the truck parked in the shop area because if it doesn't start, I have to hit the starter and I'm laid on the concrete.
Matt, I did what I could today.
I mean, will Jack let me borrow her car? Did it get you?
That's a big ask.
I could pay her. Like, do you know anyone that would let me borrow their car? Like safely? Like, I'm not on drugs or anything.
What about your mom?
It just sucks that I have to go all the way to fucking Orange County to go get it. No? Like,
Yeah.
I would actually ask them probably to drive out here and drop it off with me. Like,
Right.
I would rather like ask someone in the neighborhood here.
You can't just roll the dice with the truck. It's that fucking sketchy.
I could call. Just the thing is, here's what's going on. If I call Robert and ask for the moving permit,
just saying, like, he's gonna find out soon that I got the Ortiz deal, and he might not be very happy, but it's still my customer first, and I'm trying to avoid too much involvement, like too much desperation with the neighbor right across the street. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sick to my stomach.
Well, I mean, we got insurance. I wouldn't even, if I did that, I would basically drive straight there, and I wouldn't even turn around the truck off the whole damn drive. The truck would be on for 20 hours. So, you know. I mean, I could call him and ask him if I could borrow the truck from him for like 30 more days.
Hang on.
Yeah,
Hang
that's
on.
okay.
Hang on. What happened? What happened? Cheyenne, what happened? What happened?
He was being annoying, and I just lost all my patience with him.
Well, then you need to walk.
At me.
You're throwing his phone?
No, I didn't.
You're not gonna yell at me though.
Shia
Do not throw the phone because
No!
do not throw the phone because I will take away your iPad for the day. Do not give me a grumpy face. No, I am trying to figure stuff out today. Please don't do this. Be kind. Be kind. I don't know. I think it was also. No, it was the water being turned off that really threw the wrench in the gears.
Call Robert. I don't have any other choice. I really wish I could ask for, like, I wish I could just drive the damn Highlander home. You know, but like you said, it's kind of annoying to ask all that if I'm just driving.
It's a big ask. Okay. Okay.
Please publish states 12.
Which one?
12.
Exhibit 12 published.
The $600 that he gave you, you could have put it towards your mom's credit card, right?
The credit card was not the issue.
But you could have rented the car with the credit card.
I could have, yes.
Okay. Immediately after getting off the phone with Matt, that call we just heard was at 8:55, so number 48 lasted 10 minutes. Immediately after getting off the phone with him, who do you try and call? At 9:05
It's like my mom. I call my mom at 9:05.
And then, you don't reach her though, right? Or it doesn't look like it.
Yes.
And then you talk to Matt again, correct?
Yes.
They move to publish states 14, phone call from 9:07.
Any objection? No, you're. Thank you.
Okay. Still stop.
Mommy,
Like
I
they-
don't have YouTube tubes.
Stop.
YouTube. Tubes.
Let's go watch YouTube. Why are you yelling at me? Sorry, I was taking out my earbud and he's just like screaming, running around like a fucking crazy person. I don't have YouTube. I don't have YouTube. Like, you kidding me? Like, can you tell I'm under a lot of stress right now? Like, what the fuck?
I think we could ship a car back to.
That's so expensive.
It's not as bad as you think. Just trying to think of, I can call Park Freight Trucking and see what it'll cost to have one of the cars you just transported back.
I'm not borrowing one of their cars. Jacob uses the car every day. Rory uses her car every day. And my mom uses her car every day. And Kevin's car cannot make it to California.
Okay.
So these cars are not options out here. I know, it's frustrating.
Frustrating is if Robert just answered his phone and said yes, that would be the plan, and I'd just be going with that right now, and I wouldn't talk about it anymore.
Okay, well,
But now I texted him what my intentions are, so a lot of times when I text him intentions,
right, he reads it and then gets back to you.
he gets all distant. He either steps up or he gets all distant, like, because he doesn't like my board's trap odor to like do some mowing.
Uh-huh.
But he's calling her and answer.
Okay, bye.
What does Matt say there at the end? Who's calling him?
Robert.
And who is Robert again in this situation?
Robert is our neighbor.
And is that who you're trying to borrow the truck permit from?
Yes.
Okay. So there, it's fair to say, you say borrowing anyone's cars here, not an option.
Correct.
You could please publish states 15.
Objection. Thank you.
And actually, before we publish that, when's the next? So that was a call between you and Matt at 9:08 p.m. If you could please go to the next page, to page 5.
9:08 a.m.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. 9:08 a.m. That's right, no other direction. There you go. When's the next call you have with Matt?
At 9:15.
Okay, go to please publish states 15.
Hey,
Hey, what?
what's going on with you?
I'm gonna go get the trip permit from Robert right now.
Okay, you gonna drive out today?
I don't have a choice.
What do you mean you don't have a choice? Okay. Well, I wasn't sure if you were rested and ready.
What's that?
I wasn't sure if you were rested and ready.
I'm rested enough, but I gotta get the dogs like fully fed and left. Okay, and I don't plan on turning the truck off. Should I even get the starter on the way out? Should I replace my starter and then go?
Probably.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go to town then and get the starter and then come back and work on the truck and then get the dogs ready. It's gonna be a long fucking day.
You know.
So, okay.
I know. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I gotta get going on for a while. Okay.
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 Okay. Sounds good.
I'll call you in a little bit. I'm gonna call you in like an hour. You gotta let me do something.
Okay.
I gotta go return a starter, and I can't drive out there without a starter that works.
Okay.
So I gotta swap the starter. So I have to go to town. I gotta go to Roberts, go to town, put the starter on, feed the dogs, get ready to go, eat. And I don't know how the truck's gonna be kind of dirty. Like you're not gonna shit talk like tools in there and fucking shit on the bed. Like,
No.
are you?
Mommy, I'm hungry.
Okay, I'll feed you.
I
Give me.
gotta go. I'll call you in a little bit.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, bye.
So 9:15 phone call, you find out he's driving out.
Yes.
Did your voice like falter in that phone call?
It does. I realize what I'm doing.
And just so we're clear, what was it? What did you realize you were doing?
Planning his murder. Setting him up for failure.
Conflicted about that?
I'm sorry.
Were you a little conflicted about that?
I was.
We could please publish states 10. That call with that call with Mao was at 9:15, lasted for about 1:45. And then 10, page 22.
You said 10?
Yes. Go to page 22, please. Scroll down. This is the text thread between you and your mother. At 9:17 a.m., what do you tell her?
He's going to drive out.
And what is her response to you?
I'll call you.
We could please go back to states 12, page 5. Do you in fact talk to your mom that morning?
I do.
I'm gonna point out line 42. What time is that phone call and who is it with?
11:39 with my mom for 5 minutes and 22 seconds.
Do you remember what you talked about during that phone call?
Just talked about her coming home early to be able to get things ready.
Did you talk about anything else that you remember?
Not that I remember, just plans about the day and how she's going to cancel her appointments and head home.
Did you talk about any roles that you would play moving forward with Matt?
I don't know if that was on the call, but I know that I discussed with her that I would keep him calm and keep him coming out and just play the good wife.
Okay. And is that what you did in the remaining phone calls with Matt?
I believe so, yes.
We can scroll up a little bit on this call log. When's the next phone call that you have with Matt?
At 11:50.
You try and
The
call
one
him?
that he answered. So at 11:55, I talked to him for 11 minutes.
Okay. We're only going to publish the first 3 minutes of that. If you could please publish date 16.
Any objection?
Hi.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Cool, just past Butterfield. I'm leaving. Getting on the freeway in about 5 minutes.
Cool.
So, got peaceful food.
Awesome.
Dogs. Right when I went to leave, there was like a tweaker car in front, so I had to like ask them if they needed help, and then they said they're letting their fans scroll down, and then they took off.
Okay.
So I was like, shit, I have to wait for their tow truck to get them out of here. Fuck. So I would have canceled if they were out in front for right now. So it's all good though.
Yeah.
But I think when I get there, I don't think I want to turn the truck off.
Okay.
So I just want to get the car seats in, load up, and just kind of take off. Is that going to be doable?
Yeah, you'll be here late.
Yeah, no.
So.
And then you'll take off, and then you'll take over driving.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I'll take over after that, and then we'll get home.
Yeah.
Does that work for you?
Yeah. So if you're not turning off the truck.
No, I could. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I got a new starter, and it should be fine.
Okay.
That's under warranty if it's
Mommy,
not. So.
I'm hungry.
Okay, I'll make you a sandwich just a minute. Let me talk. Do you want to say hi to Daddy?
No.
Oh. Are you sure?
No.
He's on the phone. You can just say hi, Daddy.
Why did you go, hi, baby? Why'd you want me to turn off the truck?
No, I was just the parking situation, that's all, because you have the parking spots that are by the clubhouse, but you can't, there's no street parking. So if you're in the street, you're in the street.
Yeah, so how do we get loaded up?
Well, just
I'm
park.
I'm 97%, so
Okay, well,
I'll
just,
probably turn my phone off when I get by Vegas to conserve some energy, you know?
okay, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, probably just pull right up in front of the house, you know?
Yeah, and then we'll just load up. How long is it gonna take? Like 15 minutes to load up?
Yeah, not long at all.
Yeah, I'm not trying to rush you. I just don't
No.
want to risk the truck. That's all, you know?
No, I get it.
Yeah.
You gonna come inside? Are you gonna come inside and help me load up?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The front door is always unlocked, okay?
Okay. Well, I'll turn my nav on when I get all the way out there because I got to pass Provo, right?
Yeah.
What's the nearest town like before I just so I can turn my phone on?
When you get to Provo, you should probably have your phone on.
In there, you ask if he's going to turn the truck off and ask if he's going to come inside.
Correct.
Why did you ask him that?
So you could come inside so my brother could shoot him.
Why did you tell him that the door was unlocked?
So you would just come in.
After, if we could publish states 12 again, please. Page 4. Line 29. Is it fair to say that you had a variety of phone calls with your siblings and your mother after that call with Matt?
Yes.
Okay, line 29, who are you speaking to and what time is it?
Talking to Rachel, and it's 12:48 in the afternoon,
And how long do you speak for?
about 20 minutes.
Okay, if we go to line 28, please. Okay. Who are you talking to on line 28?
My mom,
Okay, what time is that?
12:58 for 7 minutes, almost 8.
Do you remember having a group call with your mom and Rachel Jorgensen at that time?
I don't remember it being a group call, but it's absolutely plausible.
Remember what was discussed with Rachel?
I believe if it was anything, it was having Rory go out to Rachel's house for the evening. But I don't know if I was actually on that call.
Did you tell her why Rory should go to her house in Ogden?
No. No.
Okay, so that call with your mom, if it was 7 minutes long or roughly 8 minutes long at 12:58, would have ended shortly after 1 o'clock. Is that fair? At 1:05?
Yes.
Okay. We could please publish states 10 again. Page 23. Scroll down. Yes, pause right there. 11:45 a.m. What is that from your mom?
I believe that's a screenshot of Matt's location.
Okay, let's scroll down to the next one. What time is that text message?
2:07 p.m. And it's from my mom, and she said, I'm meeting Kevin for sushi.
What did that mean to you?
That they were going to meet for sushi. I know what they talked about. I don't know what they talked about, but I know what that sushi meeting was for.
What was your understanding of what that sushi meeting was for?
They were going to talk details about how the night was going to go.
And again, to be clear, when you say how the night was going to go,
Planning Matt's murder.
well, your mom, she sends that message to you at 2:07, right?
Yeah.
And then if we could please jump to, of this same exhibit. Page 26. Scroll down. Right there from your mom. What did she say to you at 2:19?
She says, hey there, please let Matt know that he's welcome to spend the night if he's too tired after driving all day. I promise I'll stay away and I will be as sweet as candy.
Go down, please. What's your response?
Okay.
And then her next text message.
Or else if you guys want, I can give you $100 or so towards a hotel so you can stop if you need to.
Okay, and the next, your response to that?
Okay, I'll tell him.
Okay, please continue to the next page. Read that one from your mom, please, at 2:20.
I'm not trying to get in your business at all. I just want him to know that if he needs to rest, he can rest at the house, or we can get a hotel room for you guys, or maybe you could just start driving to go back because you will not have driven all day the way he did.
Okay, and then
Even a hotel room in St. George might be okay.
and then your response. Go ahead and read that one. Go ahead and read that one for your mom too, and then we'll read your response.
$200 for a hotel room I can handle, as opposed to the rental car on the way back.
Okay, and then the next, your response to him,
Okay, on the phone with him now.
and finally her response to you. I don't know. What was your understanding of these messages? Well, sorry, let me back up. Did you relay those messages to Matt?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, what was the purpose of relaying those messages to Matt?
To make him feel that there were many options and that he wasn't stuck with one option, wasn't stuck driving home, wasn't stuck staying at my mom's house. There were options
To be
to
clear,
keep
at
driving.
2:20 p.m., were you going home?
No.
State moves to publish. Sorry, actually, let's go back to Exhibit 12, please. So those text messages with your mom were at 2:20 p.m. Would you please read line 25, who you talked to and what time it was?
I talked to Matt at 2:20 for 6 minutes and 32 seconds.
Line 25. Okay. State would move to publish that 2:20 call.
Any objection? What exhibit number is that?
That's number 17, Ron.
Thank you. Any objection, Mr. Facemeyer? No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Just the first minute 30.
Yeah, what's going on?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good, what's going on?
I just called to see how your drive is going.
I'm just passing that abandoned water park.
Oh, fun, cool.
Yeah, I just like going out and looking at it.
Yeah, my mom said if you're too tired, when you get here, that you can always sleep here. She said she'll keep her distance. She'll actually be asleep.
Oh my gosh, I'm just not gonna talk, that's all.
Okay, or if we want, we can get a hotel. She said she'll give us $100 towards it.
No, it's not like that. I just wanna see my baby, see you. I brought my pillow and everything else.
Right.
So I'm really worried about it. So, what do you want to do?
I want you to be comfortable.
I will be. I just become
Okay.
once I have my family.
Okay, well, good.
All I
Good,
want.
awesome.
Yeah. So cool. I'll just keep
Awesome.
trucking along here.
Okay. This call would have happened around 2:20 in the afternoon
Yes.
while Kevin and your mother were at sushi, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember when they got home from sushi?
Probably about an hour later.
Did you have any conversations with them when they got home from sushi?
I believe so, yes.
Okay,
Out on
what
the
do you-
lawn.
I'm sorry?
Out on the lawn.
Okay, and what do you remember about that conversation?
Just finalizing details about how the night was going to go. I don't know if Kevin was on the lawn. I can't remember everything. I'm pretty sure he was out there, and it was just discussed that Matt was going to be there shortly at 10 o'clock, and that where I was going to be upstairs. Kevin was going to be downstairs watching a movie, but not really watching a movie. And my mom was going to be wherever she was going to be.
Did Kevin say anything in that conversation that you recall?
Not much.
Who did most of the talking?
My mother.
You mentioned earlier when I asked you if you'd ever talked to Kevin and your mom about this, you said yes, a few days before or maybe the day of. You remember that, your testimony earlier today?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the conversation that you were referring to?
It's one of the conversations. I know that when I found out Matt was coming out, I went into Kevin's room. I almost sent him a text message. And I was like, no, I'm not going to send him a text message. But I knocked on his door and I said, Matt's coming out. And I was very tearful, and he knew what I meant, and he knew what was going to happen. I guess that's more hearsay, but he knew.
You told him
Yeah.
that Matt was coming out.
Yes.
And that would have been the morning of the 12th?
Yes.
If we go back to exhibit 12, please. Phone log. Go to top of page 2, please. You have more phone calls with Matt as he's driving out over the next several hours, correct?
Yes, I do.
And would you please identify line 10, who you called and what time that call was at?
I called Matt. It was at line 10. It's an incoming call at 8:13, and we just spoke for about a minute and 40 seconds.
Your Honor, the state would seek to admit State's Exhibit 18, please, which was previously admitted. Sorry, seek to publish.
Mr. Face, any objection to 18?
No.
Called me.
I want to. Hi, Daddy.
So I put some cardboard in there where I put some cardboard in.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that.
How long is it gonna take to get loaded?
Not long.
Should I just leave it running?
That's fine.
One. There's an apple on your iPad. Mean that apple
Okay.
iPad. This is an apple iPad.
Yeah.
Huh? Means it's an iPad.
Okay, you can talk to Daddy?
With an apple.
All right.
Hi, Daddy.
Okay.
I don't want to just leave it running the whole time, just so I don't have to risk it not starting out here.
That's fine.
So, is that okay?
That's fine. Yeah. You're gonna come in though, right?
Yeah, but I just want to make it like easy. I don't want to like hang on.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be easy. No, it's gonna be easy.
Yeah, so,
So-
but it's like the typical drifts, like, because I kind of ran this truck.
Mom,
Okay.
I want to watch my iPad with YouTube.
Okay.
I want to watch my iPad with YouTube.
Okay, still stop, please. I tried to keep him up as long as possible so he would sleep.
I don't want to sleep. I don't want to sleep.
That sounds about right. So.
Can I
Cool.
stay up for a little
All right, sounds good.
more? Can
Okay,
I
okay,
stay
bye.
up a little bit more, please?
No,
Yeah.
no, we're not doing that.
Okay, so at 8:13, you again ask him to come inside, right?
Yes, I do.
After this phone call, what do you do?
Hey, I get my kids ready for bed. I believe I put them in the bath, and I believe I gave them a melatonin gummy to help them go to sleep, to stay asleep. And I believe I went downstairs probably an hour later and saw what everybody was doing downstairs, like my mom and Kevin. I think Kevin was on the couch, just on his laptop, the way he normally would be. And then my mom was just picking up and cleaning up.
Okay. When you say your mom was picking up and cleaning up, what do you mean?
I think she may have just been finishing up dishes. We had gotten the house ready prior to that.
Okay. So when you say you got the house ready prior, what do you mean?
We removed the screen off of the front door to make it easier for Matt to come in and not be so deterred. We moved the kids' toys from the front room into the garage. So he didn't realize that we had no intentions of leaving and or making a mess on them with blood spatter. And then my mom covered her couches with blankets to prevent blood spatter.
And did you watch her make these preparations?
I did.
Did Kevin help, or was it mostly your mom?
It was me and my mom.
I'm going to show just the witness, State's Exhibit 19. You recognize that photo?
I do.
Does it appear to be an accurate representation of what the house normally looked like?
It does.
It would move to admit State's Exhibit 19.
Any objection? Thank you.
Move to publish.
No objection.
Okay. We're going to talk through that. The toys on the right, what are those in front of?
Those are in front of the fireplace.
Okay, and what did you and your mom do with those toys?
We moved them into the garage. Into the garage or into the office. I can't remember exactly where we moved.
Okay. And you referenced a screen. Is
So,
that, can you point that out on the picture?
so if you see the line on the front door, it's one of those magnetic screens that clicks together when you walk, after you walk through it. It's Velcroed on, and we removed it from the Velcro.
Okay. And which couch, or was it all couch? What did she do with, you said something about a blanket on a couch.
Right as you walk in that first couch, there was a blanket draped over that one. I don't know, I can't remember if there were, I believe there was 2 blankets, one on each couch. But just to prevent her couches from getting dirty.
Okay. Take that down and just show the witness States Exhibit 20, please. Okay, does that picture accurately reflect what it looked like the night of?
Yes.
State moves to admit Exhibit 20.
Any objection?
Permission to publish, please. Okay, does this reflect that same view, minus the front door being closed, of the home the night that Matt was shot?
Yes, and the office door is also closed.
And so that's a difference as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is that the blanket you were referring to on that couch on the left?
Yes.
And then the toys are gone.
Yes.
Whose sandal is that in the front?
That's Matt's sandal.
Can we even take that down? Okay, you said after that 8:13 phone call that you bathed the kids, gave them a melatonin, put them to bed, and then went back downstairs.
Yes.
Correct. We could please publish what was previously admitted as States 9. Go and scroll down. Keep going. Okay. So just right around that phone call, that 8:13 phone call, Matt texts you, correct?
Yes.
Same content we heard in the phone call, put some cardboard down,
Yes.
right? Okay. You go to your response, the next page. Keep going.
Okay, I'll get some ready.
All right, and then what's your next message to him?
I sent him the gate code
And what time was that?
at 8:59,
Okay. And why did you send him the gate code?
so he could make his way into the gated community because my mother lives in a gated community.
Could you have gotten in without that gate code?
Yes, instantaneously, probably not. He would have to wait for another car to follow in.
And trail him in?
Yeah.
Okay. And then one more, scroll down one more page, please. And what's that a picture of?
That's a picture of the front of the house with the cardboard in front of it.
Okay, what time do you send him that?
9:05.
Thank you. Okay, you can pull that down. Okay, so now we're 9:05. You're back downstairs from putting the kids to bed after giving them a bath, roughly at 9 o'clock time frame. Did you talk about anything with Kevin?
No, I did not. I don't believe so.
Did you see him?
I think he was on his laptop watching a movie.
Okay. What about your mom? Did you talk to your mom anymore?
I spoke with her before that, when we were getting things ready.
Objection, non-responsive.
She's answering. She said I spoke to her when we were getting things ready.
The question was, Your Honor, was after she laid the cardboard, you got the conversation.
That's really a yes or no, and then a follow-up is what would be, so let's go that direction. I think I sustain the
Okay.
objection.
After the cardboard was laid, did you talk to your mom anymore?
Yes, but I don't recall what it was about.
And did you, what steps did you take next between then and 10 o'clock?
I was just upstairs, just scrolling on my phone.
What did you observe next?
At 10 o'clock when he pulled up.
Whatever you remember next.
At 10 o'clock when he pulled up. And then I just remember I'm 99% sure that he rang the bell. Nobody answered the door. Sorry. He came inside. I don't know what happened. And then I heard the gunshots. I heard Matt say, ow, ow. And then I heard my mom and my brother talking about putting the knife in his hand. Kevin telling my mom to be careful because he could still be alive. I remember my mom coming upstairs and she said, don't come downstairs. I said, is he gone? She said, yes. I said, you need to call 911. That's when she went downstairs and called 911.
What do you remember next?
I was sitting upstairs. The cops came in probably about 1 to 2 minutes later after my mom went downstairs. It was really fast. They escorted my mom and my brother out. And then they called up to me to make myself known. I made myself known and I said, my kids are upstairs sleeping. I came around the corner to the stairs and I saw it. And I saw Matt at the bottom of the stairs and I was escorted out.
Did you see Matt's body at the bottom of the stairs?
I did.
I'm sorry, you said you did.
I did, yes.
Did you observe a knife in his hand?
I believe there was a knife in his hand. I don't know if the cops had taken it out at that point. That moment was very traumatizing. I remember when I saw him, I wanted to fall to the ground screaming, but I knew that if I did that, I ran the risk of being shot myself because the officers don't know what they're going into. They don't know who's armed. And so I just had to walk out.
And from there, you interviewed with law enforcement, right?
I did.
What you're telling us today, is that what you told law enforcement?
No, it's not.
Had you had a conversation with your mom or Kevin? Let me do it one at a time. Had you had a conversation with your mom about what you'd tell police?
Yes.
And what were you supposed to tell police?
That Matt had arrived later than he had actually gotten there, that he came in angry, that he was just aggravated and mad when he came, and that he was mad on the phone.
Was Matt mad on the phone?
Not entirely. There was an instance where he was, I don't remember the restaurant, but he said that he was getting irritated at one of the workers, that they were being rude to another customer.
But not mad at you?
Not mad at me, no.
Did you hear an argument downstairs before the gunshots?
No, I did not.
Did you hear any exchange before the gunshots?
No, I did not.
Based on the layout of the house, would you expect to have heard conversation if it had occurred?
Yes, I was sitting up right on the top of the stairs, like on that on a landing. So I did hear everything, and I did not hear an argument.
Or any conversation at all?
I did hear the conversation of them putting the knife in his hand.
Okay, sorry, before the shooting.
No, I did not hear any conversation or argument.
Do you know, you said you had a conversation with your mom previously about shooting Matt and putting a knife in his hand, correct?
Yes, I did.
Prior to the day of it happening.
Yes, I did.
And I believe your testimony was that it would occur usually on the lawn.
Yeah, on the lawn. There was other conversations that were had inside the house where she showed me the knife that she had that she wanted to put in his hand.
Tell me about that.
That knife was, she got that knife from Amy's house. It was her husband's, Amy's husband's knife that he'd gotten from, I'm not 100% sure where, but it was his knife. He was deceased at the time. So she had taken it. I believe she had gotten it on one of the trips that she came out. I think it was either in April or May.
Okay. And when you say you came out to Amy's house?
My mother went out to Amy's house. I did go to Amy's house. I never saw the knife at Amy's house. The only time I ever saw the knife was at my mom's house.
Does Amy also live in California?
Amy is deceased, and
Did live in
she
California.
did live in California. She lived in Ramona.
Where did that conversation about the knife occur?
In the doorway to the laundry room.
If we could show the witness states exhibit 21, please.
Any objection?
Is that the laundry room that we're talking about?
Yes.
Is that an accurate reflection of what it looked like?
Yes.
They would move to admit exhibit 21
There's been no objections.
and move to publish, please. Yeah, is this the laundry room where you had that conversation?
Yes, in the doorway.
This is the laundry room where your mom showed you the knife?
Yes.
Could you please describe where it was?
She had it on top of the dryer, which is the appliance on the right, in that darker wicker basket.
Was there anything else of note about having it in the wicker basket?
It was wrapped in a glove.
And what if anything else did she say to you in that conversation?
She said that she had wiped it down and that she was going to put it in Matt's hand after he was shot.
Do you remember when this conversation was in relation to the day of the shooting?
2 or 3 days prior.
We can take that down and please show the witness states 22. You recognize that?
I do.
Is that an accurate representation of the knife you were shown?
Yes.
Say move to admit exhibit 22
Any objection?
and move to publish. Is that the knife that you were shown?
Yes, it was.
You can go and take that down. After the shooting, did you go to the police station?
I did.
Did you provide an interview to the police?
I did.
Did you tell them the truth?
No, I did not.
Was your phone seized from you at that time?
It was.
But then were you released, allowed to leave?
Yes, it was.
Did you and your mom talk about what happened after that?
Not at first, but as the day progressed, yeah, we did.
What did she say?
She told me to stick to the story of self-defense, to not tell anybody anything.
After losing your phone, did you have to get a Google Voice number?
I've had a Google Voice number, so I did have that number. I did get another phone from Walmart.
But did you start using the Google Voice number?
I did. Oh, on the iPad, yes.
Okay, so we move to, or if we could show the witness exhibit 23, please.
You said 23?
Yes. You recognize that?
I do.
Did it appear to be an accurate conversation between you and your mother the day after from your Google Voice number?
It does.
Okay, permission or move to admit, states 23.
Any objection? No, you're not. Thank you, so admitted.
And publish, please. That second line at 7:13, or sorry, 6 p.m. on 7:13. Would you please read that message from Tracy?
Do not talk with Diane about anything that happened. It can be used against Kevin, so don't tell what happened.
And the next one, please.
Just say it was a blur or you don't want to talk about it right then or whenever.
Thank you. We can pull that down. When did the plan in your mind change from divorce to murder?
I think about a week after I'd been out there. A week after being out in Utah.
Okay, so you started talking about it then?
Yes.
Were you still trying to pursue divorce?
I knew that divorce wasn't going to be, I felt that divorce wasn't going to be a good option for me if I wanted to stay in Utah, if I wanted to divorce him.
Okay, so when you said that you started talking with your mom about it a week and a half before the murder, so like early July, you had started thinking about it before then?
Yes.
Okay, by yourself or with somebody else?
With my mother.
Okay, tell me about that. What was that conversation like? And what do you remember?
She had said it like a joke. Oh, we can get him to come out here and we could just murder him and kill him and make it look like self-defense. So it originally started more as a joke than it was a solid plan, but it was still talked about.
Okay, but when did it change from a joke to what you knew was happening?
About a week and a half beforehand, when I realized that a divorce with him would be messy and I would run the risk of losing my children.
Okay. Did you ever have any second thoughts about this?
Absolutely.
Before he was murdered?
Yes.
Did you ever express those thoughts?
I did.
When?
It was after my mom had come back from sushi with Kevin. I was standing at the top of the stairs. I looked her in the eyes and I said, Mom, I don't want to do this anymore. She looked me back in the eyes and said, I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. In that moment, I realized I should have done more to stop it. I should have done so much. But that's why I'm here, telling the truth, because I want no amount of justice will ever bring him back.
I want to circle back to your conversations with Kevin. You talked today about going in his room the morning of the 12th and saying he's going to drive out and being teary-eyed.
Yes.
And you talked about having a meeting with him and your mom after lunch, after the sushi lunch, right?
Yes.
Prior to those two, as you talked to him about this?
Just lightly in passing, like he was out on the lawn with us when we were talking about how it would go down and how it would be self-defense and that he would be there to protect me.
You engaged in well, through your attorney, a negotiation with the state, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that you didn't share that information with the state at the time?
No, I didn't remember everything, and I
I guess I was trying to protect Kevin more so and realizing that I can't protect Kevin. I want to tell 100% the truth.
Is there anything
Even
else?
even if it gets me more time, that I wasn't 100% truthful. I want to be truthful now.
Okay. Is there anything else that you need?
Your Honor, I think I need to request for a foundation. I'm lost at time frame on what these answers are coming from.
I was getting a little confused too. Why don't you back it up and get down with this?
Okay. How far back? Just Kevin involvement?
Well, her questions from way before to way after, and now I don't know what time frame she's even referring to. I think the question was, may we?
Yes.
I've asked you, did you tell us this information about Kevin before? You said, no, I didn't remember.
Correct.
Okay. When did you not remember the aspects that involved Kevin?
Say that one more time.
Actually, a better way to ask it would be, when did you remember those aspects that involved Kevin?
Just after going to being in jail and sitting and just racking my brain on what happened.
You've referenced this before. You used to smoke a lot of marijuana.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Are you clean in jail or in
Yes,
prison?
I am.
Sorry,
Yes,
let me ask
I
that
am.
again. Are you clean in prison?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Has that helped your thinking?
I believe so. It's helped a lot.
1 second, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Just one piece of cleanup, and then I'll pass the witness. You could please show the witness Exhibit 27. You recognize that?
I do.
Is that the family, the 250 that we heard reference to?
Yes, it is.
State would move to admit, State's Exhibit 27.
Any objection?
Okay. With that, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Facemeyer across?
Yes. If we could take a break, Your Honor?
All right, let's take about a 10, 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, for the jury.
All right. We have room. I'm going to wait and just make sure that they're not going to put something on the record.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Nothing from the state put on the record, am I correct?
Correct.
Looks like Mr. Facemeyer stepped out. So let's just take about a 10, 15-minute recess. Thank you. We're in recess.
All right. I am going to room. And room. There we go.
Let's go back in the record of the matter of State versus Grist, case number 241101170. Mr. Facemeyer, Mr. Brown, could I see you up here for a second? Oh, wait, oh, the litigants? Yeah, you can bring them out. I thought you meant the jury. Okay. nothing else, gentlemen, thank you. Let's go back on the record. Well, we are back on the record. Let's bring the jury out now.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Facemeyer, the witness is yours.
I apologize, Judge, I should have put this on first. Is it working? Yeah, it's working. Catherine, my name is Dana Facemeyer, and we've never met before. Is that right?
Correct.
But I've always known you as Kate because everyone seems to call you Kate.
Correct.
Is it okay if I call you Kate?
Yes.
I'll do that. Kate, the very last question asked of you today by prosecution. Sorry, just getting my stuff together. It was about marijuana. I'll be honest, I did not think that would be the last question asked you. I was surprised. And you said you use marijuana, or you had used marijuana. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've now been incarcerated. You're wearing a prison uniform, correct?
Yes.
And so I assume you've been clean off controlled substances for some time.
Yes. I just received my 18-month chip.
18 months. That means you've been incarcerated 18 months.
Yes.
And congratulations. Being clean is being happy.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Do you feel that you've had any disabling effects from your marijuana use?
I believe so.
What are some of those effects you've experienced?
I'm just not myself. I don't think clearly. You're almost in a, for lack of a better word, psychosis.
Yeah. You're aware of marijuana psychosis then, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, the National Institute of Drug Abuse refers to marijuana as being a substance, cannabinoid, as causing psychosis. You're aware of that?
Yes.
What other symptoms do you think have you experienced due to your marijuana use?
I'm not 100% sure.
Lack of memory?
Yes, lack of memory, slowed reaction.
And today, the problem we have with this case is we're asking for you to have great memory, aren't we?
Yeah, and I've never had great memory.
Yeah.
So
And so that's hard. And it's not anyone's fault except really your own that you decided to be a chronic marijuana user. Is that right?
I would disagree. I've had a lot of childhood trauma, and I don't remember a lot of my childhood. And I did not start smoking marijuana until I was 17.
17. So this picture is right near you. I think this is Exhibit 1. Is that right? This picture, Exhibit 1, is your family tree in a large sense. Is that right?
Yes.
And left out of this picture are is your father or other fathers, except for Matt. Is that right?
Correct.
But you did state in your testimony that you were visited in Temecula by Terlin and your father.
He was in the car with her.
Yeah.
At the time, I didn't really have a good relationship with him. So it was.
At the time, you did not?
Yes.
Okay.
So it was just more or less an in passing kind of thing.
Okay.
I didn't really have much of a conversation with him that day.
How old are you today?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'm 38.
38. And so you were first incarcerated when you were 36?
Yes, I
37?
believe so.
36?
October 29th of 2024.
So if I go 18 plus 18, that's 36, right?
Okay.
And so half of your year or half of your life has been being a chronic marijuana user. Is that right?
Sounds about right.
You also talked about that you had a trailer on your property in Temecula that was your smoking trailer, I guess. Was there a different
Yes.
name for it?
I called it my smoking camper because it was a little sliding camper that you put, it actually went in the back of, it fit in the back of the truck that we owned. So it was a little camper. It didn't have wheels.
But was this your place?
I shared it with my husband, but he had gotten it for me.
Yeah. And was he a marijuana smoker as well?
Yes, he was.
And was he a drinker as well?
Yes, he was.
Were you a drinker?
Not as heavily as he was. I quit smoking. I quit drinking about, I want to say January of 2024.
Okay.
So what it is, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So with this marijuana use, the purpose of the marijuana use, I would imagine, would be to have, to get high, right? That's one purpose.
Yes.
And did you have any other purposes for your marijuana use?
I liked it to suppress my appetite. And I enjoyed the actual recreational of the smoking.
Yeah. And through 18 years of it, you and Matt joined in that marijuana partying kind of experience, or smoking kind of experience, right?
Correct.
And in California, there came a point in time where it was legal recreationally, right?
Yes, it's been legal recreationally for a long time in California.
Well, that's where it ended. It ended with marijuana. So I thought we'd at least talk about that, where it ended. So thank you.
Okay.
In your family tree here, we have Tara Lynn, whose name is Fisher, but that's not her last name, is it?
That's spelled incorrectly, but yes, that is her last name. Fischer.
But Tara Lynn's maiden name is what?
Ellis.
Ellis. And then there's Kevin Ellis.
Yes.
And then there's Catherine. Are you an Ellis?
Yes, I am.
And then there's Tim Ellis, right?
Yes.
And all four of these kids are Tracy's children, right?
Correct. All 7 of those are her children.
I understand. But all 4 of them have from the Ellis line of family. Is that right?
Yes.
And then we have Rachel Jorgensen, but that's her married name, right?
Correct.
What's Rachel's last name?
Trujillo is her maiden name.
Okay. And then we have Jacob Trujillo, right?
Correct.
So that's a different father, Rachel and Jacob, for the other 4 children. Is that right?
Yes.
And then we have, I'm just going to call her Rory. Everyone else calls her Rory, and I used to live in Aurora, Illinois, but I'm going to call her Rory, if that's okay.
I call her Ari, but yes, call
Ari?
her Rory.
Okay. And Ari France.
Yes.
Is that a different father than the Trujillos?
Yes.
Okay. So we have mom, Tracy, my client, your mother, and she has three groups of children from 3 different men, right?
Correct.
So can I ask, how did Tracy end her relationship with Mr. Ellis?
I was 9, so I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure there was infidelity.
Did she kill him?
No.
Did she divorce him?
She did.
And where did that divorce take place?
California.
California. And then we have Mr. Trujillo, right?
Yes.
And how did Tracy end the Trujillo relationship?
How was it?
How did it end?
It ended in a divorce.
In divorce. And then the Franz, how did the Franz relationship end?
In a divorce.
Now, where did the Ellis divorce take place? Do you know? Did it take place in Utah?
No, it took, I believe the only divorce that took place in Utah was the one that she had to Bruce Grist, the last name that she carries now. And that one took place in Utah. Every other one took place in California.
So all of these children portions took place in California.
Correct.
Okay. And it turned out okay, didn't it?
Sure.
I mean, the kids were with mom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And,
Yes.
and you had a life with 7? 1, 2, 3, 7. I mean, you were one of 7, right? And it was okay, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was okay.
And the life didn't come to an end because your mom got a divorce in California.
Correct.
And it didn't come to an end after the second divorce in California.
Correct.
In fact, you saw your mom doing some pretty good things during her life. And I don't mean things like creating Google or Apple.com, but she did some pretty good things while living in the Temecula area as a divorced woman. Is that right?
Sure.
She had a job?
I believe it was all under the table, and what she did for a job is up for question.
She had a job? Do you remember that question? That's a yes or no.
No, I don't remember her having a real job.
So she never worked, to your understanding, during the time that she had the kids, the 7 kids.
Yes, she worked.
Okay, thank you. That wasn't a trick question. I was just trying to give you a question. And I guess the question is, and this whole question that everybody in this case is asking is, why was it necessary to go from I can't get a divorce and I'm going to lose my kids when you have a prime example right here, of someone who got a divorce and didn't lose their kids and didn't kill anyone to get it to happen? So why do you think the reason is that you chose to be a murderer?
I don't think that's a fair question. It was planned by my mother.
I see. Do you remember when you were arrested on this case?
I do.
And when approximately was that?
October 29th. I was picking up my daughter from school.
Thank you once. Okay. So, is there a reason why you felt murder was the more appropriate end of your relationship with Matt than divorce?
Because my mom posed it as the best idea.
Do you remember saying here in court today that the reason you did is because you didn't want to lose your children?
It was one of the reasons why, yes.
Why would you think you'd lose your children?
Because he would take them away from me.
Why would he take them away from you? Is he a better parent than you?
No, but he would. I feel like he would say what he needed to say to get me to look like an unfit mother.
Are you an unfit mother?
I don't feel I am.
Okay. Are there any examples in your possible divorce world where you could have shown that you are not an unfit mother? That you cared for your children?
Yes.
That you fed your children?
Yes.
That you provided for your children?
Yes.
That Matt was somewhat aggressive with the children?
It's a possibility.
Well, is that or not that you could have provided that information?
I have no police records of me calling the cops on him, but I have multiple voice recordings and videos, but they were recorded without his permission. So it's not something that I would be able to use in court.
Who told you that?
California?
Who told you that?
I don't know.
Did anyone tell you that?
I don't know.
You're just making it up?
I don't think I'm making it up. I think it's something that I've heard like on Google.
On Google? Is Google your lawyer?
No.
Okay. So in your opportunity to talk about divorce, you also have family members who have seen the aggressive behavior of Matt toward the children. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And who are those family members that have seen that?
I believe the only one who's actually hasn't seen it is Rory.
Yeah. So you have a bunch of witnesses you could have come and testify why you should be the custodial mom, right?
Sure.
And Matt should not be the custodial mom, or I'm sorry, the custodial father, right?
Yes.
Very similar to the example your mom has set, where your mom has been the custodial parent of the Ellis kids, right?
Yes.
And your mom was the custodial parent of the Trejo kids, right?
Correct.
And your mom was the custodial parent of the Franz child, right?
Yes.
You have an example on how that happens, right?
Yes.
Why did you continually take recordings of yourself and Matt during arguments?
Because like I said prior, I have a terrible memory, and especially in traumatic experiences, I forget what's said. So I originally recorded them so I could replay them, so I could remember the terrible names that he called me, the crappy things that he accused me of.
Like what?
Calling me a bitch, telling me that I was a
I'm
cheater,
sorry.
telling me.
Yeah, my question, like what was, you said of the things he accused me of. What did he accuse you of?
Calling me a cheater, telling me that all my life choices are the reason why we are in poverty, telling me that the reason why our truck is breaking down is because I drive it.
Do you agree with him?
No, I don't.
Do you agree that your life choices of poverty are because of you?
No.
What is your thoughts on why you and Matt were having a life of poverty?
He was dealing with a tax issue and he owed a substantial amount of money.
And
The
that's,
IRS.
and that's the reason for your poverty.
One of the reasons.
Is there any other reasons?
He didn't have a job. I didn't have a job.
He didn't work, did he?
No, he did not.
Did that help the family?
No, it did not.
How long did he not work?
I'm not 100% sure.
A lot?
More often than not.
Is there ever a time when his work was substantial or the money was not as difficult a situation in your relationship with Matt?
Yeah, there was points where he had a substantial amount of money.
And what was the income vein during that time?
He was a hay broker.
A hay broker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And any other crops?
He did dirt work. He ran a skip loader and a bobcat, and he did dirt work for many different people.
Landscaping, excavating style work?
Yes.
And when did that stop?
In 2020.
And so from 2020 to 2024, he was not working much.
Correct.
Were you working much?
No, I was at home with my children.
So you were the caretaker of the children.
I was.
I need to organize myself just for a minute here, please. In relation to your family here, and I'm looking at your siblings and your mom, is there a person that you communicated with the most out of this group?
Carolyn.
And how often would you talk to Tara Lynn?
Every other day, if not daily.
So you had a lot of communication with Tara Lynn.
Yes.
Do you realize in the trial today, you testified that you spoke to your mom daily? You remember saying that?
I don't believe I said that I talked to her daily, but it was at least every other day. When she moved to Utah, when she's in 2020, being in Utah, she worked a lot of hours, and there was more often than not, she was tired, and there was only certain points where we knew that we could catch her.
Who came up with the idea to move to Utah?
Bruce and my mother.
Yeah. Did Tara Lynn have any involvement with that?
I don't know.
With you, I mean.
Well, with me going to Utah?
Yeah. Did she have something to say about that?
Yeah, Tara Lynn agreed with it.
And was there ever a plan to get a storage unit and things of that nature? I mean, we've seen some text messages.
Yes, I had a storage unit.
And whose plan was it to get a storage unit?
I believe my mom and my sister came up with it.
Isn't it true that we have a text that says Tara Lynn came up with that idea to start?
I'm not sure of the text message, but
And that your
it
mom sent
sounds
you,
possible.
and that your mom sent you a credit card to assist in that?
Not in the storage unit, but in the rental car.
And the storage unit was provided only a day or 2 days max before you left the state of California, right?
No, I had it for about 2 weeks before I left California.
Okay. And so were you filling it up gradually then?
Yes.
Through those 2 weeks?
Yes, I was acting as if I was donating things, taking things out in big black trash bags, acting as if I was selling things.
Kelsey, can I see up here for a second?
So as this case began this week, your statement is that you wanted to have an opportunity to provide justice for your children, is why you're here today, right?
Yes,
Justice for Matt
yes,
and for the truth.
yes, and justice for his family, his friends, his community, my family, justice for everybody.
And that's why you're here to testify today.
Yes.
When did you start thinking about giving justice and truth a try?
I don't recall when I went to my attorney to ask for the plea deal.
Had you had an opportunity to review your case before you had talked to your attorney about that?
I don't believe I was given anything before the plea deal.
So
I can't recall.
So from October 29th, November, December, January, do you know what happened in January?
Yes, my brother's trial.
Your brother had a preliminary hearing. Wasn't
Yes.
the trial, it was a preliminary hearing.
Excuse me.
And at the preliminary hearing of 2025, the state put on evidence against your brother, isn't that right?
Yes,
And you were aware of that hearing, weren't you?
yes, I was not a part of that hearing.
No, but you were aware of it. Is that correct?
Yes, I knew it was happening.
They put on exhibits very similar to the exhibits we have here. Were you aware of that?
I did not see any of the exhibits.
Were you ever told that by your lawyer?
I don't recall.
Did you ever know about, I don't know, the text messages?
I did not ever see the text messages until here in trial. I was given a transcript of Kevin's actual, I believe his preliminary, and I don't believe any of the text messages were read out loud.
So I'll try again. Did you know about the text messages?
That I sent?
Yeah.
Yeah, when I sent them, I knew about them.
And did you know that you were being arrested back in October 25, 29, based of 24, based upon these text messages?
I knew I was being arrested for the murder of my husband.
And did you know that the evidence they had was at least some of the text messages that you had sent?
I can assume, yes.
And some of the phone calls that you recorded?
Oh, absolutely.
And you knew the evidence against you?
Yes.
And you knew the evidence against you in November of 24, December of 24. You knew that the evidence against you certainly of January 24, because your brother spent 2 days at least in a trial setting similar like this, where witnesses were called and exhibits were shown to the court. And he was found to have at least probable cause to commit the offenses. You knew that hearing took place, right?
Yes.
And then you went through February, March, April, May, and then sometime May and June is when you decided, you know, I'm going to come forward and tell the truth.
Yes, because nobody else is going to.
Because no one else is going to. You realize today that you have satisfied your responsibility with the state of Utah, right?
If that's what they see fit, yes.
You realize today you're testifying and you're satisfying your responsibility to the state of Utah. The prosecution, you realize that today, correct?
Now that you say it out loud, yes.
You're only responsible now to the state of Utah is to complete your time. You realize that, right?
I do now that you're saying out loud.
Makes sense though, doesn't it?
Yes,
You testified in your brother's trial a
I
couple
did.
months ago, correct?
I did.
You're testifying today, correct?
Yes,
And you're testifying, telling them that you're going to tell the truth.
yes,
That was their request, right?
yes.
And so as you're here today, good memory or bad memory, you're trying your best to tell the truth.
I am.
I'm a little confused as the case has gone on about some of the charges. You pled to murder, right?
Murder in the second degree.
In the second degree. Are you aware whether or not there is a murder in the second degree on the statutes of Utah
I don't know. I just know it's a second degree felony.
on your case?
Yes.
Yes. Are you aware that in the statutes of Utah, there are no murders in the second degree? And only a plea deal that you got brought it to a second degree?
You saying it out loud? Yes,
You pled to conspiracy.
I did.
Was that an option? Well, in other words, were you able to just plead to murder?
No,
Did you have to plead to conspiracy?
I was originally charged with 5 different charges. And when they returned with my plea deal, those are the charges that they gave me the option of pleading
Murder.
guilty to or not guilty.
Murder, right? Conspiracy,
Yes,
right? And then criminal discharge of a firearm.
yes, sir.
Now, that wasn't an original charge, was it?
No, it was not.
But in the end, they gave you criminal discharge of a firearm as a first-degree felony.
Yes,
First is worst in the state of Utah. Were you aware of that?
yes,
First is worst. So your criminal discharge of a firearm was your worst first-degree felony. It's your only first-degree felony, right?
yes,
And then you got murder reduced to a second-degree felony and conspiracy a second-degree felony.
yes.
Did you ever ask to not plead to some of these charges?
I asked for a reduction. I spoke with my attorney and I wanted the first degree felony moved down to a second degree felony. And I was told that was not an option.
Did you want the criminal discharge of a firearm reduced to a second-degree felony?
I did.
And that was not an option.
That's what I was told.
Are you aware that there's an officer going to testify in this trial to talk about the conspiracy between you, your brother, and your mother?
Yes, I believe his name is Detective Nordine.
Yes. Are you aware that Detective Nordine was of the opinion that the Apple AirTag placed in the truck had an original theory of murder during your Disney trip in February earlier that year?
I did not know that.
Yeah, he testified to that. Do you agree with him?
No, I do not. The Apple tag was not placed in the truck in the Disney trip. It was placed the day I left for Utah.
So there are certain things the officer might have testified to that you were able to clear up. Is that right?
I would hope so.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes.
And indeed, the idea of the Apple AirTag was presented to you from who?
My older sister, Carolyn.
Yeah. And she told you I'd put an AirTag in the truck, right?
Correct.
And your testimony earlier today was that you wanted an AirTag in the truck because you wanted, hold on one moment. Is that you were fearful of Matt
Yes.
and you wanted to see where he was going.
Yes.
Why'd you want to see where he was going?
Because I was genuinely fearful of him on whether or not he would come and hurt me and the kids.
Hurt you and the kids?
Yes. Yes.
What about if he was going to the bar? Is that one reason why you wanted to have an AirTag in his truck?
It was an added bonus. Yes. It
Okay.
also caught him in a lie.
I'm sorry?
It also caught him in a lie. So I'm thankful I had the AirTag.
What kind of lie?
He lied to me and told me that the truck was towed when in fact I knew that it was not.
And was this after you'd already come to Utah?
This is the day that I came to Utah.
Now, when you say fearful of Matt, you've described that Matt has not been physically violent with you. Is that right?
He has punched me once, but that was years before we got married.
Great. When did you get married?
2016, November 2016.
Isn't it true you previously testified that he punched you early in your relationship?
Yes.
And your relationship began in '08.
Yes.
So is it fair to say in '08 is when you say that Matt punched you?
It was probably 2011.
So 3 years into the marriage, halfway
I was into the relationship.
in the relationship. Okay.
We had a very off and on relationship. It was very toxic.
And is that the only time that Matt ever physically assaulted you?
Yes.
Yeah. He'd never physically assaulted you any other time, right?
No, not that I can recall.
And especially since the date of marriage to today, right?
Correct.
But you can't say the same for yourself, can you?
I'm sorry.
Did you ever physically assault him?
We had issues. Yes. I got arrested for domestic violence.
You got arrested for domestic violence.
I did.
And why do you think Matt would now all of a sudden be violent against you? I don't know, 18 years later. Well, like 2011, you said, was when the assault allegedly occurred when he punched you?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 21, that's 10, 5, 15 years later. Why do you think all of a sudden Matt would become violent?
Because he was very verbally abusive. He would scream in my face.
Did you ever scream in his face?
Not as bad as he would scream in mine, but yes.
Yeah, indeed, you have videos of you and he screaming at each other, right?
Yes.
And do you remember the video about the wet tortillas?
Sure. Yeah.
And you videoed a video between you and him arguing with each other. You remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you did it subversively at first, didn't you? He didn't know you're videoing him in the beginning of that video, did he?
No, and that's why I can't use a lot of it as ammo against him.
Why?
Why? Because it wasn't recorded without his, it was recorded without his knowledge.
So what does that matter?
I don't know.
Me neither. I mean, I'm a lawyer and I don't know what you're saying.
Okay.
So you had a video of you and him arguing in front of each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
About a wet
Yes.
tortilla on his dinner.
Yes.
Being basically abusive to each other, weren't you?
Sure.
According to your definition of abuse, yelling and being verbally abusive. That's what you have defined as abusive, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember who else was in the room during that video?
My children.
Yeah. So you videotaped your children and you and your husband being physically abusive to him. How long did that video last? You remember?
No, I don't.
More than a minute?
I don't remember.
More than 5 minutes?
I don't remember.
Do you remember sending it to your sister?
I did.
Why do you send it to your sister? Why do you send a video?
You can
of-
see. So
Let me
she-
ask my question first. I'm
Sure.
sorry. I'll retract and restate. Why did you send a video to your sister showing you and your husband verbally abusing each other while your children are crying over wet tortillas? Why would you send that out to people?
I don't believe they were crying over wet tortillas. I believe my husband was the only one crying over wet tortillas.
Were your children crying?
I don't recall the video. I haven't seen it in over a year and a half.
Well, maybe we'll play it. Do you remember him finding out you were videoing him?
In the video that you're speaking of?
Yes.
Yes, he told me, I believe he told me to
Quit
shut it
videoing.
off and delete it.
Yeah, he wanted you to delete these abusive moments in your relationship.
Absolutely.
Did you marry Matt because you loved him?
I thought I did. Yeah.
Do you now, thinking back, think you didn't?
I think it was a very toxic relationship, and I think that we should have walked away years prior.
Did you begin your relationship of living together because you loved him?
I guess.
It's not
I
a trick
wasn't
question.
pregnant. I wasn't pregnant. That's not the reason why we shacked up.
And did you continue being with each other because you loved each other to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And did you get married because you loved each other to the best of your knowledge?
We got married because I said I would not have children with him unless we were married.
Did you have children because you loved each other?
Sure.
Is that hard to say?
I don't know how much I actually loved him.
You know those phone calls we heard earlier today between you and Matt on his drive up here?
Yes.
Did you have moments where you're thinking you loved him?
I had moments where I was thinking that I was going to regret taking somebody else's life.
That's the only thing you thought of.
He was a good person in some points. We had good and bad in our relationship.
Do you remember my
I
question?
wish. No,
My
repeat it.
question was, when you called him on his drive up here, did you have moments when you called him because you loved him?
I don't recall.
Did you call him on the drive up?
Yes, I did.
Were you forced to do that?
No, I was not forced.
Did you do it of your own volition?
Yes.
But there are a lot of things that happened between your relationship that caused real deep hurt, right?
Yes.
Including an affair, right?
Yes.
And you said to us in the court here today that you were never truthful about it.
Correct.
What does that mean?
He never knew it actually happened.
He never knew, or he never suspected, or he never told him?
He never knew. There's no way that he would know. No one ever told him. But he suspected that I had an affair on him.
He had questioned you?
Yes,
about
he did.
it,
Yes, he did.
and you lied?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall a conversation that you had with Tracy regarding Kevin and his willingness to kill Matt?
I don't know if it was willingness to kill him, but I know that she had posed a situation to him.
Were you there?
No, I was not,
Then how do you know?
because she texted me about it.
Said Matt, or Kevin's willing to kill Matt.
She said Kevin's feeling suicidal. And I told him, she being I, that she told him that if he was going to do it, go off Matt first, and then then he can finish himself off.
Let's talk about Kevin for a moment. Do you know how long Kevin had been living with Tracy up to the time you came to Utah?
I believe 3 years.
3 years.
I believe 3 years. I could be mistaken.
And what was the impetus of Kevin moving in with his mom?
He got a restraining order and broken up with, had a restraining order put on him, and he had moved from Chicago
to
Utah.
So he was in Chicago and he went to Utah because he had broken up with a girlfriend.
Yes, I believe it was his fiance.
And when he came to Utah, was he depressed?
I wasn't there when he got there. I was not around, nor did I text him, but I can assume.
Were you told he was depressed?
My mother might have told me that he was depressed.
Might have. Does that mean you don't recall?
Correct.
So you don't recall your mom saying that Kevin was depressed?
When he first got out there, I don't remember whether or not she said he was depressed. I do remember her saying that she had to talk him off the ledge a couple years later.
A couple years later. Was this before the Disney trip?
I believe it was after the Disney trip.
So many years later, after the Disney trip, he was depressed. Not many years.
It was a couple.
Many
2
years after he came to Utah, he was depressed.
So if he was only in Utah for 3 years, and then a year later, 2 years later.
Isn't it true that actually Kevin suffered through depression well before the Disney trip? And the Disney trip, he was just fine and had a great time.
I didn't spend much time with him on the actual Disney trip. We saw each other in passing. I believe he would be fine, but who's not going to be fine when they're at Disneyland?
So is that a yes or a no?
Yes, he was fine at Disneyland.
Thanks. And isn't it true that his depression was many months before Disney? And isn't it, well, isn't that true?
I believe that he had depression mostly throughout his life.
And were you aware that he was in some therapy or counseling about depression?
No, I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that his mom actually got him some assistance to deal with the depression he was dealing with?
No, I was not aware of that.
Is this the first time you're hearing of it?
Yes.
So the Disney trip took place in what time, do you recall?
February of 2024.
And what caused the hardship between you and Matt in relation to the Disney trip?
His drinking was the start of it, and he was rough with the children. He got mad that they had spilt goldfish crackers on the bed. My sister had brushed it off the bed.
Now, was this at Disney?
Yes, this is in the Disneyland Hotel.
So I'm going to pause because that wasn't my question. I think that's my error. I didn't properly state it. Are you familiar with the time in which you said, at this point, I don't know if Matt will be going to Disney?
Correct.
That's the event I'm referring to.
Okay.
So I apologize about that. That's exhibit number 28, page 3. Looks like it occurred on January 13th, 2024.
Okay.
What precipitated Matt not going to Disney in January of 2024?
I believe it was just one of our arguments. It probably had something to do with the truck. It probably had something to do with me, quote unquote, having an affair.
Was he right?
No, because the affair was a one-night stand.
Was it close in time to January or December? Or
No.
No, okay. So he had suspicion, and so you're just continually bickering and battling with one another, I guess. Is that?
Yes.
Now, Disney didn't just come together in a weekend, did it?
No, it did not.
Indeed, this is a big Disney trip, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
This is a Disney trip that had you there, right?
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Cheyenne and Steele.
Yes.
Did Lucas go?
No, he did not.
Okay, Cheyenne and Steele. And then Tara Lynn, right?
Yes.
Her husband, Dan,
David.
their children,
Yes.
and then Kevin
Yes.
and Rachel,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
everybody, right?
Yes. Even a few you're missing.
Yeah. How many total, do you remember?
18.
I know you love Disney because I read testimony before. You do love Disney, right?
I do.
Happiest place on earth, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And so this experience was quite grand for the family, wasn't
Yes, it was.
it? And how many days were you guys in California doing that?
I lived in California,
I know.
but my family had come in for, I believe, 4, maybe 5 days, but we attended the parks for 3 days.
That's awesome. And in Utah, we say going to California, but when you're there, you just do a day trip, right?
Yeah.
Here it's different. So how long did you think this planning for the Disney trip took?
At least a year, I believe.
So it was a plan for, you went in, was it February of 2024? Does that sound right?
Yes.
You went in February 24 and you're going back to like February of 2023 to begin the plan of Disney, right?
I believe so. My mother is the one who did most of the planning.
Yeah, but that's pretty close, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, you guys didn't just stay at the hotel across the street, did you?
No, but it's a pretty good place to stay.
It is, yeah. But you stayed in the Grand California, is that right? Where'd you stay when you were
No,
at
we
Disney?
stayed in the Disneyland Hotel.
In the Disneyland Hotel,
Yeah.
on site, right?
Yes.
And then you
in
also
the Disney bubble.
in the wow, awesome. And you also did an Airbnb time, is that right?
They did, yes.
Yeah. And so this was an event planned for a significant amount of time, right?
Yes.
And for you to send a text on January 13th to say, I don't know if Matt will be going, that was a big deal, wasn't it?
It could have been, yes. He would have just been upset that he was not included.
Yeah. Would you say that this was the beginning of the real deterioration of your marriage around that time? Or was it before that?
I would say it started in June of 2023.
And once again, I'll strike that. And so was your understanding at the beginning of this Disneyland adventure that all of these family members would be going,
Yes, plus some.
plus some? And so Kevin would be going?
Yes.
And it was, now I'll go to the question that you and I mistook. There was an experience at Disneyland where one of your siblings told you about Matt's bad behavior. Is that right?
Correct.
What happened?
My children were, it was Cheyenne, Steele, and Terrelyn's 2 children, and they were hanging out in our room, Matt's and my children's room. And my kids spilt goldfish on the bed, and he was upset. And my sister said, "Oh, man, it's no big deal," paraphrasing. And she brushed off the crackers onto the floor. And he proceeded to get very upset. And instead of confronting my sister about it, he took my children into the bathroom. And my sister said she heard spanking and my children crying.
Who in your family became aware of this?
As far as I know, it was Lynn. I believe her husband. I don't know who else became aware of it. I believe Rachel. I don't know how.
Your mom?
I believe so.
Kevin?
I'm not sure.
Tim?
I'm not sure.
Did Rory know?
I'm not sure.
Where were you when this happened?
In the park?
In the park, and they were in the hotel?
Yes.
And did Terrelyn express fear for herself?
I don't think she had fear for herself. No.
Did she express a fear for anybody in particular?
My children.
And what'd she say?
She just didn't like how Matt was treating them.
She thought he was being abusive?
Yes.
Did she use that word?
I don't recall.
Have any of your siblings or spouses been fearful of Matt?
Yes.
Object, this calls for speculation.
It's speculation. I'm going to instruct the jury to disregard that answer.
Any of your siblings or spouses expressed to you their fear of Matt?
Object, calls for hearsay.
I think that's hearsay too.
I didn't ask for what they said. I just asked if they expressed. It's a yes or no, Your Honor.
But you have the answer though. It's exactly the exact same thing. I'm going to say it.
You described an incident where Matt shot a bobcat.
Yes.
Did Matt share that experience with other members of your family, like your siblings or their spouses?
I believe so.
And what do you recall from that?
I was not in those conversations, so I don't know.
You never heard it?
Not him telling this story.
Did they ever tell you about hearing about that story?
Not directly, no.
How about indirectly?
Through the grapevine, sure.
Through what grapevine?
My sister telling me that her husband was.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay at this point.
You know, it's hearsay here. I think it's fair to say to the point that we just got the hearsay is correct.
So was Terrelyn aware that your brother or that Matt had shot the bobcat?
I believe so.
Did she tell you she was aware?
I believe so.
Has Terrelyn ever told you that she's fearful of Matt?
Yes.
Has any other siblings or spouses told you that?
Again,
That's hearsay.
Sustained.
Just trying. Just trying, Judge. Trying my best. They'll testify later. We can ask them.
That'd be fair. the ones that's not hearsay.
Shortly after Disney, which Matt went to, right?
Yes, he did.
Shortly after Disney, you had an opportunity to visit with Matt's mom, Diane, right?
Yes.
And this was in regards, well, I don't know what it was in regards to, but there was a conversation about Las Vegas. Is that right?
Yes.
And can you tell the court what is the Las Vegas deal in your family with Matt?
It was an annual summer trip that Diane and her late husband always planned. And we would go to TD Village where they enjoyed their timeshare. And Matt and myself, it originally started Matt and myself and his son before I had children. We joined them yearly. We enjoyed Las Vegas. We enjoyed the lazy river. So it was something that we enjoyed doing with them. And when her husband passed, she continued the annual trip.
And what happened in 2024? I'm sorry, what was that last part? I'm sorry, I'm going to ask a question instead of forcing anything on you. I apologize. Did you have a conversation about the Las Vegas trip after your Disney trip with Diane?
Yes, I did.
And what happened? What'd she say?
She suggested that we not go on that trip.
And why was that?
Due to our financial burdens.
And what was your thoughts on that?
I was not pleased about it, but Matt was more upset with me than he was his mom. And he told me I owed him a Vegas trip.
Matt said you owed him a Vegas trip?
Yes.
Why would he say you owed him a Vegas trip when his mom was the one to provide the Vegas trip?
Because in some way he felt that it was my responsibility on why we had to cancel.
And why is that?
You'd have to ask Diane on why she canceled.
What did you say to Diane that caused her to cancel it?
I don't know if I said anything directly to Diane. I don't recall. I may have said something.
Were you surprised that she canceled it?
A little, yes.
Yeah. Has Diane helped you and Matt throughout your marriage?
She has.
Has she helped you financially?
Yes, she bought us a home.
Bought you a home?
She did. Her and her late husband.
And what about the land that the home's on in Temecula? 7 acres, right?
Yes.
Did she buy that?
It was originally in Matt's name, but when he got the IRS issue, he transferred it to her name so it would be safe.
Did Matt buy it or did his mom buy it originally?
I don't know. I wasn't that part of the financials.
So you weren't aware? You've never been told?
You would have to ask Diane. I know it was in his name at some point. I know that there were loans back and forth between Matt and his parents, but I do not know the ins and the outs.
Has Matt's parents consistently helped you throughout your marriage financially, providing financial assistance?
Yes.
And how about your mom? Did she do the same?
Yes, not as much as Diane and Tom did.
So your mom would send out money when bills were tight and things like that?
Yep.
And Diane,
$100 here, $100 there when I asked.
going back to the Disneyland experience, do you recall a conversation that your mom had with Matt regarding the anger about not going to Disneyland?
Yes.
And what did you tell your mom to cause your mom to call Matt and to chide him?
I don't recall what I had said to her. I know I asked her not to call him, and she took it upon herself and did anyway.
And
I
did
knew
you-
that it wouldn't have gone over well.
And did it go over well?
No, it did not.
During that time, did you say to your mom, I can't recover it?
Yes, I did.
What are you referring to?
We're covering the argument that we were having, more than likely, about my infidelity.
Oh. And how did your mom respond to that text? Do you recall?
No, I don't.
Didn't she say you can?
Yes.
Just
that's
say
she
what
said.
you need to. Isn't that what she said?
I believe so.
You said, no, Mom, it's bad. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
then she said, what can I do to help if I can?
Okay. Yes, that's what she said.
Do you think your mom was trying to help you in your marriage with Matt?
That could be debated.
Okay, let's debate it. Do you think she didn't?
On some levels, I knew that she had a strong hatred for Matt. So what happened in our marriage, she really didn't care.
Do you think she tried to help you in your marriage with Matt?
At some points,
Think she tried to help during times of friction between her and Matt? Or would she not help your marriage during that time?
maybe she felt like she was helping, but she really wasn't.
How about when she came down in May to California, May of 2024, before you went to Utah? She came to your house and stayed at your house, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And how was that visit?
It was turbulent.
It's turbulent. Why?
They had a little tiff about something and they bickered back and forth for a moment and it was awkward.
Did your mom spend the night?
I believe so.
Yeah. And did she and you then go to her friend Amy's?
We did.
And who watched the kids during that time?
Matthew.
When your mom called Matt, didn't she say to you, quote, I just told your husband, don't mess with my child?
Yes.
So how was he messing with you?
By arguing with me.
And so would you frequently tell your sister and your mom about all the arguments you and Matt had?
I would send them the voice clips so they could hear it firsthand.
Yeah. And like we explained, we talked about the previous clips, it shows back and forth, isn't it?
Yes. Some points it is back and forth. Sometimes I allowed him to get under my skin.
Do you recall when she said, I'll just drive 9 hours and strangle him?
Yes, I recall that.
What was that in relation to?
Driving 9 hours from Utah to California.
No. What was the event that she sent that text in relation to?
The same, I believe the same messages that you're talking about now.
It was when she called him and told him, don't mess with my child.
Right.
Right. Do you remember when that was?
No,
I told you January 13th, 2020.
no, I would not have any reason to disagree.
And do you think your mom was serious that she's going to drive 9 hours and strangle him?
I don't know necessarily strangle him, but
Kill him.
cause him harm.
Yeah, she was going to, wasn't she?
I feel like she wanted to,
And she did, didn't she?
ultimately.
She did? She went to California and strangled him?
No,
What happened about a month after that text?
I don't know. Could
You guys were in Disneyland having fun, weren't you?
I don't believe there was much interaction between my mother and Matt. There was 18 of us. There was no way that we were all going to be in one big group. We split off into smaller groups.
Sure. But 1 month later, approximately, Matt, you, Cheyenne, Steele, all the family met up at Disneyland, according to the plan, right?
Yes,
And your mom's threat of strangling you knew to be a joke. Indeed, you testified of that today, didn't you?
yes.
But somehow when I question you that, you don't want to acknowledge that it was a joke. Is that because I'm wearing this suit? Is it because you don't like me? Or is it hard to tell the truth? If you think it's a joke, why don't you just say, it was a joke?
Because on some level, I really honestly don't think it was a joke.
Okay, then tell me on what level?
That she wanted to cause Matt harm. And he's not.
Your mom ended up saying sorry for calling him, didn't she?
In an actual text?
Yeah. Do you want to go to it?
Yes, please.
All right, page 11 of exhibit 28.
I don't believe that's what the I'm sorry was in reference to.
Was it in reference to you dry heaving?
I believe so.
It was in around that time that she said, just come here for a break then. Isn't that true?
I believe so.
Right after she said, what can I do to help if I can? Right?
Just a moment, hang on. Restate your question, please.
And earlier in that conversation, she says, what can I do to help if I can?
Right, yes.
And then within 24 hours of that little spat between Matt and Tracy on page 12, she says, Matt says you have food poisoning, and that's why you've been acting so crazy past 2 days. Right?
Yes, that's what he claimed.
Well, that's what she said he claimed, right?
Right,
So they had a conversation, right?
yes. And I did not have food poisoning.
I'm sorry?
I did not have food poisoning.
What did you have?
Nothing.
You're just faking it?
No, I was not faking it. It was a lie that he told my mother.
It was a lie he told your mom?
Yes.
What
Because
was
I
it?
remember when he said that, I was in shock.
And what?
Because he didn't want to admit that we were arguing about my infidelity.
I see. That seems to be a common occurrence, doesn't it?
He loved to throw it in my face.
And you regretted that, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. You regretted that not only did you cheat on him, but that you sort of had to hold it and not tell him.
I had to eat crow every day he wanted me to.
Yeah. Even when you came to Utah and met men here in Utah, right?
I'm sorry?
Even when you came to Utah on June 20th and met men here in Utah,
He knew
right?
nothing of those men.
I'm not asking if he knew. I'm saying that you felt bad about it, so much so that when you came to Utah, you started doing it again, didn't you?
I was just trying to be happy.
By meeting other men. Is that accurate or not?
Sure.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
It's okay to be honest today.
I get it.
You've done all you need to do with the state. You can be honest today. It's done. You just need to serve time. Okay? You understand?
Yes.
They can't hold it against you anymore. You've done your job. Okay? Good. After Matt died, you also met with some men after that too, didn't you?
It was only 2.
Do you remember the evening that the police came and Matt's body was on the ground?
Yes.
Did you sleep at your house that night or your mother's house that night?
No, they got us a hotel.
Who got you a hotel?
The police.
Did you sleep in the hotel?
I did.
How late were you at the police department that night?
2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
So
I don't recall. It was a blur. That honestly was a blur.
I'm sure it was. It was very traumatic. A person had died. I get that. Was it traumatic for you?
It was very traumatic.
Yes, I believe that. But isn't it true that the American Fork Police Department tried to help the family because it happened in your home, that they provided a hotel
Yes.
for a couple days?
Yes.
And isn't it true that during the time that you were provided a hotel, you wanted to bring a man to that hotel?
I thought about it.
Yeah, and isn't it true you told your mom that?
Yes, I did.
And isn't it true that it was only a 3-day stay that the American Fork Police Department provided?
Yes, but I never brought anybody to the hotel,
But you talked about it.
right?
And this is all during the time that you're smoking marijuana, right?
Yes,
And that you're really not having any communication with Kevin, right?
correct.
No communication really at all with Kevin, right?
Very little.
Yeah. Do you think the fact that you're providing this statement to the court now or to law enforcement 3 times, that you've improved your ability on how to state your case, state your story of what happened?
Yes, that seems fair.
Do you recall during the trial, actually, just for illustration, do you recall the date of June 12th, 2025? That's a tough one, isn't it?
June 12th is 2025?
Yeah.
I don't know the significance.
I'll provide you a picture.
Oh. Yes, I remember that.
Does that look familiar?
Yes, it does.
June 12th, 2025, you met with law enforcement and prosecution regarding your time to be truthful, right?
Yes.
And you had, and that picture just shows you being there. And who's in that picture, do you know?
I'm in that picture. My attorney, Mike Brown, is in that picture.
Mr. Brown, who's here?
Mr. Watabe, Mr. Brown, and I don't know her name, but they're paralegal.
And a police officer.
He's not pictured, but
Yeah,
yes.
he's not pictured. Yeah.
Well, you can see his
Can you
fingers.
see his hand? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I can't identify his fingers from just his fingers, but
I'm only providing this picture to demonstrate that you met with prosecution and law enforcement to talk about providing the truth.
I did.
And during that time that you talked to them, you talked about times that the conspiracy between yourself, Kevin, and Tracy was going on, right?
Yes.
And during that time, you provided honest information to them, right?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Yep, to the best of your knowledge. You've been in jail now, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, 8 months, right?
Yes.
And you've had the opportunity for 8 months to think about this case, right?
Yes.
And do you do much more in jail than think about this case?
I tried honestly not to think about it because it's traumatic and I didn't know what I was going to do with all of it.
So you tried not to think about it.
Yes.
And so are you trying more nowadays to think about it now that you're in prison?
Now that I'm more sober, yes.
You had 8 months of sobriety of marijuana at that point in time, right?
Right.
And so during this interview that you had with them, you told them of the story involving the conspiracy. Is that right?
Yes.
And they asked you a question. They asked you about getting a rental car.
Yes.
And they asked if you had told anyone about it, right?
I believe so.
And who knew about it?
A handful of people.
I mean, who?
Tara Lynn knew about it. Rachel knew about it. I believe my friend Stephanie Slocum knew about it. My mother knew about it. Through the grapevine, I believe my father knew about it.
Anyone else?
Not that I can recall.
Yeah.
There may have been other people in passing, but nobody that I had told.
Right. And the whole play on this rental car was for you to go down to Enterprise in American Fork, right? And to, was it Enterprise? I think Enterprise.
Are you talking about California now or Utah?
No, I'm talking about American Fork when you went down to attempt a rental.
Okay.
You know what I'm referring to?
Yes, I thought you were talking about the first one you asked me. I thought you were talking about the rental car in California.
And let's go back. Let me correct.
Sure.
I'm aware, and I think we are all aware, that at the time you rented your vehicle in California and came to Utah, that Tara Lynn was there, right?
Yes,
And you explained that your father was there,
yes,
so he knew you got a rental too, right?
yes,
And then obviously you're going to Utah, so Tracy knew
yes,
and Rachel knew, right?
yes.
Let's go back and let's talk about the day you were going to, well, let's go forward and talk about the day you were going to rent a car to go back to California.
Okay.
Okay. And who knew about that?
Kevin knew about that. My mom knew about that.
In this interview, did you say Kevin knew about it?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that they asked who knew about it and you did not say Kevin?
I don't recall. But yes, Kevin knew about it because I had asked him to watch my children as I went down to get the rental car.
Thank you. I appreciate that information. Do you recall the trial with Kevin?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall listening to the audio of that conversation with Kevin?
Yes, we listened to it today as well.
Yes, we did. Can we pull that up? I'll find it. That was that big,
State's 11.
that was that big tag of ones you did in a row.
State's 11.
11? We can pull up exhibit 11. Let's listen to that. There it is.
Sorry. I need you to watch my kids for 5 minutes because I just drove to a rental car place to make my story plausible that I need to go over there and they need to turn me away and say, no, we cannot rent you this car because your driver's license is out of state. Thank you. I'm leaving in like 2 minutes.
Do you remember hearing that during the trial of Kevin?
Yes,
Do you remember being asked about that?
yes. And until it was played in Kevin's trial, I did not recall that I had actually knocked on his door and told him to watch my children.
Until 2 months ago, you did not recall having that conversation with Kevin, right?
Correct?
Do you remember what your testimony was today?
That I remembered it?
Yeah.
Because it was
so
played?
easy, so easy and quick, right?
Yes,
When in truth, your memory 60 days ago, you didn't even remember that conversation. Isn't that true?
yes,
And 60 days ago, you even called it an accidental recording. You didn't even know you're recording. Isn't that true?
I would still call it an accidental recording.
Yeah, I would too. I believe that. I guess the point I'm getting at is that your truthfulness in presenting it to the jury today is very rehearsed and very prepared because you had an opportunity on this day to advise them of that audio, which they knew about and they even asked you about. And you did not say that Kevin knew you were going to the rental company. And then June to January, so 7 months later, you were asked again, except this time dressed like you are, and in custody like you are as a witness, and you didn't remember, but then today when asked that question, it came just like, yeah, Kevin knew, of course he knew. Don't you find it odd that you're willing to just allow the narrative of law enforcement to tell you what you remember?
I don't think it's the narrative of law enforcement. I think it's the recorded audio.
It is a recorded audio, but your memory of this recorded audio is what we're looking for. Your memory of the events that took place need to be accurate. They need to be from you. If you don't remember, you just need to say, I don't remember. You have an audio of it, I get it, but I don't remember. But when you told the jury on direct examination, you didn't offer that information. If it weren't for me here right now pointing it out to you, they would never know that. They would just think, yeah, well, she remembered her and Kevin, and she was walking down the hallway and she said, hey, I'm going to the rental company, I'll be right back. But that's not your memory. You had opportunities to tell them that as you were being truthful of who all knew and what all was going on, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's your goal, is to just provide the truth and justice, right?
Yes.
Very hampered by your marijuana use, isn't it?
I don't know how I'm supposed to answer that question.
Truthfully. If your memory's hampered by your marijuana use, then just say yes. If it's not, say no.
I'm sure it has.
How many other kinds of things did you say are feeling pressured to comply with the state's narrative of the conspiracy?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
How many other things do you have to say to the jury today, and to the jury before, and to law enforcement, because you have felt pressured to talk about an alleged conspiracy to commit murder?
I don't think that's a fair question.
Okay. When did you decide to murder Matt?
2 weeks before he came out, a week after being at my mom's house.
And was that by way of agreement or something you just came in your mind that that's what we're going to do?
It was posed to me by my mother.
I'm sorry?
It was posed to me by my mother.
2 weeks before Matt came out?
Yes.
Do you know in prior testimony you said it was 3 days before Matt came out? Want me to find it?
If you'd like.
If I told you that you said it was 3 days before Matt came out, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, but I don't think it matters when we actually started to conspire. Just the fact that we did conspire.
Did your mom ask you to make phone call recordings of phone calls between you and Matt?
No, she was very upset when she found out I recorded so many phone calls.
Did your mom know that you were making I'm saying it wrong, I'm sorry. That you're making recordings of phone calls on July 11th? Was she aware
sorry,
of
say that again?
Was your mom aware that you were making recordings of phone calls July 11th, 2024 with Matt?
I don't believe she was aware of them until after.